These armored soldiers have a clearing surrounded and the bodies on the ground are already cooling. In the middle of it, a woman in white armor sits on a throne her people carried into the forest. She is bored, and she is waiting on someone who has not walked into the clearing yet. Her officer reports that after a whole night of this, the man they came for still has not shown. She thinks about it for a second, then tells them to kill everyone left in the clearing. One man is already watching them from the tree line, bloodied, close enough to hear the order. The soldiers call him Hyrkan, and most of the continent knows him by a worse name. Warlord runs on real money in 2035, and a death here empties a real bank account. So he does the only thing left to do and walks out of the tree line to meet them. The squad closes the circle around him in the open, blades out, and not one of them expects the next 30 seconds to go the way they go. He catches a man in midair and opens him up in a burst of blue energy. He tells them flatly that ganging up on him changes nothing because they are not good enough. When the clearing goes quiet again, he is the only thing still standing in it. A name card lands beside his bloodied face and spells out exactly who they attacked. His handle is Hyrkan, his real name is Jaehyun An, and his guild is Hahoe Mask. The nickname printed under all of that is Hero Slayer. At that moment, his own guildmates come running in from the trees. They crowd around him in tears, apologizing for arriving late to the ambush, calling him their leader. Our hero kneels next to a wounded teammate and tells him to hold on. Then he stands and he points his sword across the clearing at the woman in white. Her name card answers his. She is Sil, her real name is Seolyeon Che, and her guild is the Thunder Hunters. The nickname under her file is Thunder Queen, and the game ranks her number 1. The two of them trade insults over the bodies while her people wait for the word. She tells him he is going to regret this. He tells her that regret is for weaklings like her. He taps a device on his wrist and speaks one command to activate a slot. Black and gold armor assembles itself over him, and a sword twice his size drops into his hand. Sil screams at her people to kill him. He turns his back on her to meet them, and that is when it happens. His own guildmates put their blades into his spine. A system window reports that his health is falling fast and his movement is restricted. He asks the men holding the knives what they are doing because they told him they were family. The one who answers is the guildmate who founded Hahoe Mask at his side years ago. They're paying us a couple million just to kill you. Then he tells him to hurry up and die already. Sil explains the rest while our boy goes down. Killing him over and over will strip his levels, his gear, and his account down to nothing. When that is finished, he will be trash, and she says the word like a job title. A red screen fills the panel and informs him that he has died. The penalty attached to it is a 48-hour login restriction. Somewhere in the real world, a young man rips himself out of a VR rig gasping. His hair is black here because the silver one was only ever the avatar. He says out loud that he lost everything, and everything in this game is denominated in cash. Warlord is a massively profitable AI-driven title, and until tonight he was one of its faces. His Red Dragon Raid broadcast pulled 53,000 live viewers. Donations stacked up over the stream at $100, 777 euros, 70/30. The chat called him the greatest of all time while the money fell across the screen. The same memory hands him the beginning of it. Years earlier, a brown-haired player walked up to him and asked if he wanted to build a guild together. That player is the one who just decided a couple million was enough. Jaehyun promises himself he will find every one of them and kill them with his own hands. He calls a contact saved as Dongsu and rants into the phone about the people who sold him. Walking and talking, he tells himself he never should have wasted time caring about anyone. He steps off the curb into a crosswalk without looking up once. A blonde driver sees him far too late and slams the horn in panic. The page gives the impact a single word, and the word is crash. He lands on the asphalt in his own blood while the traffic keeps going around him. His phone is out of reach and nobody on the other end of it picks up. He tells himself he is not allowed to die yet. Not before the man who betrayed him and not before the woman who bought the job. A white flash swallows the whole panel. Then a system window opens. It says connecting, user identification in progress, username Hyrkan, welcome. He is standing in starter gear he has not worn in 5 years, holding a sword he sold long ago. In front of him a minotaur lowers its horns, red eyes burning, and roars. Two strangers beside him are yelling at him to focus because this boss hits hard. He asks them whether 5 years have gone by. They tell him Warlord has only been out for 10 months. He has not been sent forward. He has been dropped back into the tutorial at the true start of the game, carrying every memory he had. The strangers warn him he is going to get himself killed. He walks at the Minotaur alone and cuts it down in a single slash. The monster hits the dirt and the two of them stare at the corpse, asking how that is even possible. Shortly after, one of them grins, walks over, and asks if he wants to join his guild. It is the same question in almost the same words as the one that started his old life. His face stops moving. He says he has just made up his mind about something. The sword comes out before the sentence is finished and the next panel is nothing but blood. He tells himself that if he ever trusts another person in this life, he is a dog. The last thing on the page is his spattered face and the words, Hyrkan, the hero slayer, returns. Back in the real world, our hero jolts awake inside a narrow padded pod. The lid hisses open above his face and he asks out loud where he is. The black hair and the plain zip hoodie belong to Jaehyun N, the man behind the silver avatar. He looks around at display shelves, price tags and demo units lined up in rows. Shortly after, he recognizes the place. It is the V-Gear store where he borrowed a demo unit 5 years ago, back when he owned nothing. A clerk in a blue store uniform leans in and asks him twice whether he is all right. Jaehyun barely hears her because he is still testing whether the last 5 years actually happened. On the wall behind her hangs an in-store advertisement for the exclusive Warlord model. The printed copy names the face of that campaign as rank number 1, the Thunder Queen, Syl. Our boy stares at the poster for a moment and says nothing at all. Then he starts doing math. He tells himself that 5 years of memory and 5 years of trained reflex outvalue any head start money could buy. Wasting a single day of that advantage would be criminal. He walks straight to the counter and asks for one standard V-Gear unit. The clerk runs the payment. The terminal refuses it and she tells him, visibly uncomfortable, that the funds are insufficient. Jaehyun stands there and admits to himself that a man with money would not be borrowing a demo unit. He has come back 5 years with the memories of a legend and the bank balance of a broke student. He considers the slow route for about 3 panels. Work a real job, save up, buy the rig in a few months. He rejects it, telling himself the strongest never run from a challenge. Shortly after, he finds the faster way. In a room he should never have entered, a man with swept-back reddish hair and a scar near one eye counts cash across a table. The number on that table is 10 million won. The lender is delighted to help and says of course they would be happy to lend it. Then he leans forward and delivers the other half of the sentence. He warns that if Jaehyun cannot pay it back, life will get real tough for him. Jaehyun tells him it does not matter. He is not thinking about interest rates or collection schedules at all. He is thinking about the faces of the men who stabbed him in the back. Sometime later, an installer in a cap and work vest carries a toolbox in and sets up the new rig. Jaehyun lies back and lowers the headset over his eyes. He opens them in the beginner hub under the Leaning Tower of Pisa, wearing the silver-haired avatar again. A woman in an ornate dark dress steps out of a column of gold light. She introduces herself as Ariadne the Guide and presents 3 glowing orbs. The system offers him the 3 basic classes, Warrior, Priest, and Mage. Every new player in Warlord starts at this exact fork. Our hero looks at Warrior first, the class he already carried to the top once. He passes on it, remembering that it falls apart in solo play at the higher levels. He looks at Priest next and rejects that one faster. He tells himself he has no intention of spending a second life propping other people up. He picks Mage, and golden light floods the platform as the system registers the choice. At the class tower he climbs to the Mage floor where an old man sits atop a mountain of books. A caption labels him as the Mage class NPC Golko, white beard, brown robe, staff topped with a blue crystal. Golko begins the standard welcome speech about the Mage path. Our boy cuts it short and asks to learn dark magic instead. The old man's face changes completely. He warns that dark magic devours the soul of the caster and that nobody sane chooses it. Hyrkan does not blink because he already knows where the road ends. In his last life he watched a video of a hooded figure in a bone mask clearing a boss raid alone. That player commanded an army of skeletons and needed no guild, no party, no allies at all. Nobody ever found out who he was. Our hero decided long ago that if he ever started over he would walk that road. The ritual takes over the room. Lightning crawls up the staff, purple smoke pours across the floor, and a single burning eye opens inside a floating skull. Something in the smoke says it can jump right in, then announces that someone interesting has finally arrived. The page never confirms whether that voice is Golko's true face or a separate thing bound to the skill book. A system window closes the transaction. He is a necromancer. The system stamps a title onto him and the title reads Clueless Necromancer. It grants him exactly one skill called Bone Shard. Hyrkan holds his hands out and calls his first summon. Bone assembles itself out of empty air in front of him. Blue fire lights the eye sockets, blue energy strings the joints, and a skeletal warrior stands up holding a club. He looks at it and declares that he is going all in on this class. The skeleton cracks. The joints separate, the skull slides off the neck, and the whole thing collapses into a pile at his feet. He freezes with his hand still raised. Later that day, a system window tells him he has entered the beginner training dungeon. He mutters that the skeletons he saw in his past life were never this flimsy. He casts Bone Shard again and reads the fine print the system hands him. Proficiency, rank F, summonable unit Warrior 1. He decides the problem is the proficiency grade and promises himself he will fix it fast. A toast names his first target as a training monster, the Coal Wolf. He sends the skeleton in, its weapon shatters, then its skull shatters, and the wolves keep coming. Panicking, our boy tears the skill menu back open. The system explains that Bone Shard summons run on a deep learning system with 3 settable modes: defense, attack, and special action. He sets mode 1 defense and watches the wolves chew the bones off his minion. He sets mode 3 special action and the skeleton starts dancing enthusiastically in front of the pack. It giggles while it dances. Hyrkan drops his head and groans that he is completely finished. A skull with gold-lit sockets tells him it tried to warn him. Alone with the numbers, he checks whether he can back out of any of this. A system window answers that character deletion is unavailable because new accounts cannot delete a character within 3 months. Another window tells him class changes are unavailable as well. He runs the schedule in his head and lands on the part that matters. He cannot delete, he cannot reclass, and his loan payments start next month. He says he might as well get hit by a truck again, then asks nobody in particular why nothing ever goes his way. Shortly after, the skeleton talks back to him. It has a name now, Boney, and it admits it has been watching him fight and learning. It boasts that people used to call it a genius. It claims it once trained an entire guild and turned every one of them into rankers. Then it picks up a training weapon and swings at him without warning. The lesson is 1 sentence long: if he does not dodge, he dies. The two of them spar hand to hand on the dungeon floor. He shouts at it not to sit there like an idiot after taking a hit, to dodge first and counter only when an opening shows. They grind the Coal Wolves over and over and over. The same toast keeps stacking up on screen, telling him Bone Shard proficiency has increased. It fires again and again and again. Then gold light swallows both of them and the system announces a player level up. Our hero looks at the skeleton and tells it quietly, nice work. By the end of that stretch, he walks into Figus Castle, the beginner village. The plaza is loud. Players shout that their friendly guild is recruiting new members right now. Somebody else keeps yelling for bodies to fill a forest spider raid. Hyrkan ignores all of it and watches his summon instead, calling it Skelly now. He thinks that Skelly learns fast and that a few more days of this will let it clear dungeons alone. His next target is level 10. At that moment, a shoulder slams into him. An orange-haired man with stubble grabs him by the collar and demands an apology for the contact. A dark-haired lackey shouts from behind that the boss is right. Our boy sizes the pair up and files them away privately as B-list villains. He does not argue with them, he just sighs and wonders whether killing them would be faster than talking. The sigh is the problem. The man snaps that he cannot believe someone would sigh while being spoken to and throws a punch at his face. The punch stops in the air. A hand closes around the fist and holds it there without effort. The man attached to that hand is blonde and tanned in an open red floral shirt, sunglasses pushed up on his forehead. An ornate gold-hilted sword hangs at his hip. He tells the bully mildly that punching people is not something a person gets to do. Hyrkan's eyes narrow to slits. He starts a thought and never finishes it, that this guy is somebody he knows. The recognition is not from this life. It comes from a street years behind him. In that memory, the same blonde swordsman stands in a crowded plaza in the same red floral shirt. A thug has just punched a passing stranger for no reason at all. The swordsman has the thug pinned by the collar and speaks to him almost gently. He asks whether the man has ever heard the saying about an eye for an eye and a fist for a fist. The crowd already knows the face. Someone shouts the name Matador Shev and it travels through the plaza like a shockwave. Another onlooker fills in the rest. Shev is the leader of Red Bulls, one of the top 30 guilds in the game. They call him the Ruthless Battle Freak. They call him Matador Killer Shev. A red battle aura swells off his shoulders until he fills the frame. The small gang of thugs points at him and screams his name in pure terror. When it is over, Shev crouches beside the man who was punched and tells him not to mind thugs like those. Then he turns to a hooded young player who has been holding his gear for him. The hood is Hyrkan, years younger, silver hair, saying nothing. Shev thanks him for the help and tells him he does not have to do that next time. Hyrkan hands the equipment back and walks off without a single word. Shev watches him go and remarks that the kid was cold. Out on the sunlit street, Shev carries the beaten man away on one shoulder past a knot of gawkers. His fist closes at his side. He swears to himself that the next time he meets him, he will not be the same person he was that day. The memory lets go of him. Back in the beginner training dungeon, the grind reaches its last customer. Skelly drives a glowing blue strike down through the skull of a burning coal tiger. The beast collapses in a spray of embers. A system window tells him he has reached level 10. Another says the dungeon will stop spawning monsters for him. A third says his beginner's mark has been removed. he has 50 status points waiting. The obvious answer for a necromancer is intelligence and magic. Our hero ignores that and dumps all 50 points into strength. A system window flashes strength plus 50 and his total climbs to 53. The skeleton reacts to this with actual tears. It sniffles that its poor master has thrown away a perfectly good stat sheet. Then it explains what it is really offering. Through strength it can teach him every technique it mastered at the peak of its own career. It tells him it is literally betting its own life on whether he learns them. At the Figgis Castle branch of the Monster Hunting Association, an old clerk in a brown robe minds the quest board. Gray hair, gray beard, the patience of an NPC who has watched 1,000 beginners pick the same jobs. Hyrkan reads the board top to bottom and reaches for the very worst posting on it. Hunt monsters near Mount Bima. Reward 10 gold. 10 gold is not a wage, it is a rounding error. Nobody with a functioning brain takes that job, which is exactly why it is still pinned there. Our boy takes it anyway because he is not buying the reward. Clearing a job near Mount Bima before level 15 awards an ultra-rare title called Rising Star. The title grants 3% intelligence and 3% magic. Those are percentages, not flat numbers, so the bonus grows with him for the rest of the game. Then comes the shopping trip, and it goes badly. He has already spent every coin he owns kitting out the skeleton instead of himself. He reaches for a sturdy leather armor and the game answers with insufficient funds, so he walks out of Figgis Castle in what he started in. Pink and yellow starter cloth with gold trim, red pants, brown boots, and a hood with 2 floppy rabbit ears on top. He's a level 10 necromancer dressed as a children's mascot, and he decides to speedrun the job anyway. Mount Bima is a long run through thick forest and he takes it at a sprint. Then something in the undergrowth stops him cold. A hand comes out of the leaves, torn open and slick with blood, reaching for nothing. A man is lying in the brush with his face beaten to a mess. He gets out that he needs help, that anybody should come. Hyrkan starts to answer him. From the darkness on both sides of the path comes giggling. Shapes move in that darkness without hurrying because they know he is not going anywhere. Elsewhere at a shallow river, a cheerful new player is having a good day. He is level 11 and he calls himself the mighty reddish hair, white and silver knight armor polished to a shine. 2 strangers stumble toward him crying that their friend is hurt and begging him for help. Molty does not hesitate. He digs out his healing potions and hands them over, pleased to be the one who showed up. One of the strangers tells him he is the one who walked right into their trap. The blade goes in through his back with a wet crack. A system window reads that player Molty has died. His warwatch and his headphones spin off into the water while his body drops. A banner falls over the killers as they stand up, naming them the Ralph family, an infamous PK gang. They laugh about it, wipe their hands, and go looking for their next sucker. Sometime later, in the woods below Mount Bima, the man in the rabbit ears is farming wolves. Skelly does the work, carving through ancient wolves while its blue eye sockets glow through the dust. Hyrkan congratulates himself on choosing stats over looks and admits he would still like to get rid of this outfit. An arrow cracks off Skelly's skull and stops the conversation. 3 men come out of the trees apologizing. A bearded, dark-skinned archer with fur straps across a bare chest. A thin gray-haired man in a white robe smiling and bowing. A hooded kid with orange hair hanging back behind both of them. They swear it was an accident, that they mistook the skeleton for a monster, that they are so very sorry. As compensation they offer him a potion, and the bottle they hold out still has blood dried on it. Our hero recognizes the play immediately and says nothing. He asks for a mana potion instead. They do not have one, so they offer something better. They will weaken a monster for him and let him take the last hit. What they actually do is cast an attack buff on that monster and turn it loose on him. It is the same script they ran on Molty, line for line, only faster. They are still congratulating each other when they notice the monster is already dead. Skelly killed it before the buff finished glowing. The 3 of them stare at the skeleton and ask each other how a starter summon moves like that. So they escalate. The plan is to pull several packs at once and let the bearded one cave in the summoner's head with a spiked mace. The mobs come. The mace comes. Hyrkan steps aside like a man avoiding a puddle. Skelly's blade opens the bearded man from hip to shoulder in one spray. The other 2 get out half a sentence about holding on and talking this over. Skelly cuts through both of them mid-word and sends them flying with their arms still up. Our boy stands over the 3 bodies with the skeleton beside him. He tells them what they are and he does not raise his voice. He says they are the type who gain people's trust just to stab them in the back. He adds that they loot the body dry afterward and that he knows scum like this too well. Then he says the part that costs him something. The old him would have fallen for it. One of them is still moving. He begs from under Hyrkan's boot, offering up every item in his inventory, promising anything at all. Hyrkan tells him too bad and finishes him where he lies. He thinks flatly that he does not trust people anymore. System window reads that player Ralph has died, and that 8 unclaimed war watches have been dropped. 8 watches in the grass from a gang of 3, which says plenty about how long they had been working this forest. He gathers all of it up. He figures he might as well put the gear to use and that the first purchase is finally some decent clothes. Skelly interrupts that thought with a whack to the back of his head. The cracked skull grins in close-up while the rabbit ears wobble. They walk it off through the trees afterward, the summoner and the skeleton bickering the whole way. Our hero muses out loud that appearances do not even matter inside a game. What counts, he decides, is what a person has on the inside. Then he gets to the part he actually cares about, which is the money. He explains how the Warwatch trade works in Warlord. Selling off a defeated player's Warwatch forces that player's inventory to drop items at random. Rare gear with stat bonuses falls out of it and gold falls out of it too. 8 watches taken off 3 men turn into a haul he can barely believe. A pair of black goblin pants, an ancient essence sword, a skill book called Demonic Curse, and a stack of gold sitting under all of it. He calls it a lottery win in those exact terms. Thanks to those suckers, he says, he got this far faster than expected. That same morning he could not afford a single set of leather armor. He is still wearing the pink and yellow rabbit ears while he counts it. He goes through the pile item by item, reading each name out to nobody. Then he starts talking about cameras. He tells Skelly he's going to start recording his gameplay soon. Something like that, he says, needs the right style to work. He decides the guild he builds this time around will be called Hahoe Mask. Every member will wear a traditional Hahoe mask, faces hidden behind painted wood. He says it the way a man says a name he has already tested in his head. Then he vows that he refuses to let anyone take what is his ever again. This, he says, is where that begins. His cape snaps behind him and his eyes flare red in close-up. Sometime later, the two of them step through a portal on Mount Bima. A system window names the place the Cave Dungeon of Mount Bima. He remembers this cave from his past life as a blue werewolf spawn. His new gear should chew through blue werewolves without much trouble at all. Then nothing spawns. Hours go by in the dark with an empty cave and a bored skeleton. Skelly starts poking at things it probably should not be poking at. Something gives way under it and a hidden dungeon opens up in front of them. A system window calls the place an instance dungeon named the Stage. The same window warns that instance content runs harder than the cave outside. It also tells him the rewards pay out double. Double on a posting nobody wanted is a number he cannot walk away from. And it tells him the way out stays locked until he clears it or dies. Dying in there costs him 2 days of login time he cannot spare. He weighs 2 lost days against double rewards for about 1 panel, then he walks in. The stage turns out to be a coliseum. Stone tiers climb the walls around a wide open floor. The two of them look very small standing in the middle of it. Heavy footsteps start coming through the dust from somewhere past the far wall. A system name card announces a corrupted werewolf level question mark. The thing is enormous, purple-furred, with red eyes and a red brand burned into its forehead. Blood is already dried around its jaws before the fight even begins. It hits him once and puts him straight through the rubble. He climbs back out of the stone laughing about it. A corrupted monster, he reasons, is almost certainly main quest material. That prospect is worth more to him than the damage is costing him. He calls his skeleton in and the two of them go at it together. He finally gets to use the skill book he pulled off the gang in the woods. A system window confirms that Demonic Curse lands for the first time. The werewolf stats drop 10% across the board. It is the first real return he has seen on that jackpot. Then the boss enrages. Another system message nullifies every status effect on the monster at once. His 10% evaporates and the werewolf comes back at him harder. Our hero smirks and says he was going to save this one for later. He slots a glowing device into his gear. Blue energy erupts around him in a column and swallows the whole panel. A system window explains what he just triggered. Warlord calls the feature Sloton. It channels raw energy directly into a player's body and reshapes it. The form it produces is never the same twice and cannot be predicted in advance. Players have their own name for that state and they call it Rampage Mode. What steps out of the blue fire is hooded, masked, and holding 2 blades. A cyan visor glows where his face used to be. He grins behind it and beckons the werewolf forward, telling the beast to bring it. The beast answers with a roar and crosses the arena in a single leap. The fight runs the full length of the Colosseum and back again. He is faster in this form and the werewolf cannot keep the range closed. He taunts mid-swing that this is what makes the game fun. The sentence never gets to finish. The werewolf smashes him into a wall and he groans out of the crater. Rampage Mode does not make him invincible, only harder to put down. He shouts across the arena to his skeleton. Skelly fires back that its summoner might be forgetting something himself. Our hero yells for the move the two of them practiced. They come at the werewolf from opposite sides at the same instant. The blades cross at the center in a spray of blood. The werewolf comes apart between them and drops where it stands. A toast reads that he has slain the werewolf. The aftermath plays out quietly in the cave of Mount Bima. The job he took off the board listed a reward of 10 gold. 10 gold was the entire reason nobody else in Figgis Castle wanted that posting. The actual drops tell a very different story. A system window reads that he has obtained 20,865 gold. Another window hands him a werewolf skull. Another hands him a werewolf skin, then a fourth puts a glowing purple pendant up on the screen. It is the necklace of the corrupt tracker tagged as a chronicle unique. All stats plus 18 bound to the user untradeable. He complains immediately that he cannot sell it. Then he admits what the tag actually means. A chronicle unique sits a full tier above an ordinary unique item. 10 gold listed on the quest board, 20,000 and change in his pocket. The worst job on the board in Figgis Castle, just paid better than anything else on it. 3 titles land on him at once. The one that stops him cold reads Corrupt Tracker followed by 3 question marks. He knows that title from somewhere and it takes him a second to place it. It is the opening title of Warlord's main quest line, The Corrupt Count. In his past life he barely squeezed his way into that quest line and only much later. Now it is sitting on his status window while he is still level 15. He screams that he has hit a jackpot, then he logs out. Elsewhere, a man in full plate armor is running a live stream. His helmet is closed, the visor lines glow blue and his face never appears once. A breaking news banner sits across the top of the broadcast. He announces that the Hydra Guild has officially entered the final stage of the Corrupt Count scenario. They intend to clear the entire thing within 3 months. He says it into the camera like a man reading a schedule he has already won. Somewhere on the other side of that stream, one viewer takes the news badly. He wails at his monitor that there is nothing left for him to grab. A comedic trickle of blood runs out of his nose while he says it. Then he remembers what is sitting on his own hard drive. He was in the Mount Bima cave earlier that day with his recorder running. He has the entire solo clear on file, boss and all. If he uploads his own footage of a corrupt count monster, he reasons it goes viral. Boom, he says, to an empty room. He needs it cut and posted to WTube as fast as humanly possible. He decides only one person will do, the legendary editor from his past life. The editing request travels out and lands on a phone across town. The notification reads Warlord Dungeon Raid level 15. The phone belongs to a freelance video editor named Romney. A name card gives her trade and her nickname, which is Hell's Loudmouth. Long pink hair, big round glasses, pink headphones sitting around her neck. She scoffs at the level 15 tag before she opens anything at all. Then she watches the footage. Her whole face changes on the panel, and she calls the raider her muse. The upload goes out and it reaches an office nobody in that cave would expect. A suited aide crosses a dark room high above a lit city skyline. He is middle-aged, hair combed back, glasses on, a tablet in his hand. He stops behind a woman standing at the window in a red robe. He tells her a new video about the corrupt count has just gone up. He tells her the thing is interesting. A level 15, he says, took down a corrupt werewolf solo. She says she likes it. She says she wants it. She tells him to bring it to her. A name card puts her name on the page under the close-up. Xiaolion Che, heiress of Thunder Enterprises, the #1 business conglomerate in the country. Then the art cuts to her avatar standing inside Warlord. Long black hair, a high-collared white and blue uniform, a lightning pin at the throat. The second name card reads Thunder Queen Sill. Back in the real world, our hero sits at his desk staring at a view counter. The solo dungeon clear he uploaded has already pulled 6,000 views. He remembers that in his past life a number like that took him months. The editor who first reached out to him, Romney, pings his chat asking when the next upload lands. He has nothing filmed and no idea what to shoot next. In a cap and a plain white shirt, he settles it fast. He will go farm another boss on the level of that corrupt werewolf years before anyone else touches one. He puts the phone down and logs back into Warlord. Meanwhile, inside the game, a blonde man in red and gold spiked armor is watching that same footage. He replays the skeleton and says the thing moves on a completely different level from any other necromancer's summon. Matador Shev leads the Red Bulls and he sits ranked 9th in all of Warlord. Something about the hooded player feels familiar to him and he cannot place it. A red-haired woman in a dark purple gown leans in beside him. Yell jokes that she would love to duel this Hahoe mask herself one day. Shev hurries her along because more than 200,000 people bought tickets to watch what comes next. He turns and orders all units to prepare for battle. The Red Bulls pour into a new dungeon behind him. Back in the beginner village, our boy is scowling at a quest board that has nothing worth his time. He walks into the Monster Hunting Association branch at Figgis Castle and drops a monster corpse on the counter. The elder behind the desk recognizes him at once. His name is Houghton, and he knows this is the adventurer who cleared the cave of Mount Bima alone. Houghton explains that the twisted werewolf he fought down there did not spawn that way naturally. Something warped it, and the association has a name for the thing responsible. They call it the Corrupt One, and there is a standing bounty on it. Our hero immediately begs for that bounty, no matter what it takes. Houghton tells him flatly that he is still far from ready for work like that. Instead, the old man takes out paper and writes him a sealed letter of recommendation. The letter is addressed to a mage named Ahimbri who lives up at Bant's castle. A system window opens the hidden quest Ahimbri's teachings and marks the road for him. The name lands on him like a jackpot because he knows exactly who Ahimbri is. Ahimbri is one of the 7 disciples of Grand Mage Bakken, a source of rare skill books. Every mage in Warlord would kill for the meeting, now folded in his pocket. Before he sets out, our hero detours into the forest to cash in what the cave paid him. He feeds the werewolf skull into his skeleton warrior, and the summon takes on werewolf traits. Then he clasps on the necklace of the corrupt tracker, and a system window reads all stats plus 18. With the necklace equipped, he can hold more than 1 summon at a time. He calls up 2 more skeletons and puts the 3 of them into a squad. The 3 immediately start shoving each other over rank and standing room. He tells the bickering trio to become friends and walks off down the road. Halfway into the trees, he wonders aloud what monsters spawn out this way. Sometime later, the answer is a forest bear, tagged level 25 by a system window. The thing stands taller than any of them, and its eyes glow red through the brush. The first skeleton charges straight up the middle and gets slapped into a tree. The second one charges the exact same way and gets slapped down beside it. Our hero shouts at them to attack from the blind spot instead. The third summon, the cloaked one he calls Skelly, finally reads the animal. It leaps, drops from above, and puts the bear down with one enormous crunch. The other 2 are still lying scattered in the dirt when the fight ends. He lectures the pile of bones about whether they even have brains in there. Crouching down, he scratches a diagram into the soil showing where a blind spot sits. He privately admits the necklace summons have 0 teamwork worth the name. Casting all 3 costs triple the mana for worse results than his old single skeleton. He tells them to get up anyway because it is hell training until they reach Bant's castle. Walking on, he grumbles that a necromancer was supposed to watch from the back while the summons worked. Instead, he is still on the front line. Shortly after, he reaches the Monster Hunting Association branch at Bant's castle. Other hunters spot him in the doorway and the whole room turns. A crowd swarms him demanding to know which quest he is running out here. A bald hunter in worn traveling clothes asks to party up with him. Our boy tells him to get lost without changing expression. Privately, he compares the crowd to a pack of hyenas circling a carcass. He shows the sealed letter to the guard on the stairs. The guard confirms the seal and waves him upstairs alone. Upstairs, he finds a cluttered room where books are stacked into towers and scattered over the floor. In the middle of the mess sits Ahimbri, dark hair combed back, goatee, round glasses. Ahimbri looks over the finished task and pays it out with 2 skill books. The first is Bone Armor. The second is Madness Helm. A system window announces that the quest Ahimbri's teachings is complete. The old mage intends to end the conversation there, and our hero refuses. He chases the man across the room, begging for one more shot at a bigger reward. Ahimbri smirks, and that smirk should have been a warning. He hands over a hidden quest called the Nest's Egg. The instruction is simple. Find the Nest's Egg. The reward line on the quest window reads none. Our boy checks the second entry, and that one reads none as well. He stands there with the awful feeling that he has just been scammed by an NPC. Sometime later, he walks a sunlit street in gear expensive enough that bystanders comment on it. Someone asks whether that armor is not absurdly costly for this zone. He keeps moving toward a tall tower at the end of the road, muttering that this must be the place. Then he stops because he knows this address from a life he has already lived. The tower at the end of the road is where his old guild Hahoe mask kept its hall. Behind him, without a word, an armored figure looms into the frame. The armor is white and silver, long dark hair spills out of the helm, and the eyes behind the visor glow green. Sometime later, he is back on the road with that same worthless quest still open in front of him. That is when a mob of thugs piles onto him in the open street. One of them shouts that this guy has a quest and the rest grab for him. Green magic bursts out of him and blows the whole group backward off their feet. Before he can finish them, the armored figure from the tower steps into the middle of it, white and silver plate, green light behind the visor. The knight orders the thugs to move, and they move. Then he turns and politely asks whether the man in the hood could spare him a moment somewhere quiet. He addresses him as Mr. Hahoe Mask. In a side street, the knight switches on a glowing device at his belt so they can talk privately. He takes the helmet off, showing dark hair and glasses over a gray high-collared suit. Point blank, he asks whether this player is the Hahoe Mask. Our boy plays dumb, gives him the finger, and offers a duel with his account on the line. The ranker lets it go, muttering about losers picking fights for no reason. He leaves with a cloaked companion who has been waiting in the shadows. Alone with his partner, the bespectacled ranker calls the necromancer no real threat. He explains that during their handshake the man offered him his left hand, the one wearing the war watch. A true veteran would never hand that arm to a stranger, so the kid clearly does not know the danger. What he misses is that the kid dodged the test on purpose. The two of them agree they do not actually care who Hahoe Mask is. What matters to their group is that the nest's egg is the main quest itself. They debate whether to keep a watch on the NPC Ahembry, then leave. Watching them go, our hero works out what happened. Those men saw the guide he uploaded, the one sitting at 6,000 views. He decides on the spot that he has to stop uploading videos to avoid getting tracked. Elsewhere, a woman in a black blazer is briefing her guild leader on a new batch of recruits. Xiaoyun Che looks over the test results and calls the whole thing garbage. Then her secretary Suji Park brings up the other matter. Suji reports that the Hahoe Mask player never responded to their offer. Since the silence held, they are assuming he joined another guild instead. Xiaoyun repeats the words another guild very slowly, and the temperature in the office drops. Back in the field, our boy returns to Lizard Swamp with Skelly at his side. He reasons the target out as he walks. The quest came from Ahembry's post at Bance Castle, so the nest belongs to something local. An egg means a bird, a reptile, or an insect, and this swamp is crawling with reptiles. Before the hunt, he wants a test run on the skills the old mage paid him with. He points at his summon and calls out Helm on. The skeleton's skull ignites red and a pair of glowing horns sprout out of it. A system note adds a detail he reads a beat too late. There is a random chance the summon goes berserk. The horned skeleton turns on him and swings, and he blocks it with a sword wrapped in blue energy. The impact rings out and he shoves the thing back into the mud. Confused, he asks whether his skills got scammed too on top of the quest. At that moment, a pack of lizardmen breaks out of the swamp water around them. The system tags them at level 30, green-scaled, red-eyed, spines running down their backs. Our hero grins and calls them his little experimenters. He opens the new equipment windows and reads them out as he goes. Madness Helm increases summon stats, current boost 1.2 times. Bone armor lists its currently available parts as the chest plate. He kits the squad out and turns them loose on the pack. The skeleton warriors tear through the lizards without him lifting his sword. A system toast confirms that his skeleton warriors have slain 3 lizardmen for 864 experience. 2 more toasts stack on top of it, announcing level up twice over. He tells the bones this is amazing. Then he lays out the plan for the coming days. They will grind at full power for the next week while they search for the nest's egg. Neither he nor the skeletons notice the black-haired woman crouched in the reeds watching them. Her name is Ilia, and in her own head she is an absolute goddess. She narrates herself standing over an adoring crowd that worships her as a queen. In practice, her method is a lot smaller than that. She fakes an injury, plays the damsel in distress, and waits for loyal little minions to come running. A red-haired player promised to carry her across the map and died to a monster almost instantly. That left her stranded in a swamp she cannot cross, hunting for a good succor. Then a necromancer with 3 armed skeletons walks past her hiding spot. She drops into the mud, clutches her leg, and starts crying on cue. Our boy walks straight past her without slowing down. She sits there stunned that he is just leaving. She scrambles after him and corners him, calling him Mr. Necromancer. He agrees with visible reluctance to send a summon after the sword she claims she dropped in the water. His one condition is that she leaves afterward. A small flash cuts through his head, captioned as unwanted memories of his past. He decides it is better to get rid of her fast. He points at his summon and gives the order, Skelly, fetch. The instant the skeleton turns its back, Ilia's narration changes tone completely. A necromancer is nothing without his summons. She lunges at his spine, screaming at him to die. He slips the blade, tells her she is too slow, and throws her into the swamp. Sputtering in the water, she threatens him with a personal guard she supposedly commands. He laughs and tells her to look behind her. The lizard men are already in the water, and her scream ends the panel. Our hero shrugs the whole thing off, saying he saw through her cheap tricks from the start. For half a second he admits he has had his fair share of betrayals. Then a system toast reads that player Ilia has died and it credits the kill to him. He did not land a single blow. He walks off laughing with his skeletons, who are now wearing little heart-print bandanas. He tells anyone listening that the squad is practicing its seduction skills. Sometime later, that joke has a body count attached to it. In a misty forest, our boy stands over a beaten player with a sword pressed to his bleeding face. The man gasps that he is supposed to avenge Queen Ilia's death. Our hero asks him why he would go this far for someone who gives him nothing back. He asks whether the man believes she will date him if he lands the revenge. A second attacker in glasses charges in, shouting that this, his friend, is love. The 3 skeletons cut that one down mid-swing. Standing over the body, our boy calls the whole business a load of crap. He thinks back on the nutjob who tried to work him with a damsel act. What he did not know at the time is that the personal guard was not a bluff. After he killed her, she knelt in front of real guards, weeping that she had merely asked for help. That is how a swamp scammer became Queen Ilia and how he became the man who hurt her. He also emptied her corpse before any of that started. System Windows had handed him an unclaimed war watch, 5,011 gold, goblin leather shoes, and a necklace of promise. The necklace came tagged as rare. One of the captured fanatics tells him the thing sells for 800,000 won, roughly $550. Our hero immediately tells his skeletons to forget everything he said because love is great and thanks them. The good mood does not last through the afternoon. He turns and taunts the crowd, announcing that he is the absolute garbage who hurt Queen Ilia. Then he sees how many of them there are and runs. One fanatic hits him with a skill captioned the power of love and it destroys one of his skeletons. He admits the math out loud. These men are higher level than him and there are far too many of them. He cannot take them head on. Cornered, he sprints into terrain he does not recognize and stops at the edge of black water. He notes that he has scoured this area for days without ever seeing a swamp this color. Then he smiles because he has a use for it. He orders his skeletons into a glittering dance number, captioned dance time, right on the bank. The mob charges the bait and wades in after them. A system window names what wakes up underneath. Dragon Lizard, level 40, boss monster of the lizard swamp. The thing erupts out of the water and starts eating the crowd. Two fanatics recognize it and scream the name in horror. Our boy reads it as proof that this water is the ground Ahimbri's quest points at. Then the second half of the realization lands on him. Ahimbri sent a level 20 scrub out here to fetch a dragon lizard's egg. That job normally takes a 20-player raid party of level 40s. He calls the old man a scamming liar and decides he has good teammates now anyway. He snaps his fingers and summons a line of skeletons wreathed in fire. They block the survivors' only exit and pen them in with the boss. He thanks the team and says he will never forget their sacrifice, then escapes. At the nest he rubs his hands together and announces it is time for some good old nest looting. The nest is empty. All that sits in it is a stone marked with a glowing purple rune, nothing egg-shaped about it. He decides that right or wrong he will take this and hope for the best. The dragon lizard's roar answers him from the trees. He grabs the stone and runs. A system window closes the job with the same line it opened with, find the nest's egg, reward none. Shortly after, in Misty Mountain Woods, several bloodied fighters lie face down in a dark pool. One of them coughs himself awake. Our hero walks up to a down player in a white bandana and glasses and greets him pleasantly. He remarks that Warlord is a messed up game full of strange people. Then he drives his sword through the man's face in a flash of light. He tells the body he has been going easy on them until now and that there will not be a next time. Not for him and not for that girl. Two more attackers are cut down behind him. Our boy thinks that if they come at him again after this, it is war. Walking away from the bodies, he places a call to the Bantz Guild. He reports a respawned dragon lizard sitting in Lizard Swamp. He offers to sell the exact coordinates for 100,000 gold. On the other end, the representative slowly realizes this is not a prank call. Back at Bantz Castle, a hooded figure sets a cracked, glowing egg on the desk of a book-buried NPC. Ahimbri picks it up and tells him what the thing actually is. It is the Stone of Corruption. Stones like it are always found near monsters that have mutated into something unusually violent. The old mage calls it a key item tied to the main quest. System Toast confirms the nest's egg is complete and grants the title Ahimbri's disciple. A second window opens Ahimbri's teachings, entry 2. Ahimbri admits without much shame that he was testing the boy's resolve. He asked whether this player is ready to stand against the corruption of this world. Our hero says his resolve is not in question at all. Then he learns that becoming a disciple requires him to kneel and beg for it out loud. He does it, addressing the man as the great archmage Ahimbri, and calls him a total scammer under his breath. Meanwhile, on the far side of the map, a black-haired man in full plate is finishing a paid raid. His party burns a fire-breathing boss down with masked magic until someone calls ceasefire. His teammates try to hand him a cash tip on top of the fee. He refuses it, saying he would rather stick to the rules and leaves them wondering who he even is. They call him Mr. Helper and nobody there knows his real name. Privately, he explains what he actually came for. He wanted to reach the Stone of Corruption before Hahoe Mask could. He assumed the Necromancer had failed since the swamp boss was still alive when he checked. His payment for the raid was every item in the dragon lizard's nest. He walks into that nest to collect and finds it stripped bare. Back in the real world, our boy wakes up in a good mood for once. He is on the main quest, he is ahead of the whole server and he's going to eat beef tonight. He boasts to nobody that his income this month came in unexpectedly high. Then he opens his banking app to admire the number. The Warlord deposit reads 1,200,144 won. His balance sits at 1,400,856 won. Rent takes 300,000 won off the top. Utilities take another 100,000. Then the loan payment lands for a full 1 million won, the first installment on the money he borrowed to buy the rig. The last line of the statement reads a balance of 856 won. The footnote under it converts that to about 60 cents. He sits there holding the phone. He complains that he does not even have enough to buy pickles, let alone beef. At that moment his phone buzzes with a text from Romney. She asks whether he is still alive and whether he is quitting WTube for good. He starts typing an honest answer that some shady people are tailing him so he cannot upload. Then he stops with the message half written and deletes it. He is broke, he is about to starve, and he decides he does not care what those men are doing. He tells himself to screw them and screw their tailing because he is going to live his life. He climbs back into the rig and logs into Warlord. A system window reads that he has entered the forest of the dead. Crows call over a graveyard swallowed in mist. His skeleton minions rise out of the ground around him, sockets burning, and he smirks into the dark. The mist never lifts off the graves, and our hero tells his skeleton party the place is creepy as ever. He calls the Forest of the Dead the best experience grind spot for his current level. He adds that the spooky atmosphere alone should rack up views on the footage he is filming. Then he announces that the squad has picked up a new friend tonight. A system window confirms a skeleton mage, hooded with purple light burning inside its eye sockets. Our boy explains that Ahimbri handed him the summoning spell while acting all generous about it. He calls the old archmage a scammy bastard because the god-tier skill guzzles mana he barely has. 3 robed mages drift along behind him, a blue gem brooch pinned at each bony collar. Shortly after, a reanimated corpse rattles upright and a name card labels it skeleton, level 33. The protagonist warns his party that undead mobs behave a little differently from everything they have been hunting. He never finishes the thought because the skeletons behind him are distracted and staring off into the fog. Annoyed, he snaps at them and asks what the matter is with all of them. He reminds them that they have a million things to do and orders them to move it. A tougher mob comes at him glowing red and he says normal attacks do not cut it. He equips a mage hammer marked rare carrying a strength bonus of 3. He narrates the method into his recording, telling the camera that the heads come off first. Only once the skull is gone does he go in for the actual kill. At that moment he announces the real goal of the session on camera. He says he is taking down 100 skeletons in 100 minutes for time attack video. His 3 mages gasp in unison and stare, and he asks what is with them today. Bone splinters across the graveyard as system windows stack up, each confirming another slain skeleton. Our hero credits the hammer for the pace, admitting he thought the new weapon would slow the squad down. Instead, the party has adjusted quick, and the counter keeps climbing through the night. Mid-thought, he tells himself he had better contact Romney first about the footage. Suddenly, the sentence dies in his mouth because something enormous steps out of the trees. A name card reads Skeleton Warrior, level 35, and our boy gasps that it is a random elite. He explains that this thing rarely ever spawns and its horned, crested helm scrapes the branches. He orders the party onto its weapon hand and the hammer breaks the fingers apart. Then he shouts at them to bust its kneecaps, and the giant folds forward onto the dirt. The kill toast has barely faded when he says there is still one more coming. The second elite rises wreathed in fire, its skull glowing purple and the clearing turns orange. That fight runs closer than the first, and the system confirms another slain skeleton warrior. Breathing hard, he admits he almost got death screened before he even landed a hit. Then he sniffs the burnt smell in the air and complains it is making him hungrier. He looks at the 2 corpses and wonders whether this will break 10,000 views on WTube. At that moment, a system window tells him the field boss has sensed the death of its underling. A second window follows, announcing that the field boss has located the intruder. A third takes over the screen as a warning that the field boss has awakened. A crowned skull rises above the tree line under a name card reading Golden Skeleton, level 40, boss monster. Blood splatter and fallen bodies litter the dirt behind it, left by everyone who came before. This is the field boss of the Forest of the Dead, the first magic-type boss the game ever introduced. It kills low-level players so reliably that people call it the newbie slayer. Our hero works out the trigger a second too late since slaughtering a pile of skeletons wakes it. He turns to his squad and starts giving the order to prepare themselves. The order never lands. A system window cuts across him and reports that his summons have vanished due to insufficient mana. All 4 skeletons dissolve into light, and the graveyard goes quiet except for the boss. The protagonist lets out a strangled shriek with a level 40 monster standing over him alone. Then he settles because in hindsight it makes sense to him. He tells himself there was no way he had a drop of mana left after all that grinding. Muttering that he has no choice, he burns what he has on his strongest summon. A skeleton guardian in a golden crown pulls itself up and our boy squares his own shoulders. He says that here he goes and he charges the crowned king head on. The boss chain's one-hit kill moves at him like they cost nothing at all. Our hero mutters that it is no wonder they call this thing the newbie slayer. He lands a strike, watches the reaction and realizes the boss cannot actually use magic. The observation comes back at him that the magic is tied to the hand instead. He decides on the spot to smash that hand to pieces. System windows keep interrupting the exchange, telling him the field boss stares into his soul. Another says the boss has seen through his intent, and another that it is gauging his strength. Out of nowhere, the golden skeleton unleashes a violent purple energy attack he does not recognize. It slams him into the ground hard enough to leave a crater around his body. Dazed, he wonders whether the boss always had that move in its list. He asks himself whether it got a balance fix the way they did with the Minotaur. Then he admits it has been years since he last fought this thing. With his army gone, our boy is fresh out of a game plan and improvising. He learns to read where the gold beams will land and he starts rolling clear of them. Dodging keeps him alive, but he finds no opening at all to strike back. Then the boss's massive hand closes around him and plucks him out of the air. He curses, and the other arm winds up another barrage while holding him there. He asks how many attack patterns this thing is allowed to have, and calls it freaking RNG hell. Then he grins inside its fist because being held still is exactly what he wanted. He activates a hidden skill, Unleash Curse, and Demonic Curse pours violet smoke over the boss. A system window reports that the target's stats have been reduced by 13%. He says he was racking his brain trying to force an opening. Then he says the boss handed him one on a silver platter instead. Blue flame gathers along his weapon and he drives the finishing blow up into the golden ribs. The golden skeleton lets out a dying roar and collapses across the graves. The system confirms the boss clear and reads that he has slain a golden skeleton. Double experience lands first, then a window granting him 97,963 gold. Another awards the title Skeleton Slayer, and a level up chimes over the wreckage. Our hero admits out loud that it was way too close for comfort. He says another 10 minutes of that fight and he might have failed it outright. His status screen reads Hyrkan, level 36, class Necromancer, 9 titles held. Strength sits at 109, stamina at 35, intelligence at 101, magic at 141. He celebrates jumping straight to level 36 with his fists in the air. Privately though, he decides his magic stat is not enough for what he is doing. He has too many spells to juggle now and his summons keep vanishing out from under him. He has already claimed every magic boosting title in the game and he cannot afford magic gear. He decides to send the footage to Romney, hit level 40 and figure the rest out later. Then our boy logs off joking that dinner tonight is beef ramen. Elsewhere, a pink-haired girl in round glasses sits at a desk lined with monitors. Plush toys and horror posters crowd the wall behind her while his clip plays. She comes out of her chair pumping her fists, shouting that he took down a higher-level monster solo. She adds that he did it without getting hit even once and calls that pure talent. She says the way his summons followed his commands looked like a freaking action movie. She scrubs back through the raw footage and decides it is already perfect as it is. She finishes the edit and starts typing the title across the frame. The words read that the man who commands the undead soloed everything like it was nothing. Then she grins, and the last line she types calls him the Emperor of Solo Play. The next morning our hero walks back into the Bance Castle branch of the Monster Hunting Association. He climbs to the bookline study and reports to Ahimbre, the old mage he now calls Master. He tells him he is back, and stronger, exactly the way he was told to be. Ahimbre looks him up and down and teases that he looks like he crawled out of a dumpster. A system window then tells him that Ahimbre's teachings, entry 2, is complete. The same window awards him a skill book called Skeletology, locked to the Necromancer class alone. The game explains that Skeletology raises every stat on his skeletal minions by 5%. It cuts the mana cost of summoning and maintaining them by 10%. On top of that, it hands him one extra skeleton slot. Then Ahimbre takes the Stone of Corruption out of his hands. Purple light floods the office as the old mage forges the stone into a ring. A system window names it the Ring of the Corrupt Tracker and tags it Chronicle Unique. The window reads class-related stats +2 and all stats +9. It adds that all stats climb to +21 when the ring is paired with the necklace of the Corrupt Tracker, which he already wears. The moment the ring changes hands, Ahimbre realizes what he just did. He mutters that an item like that is meant only for players at the very start of the main quest. Then he lunges for it. The two of them go around the desk and around the bookshelves, the old man grabbing at the ring. He gets out the door with it still on his finger, gloating that he could have simply killed the old man and taken it anyway. Before he goes, Ahimbre hands him a new lead. The association has lost contact with an agent named Miggy. He wants him to head to Tsuryu Castle and find out what happened. That night he sets up camp on the road and a message from Romney lights up his watch. She tells him his golden skeleton raid footage has blown up on the app WTube on his own channel Hahoe Mask. The view counter under the video reads 2.3 million. In his past life he never once put a number like that on anything he made. The comment section under it has turned into a wall. One viewer writes that a 20-minute video felt like 2 minutes. Someone has attached 50,001 to a comment calling him a freaking legend and asking to be added as a friend. Then a pop-up stacks all of it into one line. Total earnings 1,000,001, with a note underneath translating that to roughly $700. One comment sits apart from the rest. It is signed by the Thunder Hunters Guild recruitment manager, and it opens by addressing him as Mr. Hahoe Mask. The manager writes that he tried to reach him several times by direct message and never got an answer, so he is leaving a comment in public instead. To be direct, he says, the Thunder Hunters would like to formally offer him a recruitment proposal. He asks when our hero would be available to discuss the details. The refusal comes out instantly, out loud in an empty camp, that there is no way he is joining the Thunder Hunters. Then he stops and mutters that he has the strangest feeling he has said something like this before. The memory that comes back is in full color. It is his past life at a campfire with the guild he built and named Hahoe Mask. His guildmates are leaning in with news. They tell him the Thunder Queen wants him personally. They say Syl is some rich heiress, that the guild is so well funded that simply joining gets a member a 7-figure salary. They tell him he is cracked at this game and that he is the reason every comment under their raid videos is about one player. He answers them without looking up, saying he does not care about a 7-figure salary. He tells them plainly that he is not going to join that guild. He tells them he would rather stay right here with them. One of his guildmates flinches at that. The memory keeps running. A woman with long dark hair and a white and gold uniform walks up and tells him to join her. He says no, flat one word. Around him people repeat the guild name in disbelief, asking whether that is really Sialion Che's guild. In another fragment, a mob of Thunder Hunters chases his younger self down a street. Alone again at the fire, our boy asks himself whether that night was where everything started. Then he slaps himself hard across the face and gets up. He decides the money is not for gloating over, it is going straight back into getting stronger. He summons his skeletons on the road, and this time 5 of them come out of the ground using the new slot Skeletology gave him. He lines them up in the orange evening light and tells them the drilling starts now. He warns that anyone who falls behind gets the stick and the 5 nod along like soldiers. Then he sets off and within a minute they are far ahead of him and he is jogging behind them begging them to wait. Meanwhile, inside the Thunder Hunters Guild Hall, Syl sits perched on top of a colossal dragon skeleton. She tells her aide Hahoe that there is still no lead on the corrupted Count quest chain. She says losing the main quest to the Hydras would be a disgrace. Hahoe, hooded in blue and gold, reminds her that it is time for her meeting with the other big 30 guild leaders. She calls that a table full of nobodies blabbering nonsense. Then she goes anyway. Across the map, our hero marches his 5 skeletons toward Tsuryu Castle. In the real world, Jaehyun is still staring at the earnings screen. He thinks out loud that a viral hit made him a small fortune overnight. He starts listing all the fancy food that money could buy him. Then he gets up, goes out, and does something else with it. He tears the loan shark's contract to pieces over the man's desk. Bills scatter through the air as he shouts about tearing up a contract and announces that there is no more loan shark debt. The 10 million one that has been sitting on his chest since he bought the rig is gone. Then he spends everything that is left on rare skill books. When he logs back in, a system window on his interface reads balance 01. He shrugs at it and says he is broke as hell and that it is time to test out the new skills. The first one is a passive called skin stitching. The game explains that it grafts monster parts directly onto his skin for defense. He tries it with a skeleton warrior's horn blue lightning crawling over his arms as the piece fuses in. A system window credits him defense +5. The second is Curse of Sloth, a slowing curse, and he tests it on his own skeletons, which start moving like they are underwater. The third toast is partly unreadable, the skill name blacked out in the window. He says it was the hardest skill in the game to get and the one he wanted the most. He calls out for a golem and the ground tears open. A slab of stone the size of a house pulls itself upright behind him, dwarfing him and all 5 skeletons. He activates something he calls copy mode, which links the golem's movements to his own. On paper that means his own speed inside a body with that much bulk. In practice the golem raises one arm several seconds after he does. He stands there watching it move and starts screaming about the freaking RNG hellscape this game is. Meanwhile, 4 figures light up as blue holograms inside a dark hall. A name card under the first reads Nurgle, Guildmaster of Ares. The second is Matador Shev, Guildmaster of Red Bulls, blonde and unshaven in the same red floral shirt. The third is Burke of Big Smile. The fourth card reads Thunder Queen Syl, Guildmaster of Thunder Hunters. Someone remarks that 29 guilds were invited to this meeting, and 4 of them showed up. Then one of them puts the reason on the table. Hydra has uncovered the true identity of the corrupt count. Hydra intends to run the final raid within the month. Behind the words, a 3-headed dragon looms over a blood-splattered globe. One guildmaster starts ranting about what that costs everyone else. He talks about ad revenue, about sponsorships, about contents, and he does not get to finish. Syl cuts him off and tells him to quit whining and crawl back into his hole because he is making her nauseous. He growls back and asks whether she's trying to pick a fight with him. A third guildmaster tells both of them to relax because nobody came here to fight. Then the guildmaster with green eyes proposes the thing they all came for. The 4 guilds will avoid physical conflict with one another and share every scrap of intel on the corrupt count. That holds until the corrupt count arc is finished and not 1 day longer. All 4 agree and the holograms wink out. Alone afterward, Syl stands under the shower with her head down. She calls herself pathetic for having to team up with rivals. She says it is all because she could not handle the first boss of the main quest. Later in a robe, she picks up the phone and gives her guild an order. They are to monitor Hydra's every move without a gap. She tells them they are taking the corrupt count no matter what. Back with our hero at the Tsuryu Castle branch of the Monster Hunting Association, a hooded official is holding a map. He tells him that Bovver Forest is swarming with level 70 monsters. Then he tells him to go there. Our boy balks and says it is a deadly zone and that he will be slaughtered the second he steps in. The official calls him the disciple of Master Ahimbri and threatens to revoke his corrupt tracker title if he refuses. That leaves our hero standing there with his mouth open. A system quest window opens, titled Find Miggy. It tasks him with tracking down the missing agent who is investigating the Stone of Corruption. The reward line reads 500 gold plus bonus rewards. Under it, a warning states that the corrupt tracker title will be lost if the quest is not finished within 29 days, 9 hours, and 33 minutes. He panics quietly. Every overleveled quest he clears seems to earn him a harder one, and the title he is being threatened with is the one thing keeping him inside the main quest at all. Sitting on a bench in town, he overhears 2 players talking behind him. They say Hydra is close to clearing the main quest, which would make Hydra the #1 guild in Warlord. They say the rest of the Big 30 cannot even get a clue. If the corrupt count dies, he never has to walk into Bovver Forest at all. He grins in the dark and powers up the glowing blue device on his wrist. Elsewhere on a cliff overlooking the corrupt count's castle, Nadal, Hydra's 8th in command, watches through binoculars. Beside him crouches a masked companion and they talk about the loot inside and where a clean kill would put their guild in the rankings. Out of nowhere, a hand grabs him from behind and he nearly goes off the cliff. It is Kim's of Red Bulls laughing at his own scare. They compare notes and find the same detail in every story. An anonymous tip handed the corrupt count's location to several guilds at once. Meanwhile, Chev watches the same cliff remotely with a red-haired ally. He wonders aloud whether somebody on the inside finally got fed up. Then he tells Kims to back off. He is not putting his people at that castle while Hydra's full firepower is likely sitting on it. Suddenly, Kims is thrown off his feet. A Thunder Hunter's officer drops in on a gust of wind, blonde, cat-eared, and holding a greatsword. She tells him to spill everything or it is his head. Monsters pour in around them and the cliff turns into a brawl. Back with our boy, he checks the trail behind his own leaked messages and the search returns no results found. A system window then lays out how Warlord's main quest is built. The quest runs in arcs and each arc closes when its boss falls. Every subquest hanging off that arc auto-cancels the moment the corrupt count is defeated. That is the whole plan printed by the game itself. He is the anonymous tip. He fed the count's identity to the biggest guilds in the world so they would kill the boss and clear his own impossible quest for free. At that moment, a notification tells him the Hydra Guild official channel has started a live stream. An armored spokesperson with a glowing blue chest emblem greets the viewers under a live banner marked Urgent Announcement. He announces that Hydra is the first in Warlord to uncover the identity of the corrupt count. He announces that the guild is now going to initiate the final raid. Our hero stops moving entirely. Then the man in the ornate silver helmet gives the date. Under his breath, our boy is begging for it to be this month. The long-awaited raid, the spokesperson says, will take place 3 days from now. His hooded avatar jolts among his skeletons in front of a glowing blue altar. Alone afterward, he smirks at the sky. 3 days is a little earlier than he expected, and it is no big deal. Then he laughs at himself for pretending. 3 days, he says, is perfect. Sometime later, his golem is trading punches with a bear in open country while 2 hooded strangers watch from the tree line. Perched in a tree above the fight, he says the quiet part to himself. Not that he is worried about them because it is Hydra. Once the main quest ends, so do his problems. 3 days from now, he says, it will be hello, happy life. Then a blood-red system screen fills the frame. It reads, fail, all members of Hydra Guild have died. In the real world, Jae-hyun stares at it with his black hair falling into his eyes, then punches the desk. He shouts that if they were going to move up the schedule, they could at least have brought a plan. He asks what the point of rushing in was if the whole guild got wiped inside an hour. Shortly after, a second notification tells him that Red Bulls has started a live broadcast. He recognizes the name at once and says out loud that this is Matador Shev's guild. On camera, Shev is rallying his raiders. He admits they are low on information, their supplies are limited, and their odds of winning are slim, and yet he says Red Bulls will take on this challenge. Then he introduces his raid partner for the run, the Thunder Queen herself, Sil. Seolyeon Chae walks into frame in full battle armor, and even Shev says her name out loud in surprise. In front of the stream, Jae-hyun freezes. A flashback fills in how that happened. Seolyeon walked into Shev's camp with Hahoe and Haechi behind her and sat down at his fire. She told him she already knew that some of the big 30 guilds had received intel on the corrupt count. She told him that once they all came rushing into the count's castle like clueless sheep, it was not hard to piece the rest together. Then she made her offer, they team up just for the corrupt count raid and nothing beyond it. She promised she would make sure Red Bulls got the first kill. Back in the present raid, Shev and Seolyeon cut a road through the hordes inside the castle. A boss card names the corrupt count the final boss of the main quest's first arc, red magic gathering in his clawed hand. His minions roar and swarm the raid party. He sneers that they are not bad for a bunch of lowborns. Then he promises to crush their pathetic will under his boot. Seolyeon goes in for the decisive stab and starts to say that this is where she ends it. He catches her mid-strike. She hangs there in his tentacled grip, wounded and bleeding, her sword still out in front of her. Then she gets her feet back under her and lands the finishing blow. A cyan system window announces that the Red Bulls and Thunder Hunters Guild Alliance have defeated the corrupt count. She stands over the body while the castle burns behind her. In the real world, our boy repeats it back at the screen as a question. Seolyeon cleared the corrupt count. He says whatever, it does not matter. Then his hand closes into a fist on the desk. He tells the empty room that he was going to hand the count over anyway and that it does not change who landed the final blow. He tells her through a screen she cannot hear that the count will be the last meal she ever enjoys. The frame splits diagonally between her face and his. He finishes the thought without saying it out loud. He is the one who wins. Sometime later, a hooded figure walks into a red-lit clearing with a line of skeletons behind him. For the first time, he says the whole of it out loud with nobody around to hear it. He names his dream in 2 pieces. The first piece is to become the strongest player in the game. The second piece is to take revenge on the bastards who screwed him over. His skeletons fan out around him as he keeps walking forward. A caption then pulls the story back a few hours. Our boy stands with his skeleton squad at a red-barred field marked entrance to Volca's mountains. A system caption explains that this area stays sealed off until certain conditions are met. He smiles at the barrier and says this field is where the second arc of the main quest actually begins. Clearing the first arc, the one that ended with the corrupt count, automatically unlocks the next one. The bars part for him. A system window awards him the title first to step on Volca's mountains, all stats +2, class-related stats +1. Suddenly, a herd of red-eyed boars breaks out of the brush around the entrance. A monster card names them Wild Boar, level 60, highly aggressive, and notes that they travel in large herds. He shouts for his skeletons to go Helm on. The order does not save them. A system window tells him that his skeleton warriors have taken critical damage and have been destroyed. The whole squad goes down in a single pass of tusks. Alone now, our hero casts Curse of Sloth over the herd and the boars slow to a crawl. He steps in to finish them by hand. At that moment, a small armored shape in the branches drops a banana peel onto the ground in front of him. He plants a foot on it and goes down face first, the peel landing on his head. A monster card names the culprit Armored Monkey, level 50, a mischievous monster that likes to mock humans. It sits above him with a banana in one hand, jeering while he eats dirt. The curse burns off ahead of schedule and the whole herd comes unstuck at once. He answers with everything he has left. A wall of blue energy leaves his hands and wipes out the entire wild boar pack in a single strike. The clearing goes white, then quiet. He stays on his knees in the wreckage, breathing hard and completely drained. A bearded stranger in a dark ranger coat walks up out of the trees and asks whether he is hurt. Meanwhile, in Tsuryu Castle, 2 passers-by stop to stare at a man crossing the plaza. He's a ranker in glasses wearing a white and silver plate set they identify as full white mamba. One of them says that gear sells for whatever price the seller feels like naming. The other admits he does not recognize the face under it, which for a set like that is strange. A hooded woman lands beside the ranker and waits for him to speak. He tells her that the guilds who received the anonymous tip about the corrupt count's true identity are still totally clueless. He runs through the possibilities out loud and dismisses the rookie streamer everyone is talking about, the one called Hahoe Mask. He argues the kid is far too young to be behind corruption on this scale. Then his voice drops. He swears that whoever is throwing the entire world out of balance is going to pay for it. He splits the next job between them. He tracks the culprit himself and she handles recruiting helpers out of the Sweepers Guild. Back in the Volca's mountains, our boy looks up at the bearded man and recognizes him instantly. He thinks the name Mong and marks him as the key figure for the second arc of the main quest. He runs the man's history in his head. Mong was once the sword master of the Crown Prince himself. A scandal cost him that post and dropped him here, as ranger chief of a mountain range nobody visits. Mong starts into the usual careful questions and gets nowhere. Our hero cuts straight through the script. He tells Mong flatly that the corrupt count is dead. Then he recites the keywords needed to open the second arc before Mong can offer them. The old ranger stares at him with no reaction left to give. He drinks from his mug and gathers himself. He admits he has been tracking corrupted monsters through these mountains for a while now. He asks the stranger in the hood for help with the investigation. Our boy accepts on the spot. Two system windows land together. The first grants the title first to meet a Volca's ranger. The second grants the title initiator all stats plus 14. A quest window opens under them reading Volca's ranger Mong's request, entry 1 defeat monsters appearing in the Volca's mountains, progress 1 of 50. The listed reward is 500 gold in Mong's trust. He looks over the numbers and looks satisfied. Then he spots something in the branches at the edge of the clearing. The same armored monkey is still there, still holding its banana, still watching him. He cracks his knuckles slowly. He says it is time to teach that monkey a lesson. Shortly after, an armored ape drops out of a tree onto a hooded player below. He catches the thing midair by the throat without turning around. He greets it, calls it monkey, asks whether it has any last words and finishes it in one motion. The hunt is on properly now. The next one does not go so smoothly. Our hero chases a second armored monkey through the trees and complains that the thing is annoying as hell. It banks off trunks, cuts angles, and refuses to hold still. He admits out loud that he cannot even land a hit on it. When he finally lands a decisive slash, the body drops a dagger at his feet. He looks at it for half a second and calls it what it is, a decoy. The blast goes off anyway, a huge hidden charge that shakes the whole grove, and the real monkey dies inside it. A system window awards him the title first to hunt an armored monkey. He picks a glowing stone out of the remains and turns it over in his fingers. He says it is time to start the real armored monkey hunt. Meanwhile, at a press event under stage lights, an announcer walks two guild leaders out in front of the cameras. He introduces Mr. Shev of the Red Bulls and Miss Sill of the Thunder Hunters as the first players to bring down the Arc boss. A reporter asks the Thunder Queen for a word. She smiles for the lenses and says they just got lucky this time. She adds that she will keep working hard to deliver even better results. The room eats it up. Walking off the stage with her companion, her face changes completely. She admits privately that if they had not teamed up with the Red Bulls, the raid would have failed. She does not enjoy saying it. Her jaw sets and she thinks that she needs someone like him. She turns and tells Hahoe to contact Heichi. Hahoe pulls a face and asks what she could possibly want with that doofus. Sill only answers that she has a new prey to hunt. Back in the mountains, a system-style aside explains how monster gems work in Warlord. A gem grants crafting bonuses that match the traits of the monster it came from. The examples on screen read Green Goblin's gem, Dexterity +1, and Werewolf's gem, Attack +2. Our boy sets his skeleton squad on the armored monkey population and grinds for 9 straight hours. Bodies pile up across the slope. Not one gem drops. He counts the kills again and starts to unravel, asking how he can have killed this many and still have nothing. By the end of it, he is flat on his back in the grass with his skeleton standing around him. An armored stranger walks into frame and looms over him. The stranger asks whether he is the Hahoe Mask. The man wears a full red and black plate set he calls Fire Lizard, horned helmet, cape, the whole silhouette. Across his back is a glowing orange blade he refers to as the Orc Hero's sword. He strikes a pose, names himself Quixote, and publicly challenges Hahoe Mask to a duel. He boasts that he is the biggest star on WTube right now. He says beating this masked nobody will make him famous overnight. Our hero looks him up and down and calls him just another wannabe with a gimmick. He tells the man to get lost and goes back to lying in the grass. Quixote drops the pose and starts begging. He offers 5,000 gold just for the fight, win or lose. Everything in our boy's face changes at once. His eyes sparkle, his voice climbs into a customer service register, and he welcomes his valued customer. Elsewhere, a highlight reel plays up Quixote's heroic persona, the champion of justice adored by a crowd of fans. A fake title card slides in calling him the Emperor of Justice, then gets crossed out on screen. Inside Warlord, however, nobody knows who he is. He plants himself in a public square and starts to announce that he is Quixote, the champion of something, and the line dies mid-sentence. Two players behind him are talking over him about a new upload from Hahoe Mask. One of them says he subscribed to the channel the moment the video ended. Furious, Quixote takes off running and admits he was so mad he did not even notice where he was going. He comes over a ridge and spots a hooded player farming with a squad of skeletons in a hidden field below. He drops flat and whispers for himself to hold up. A plan assembles behind his eyes. If he records himself beating that man, every one of those fans becomes his own fan instead. He walks down and makes the offer official, promising 5,000 gold if Hahoe Mask wins. Then he starts taking off his armor. He strips down to his underwear to ensure a fair and honorable fight. Our boy asks how he is supposed to go all out against a dude in his undies. The question gets no answer. Quixote answers with his fists instead. He loads a punch with a skill named Booster and lands it clean, throwing our hero across the field. Our boy comes up out of the dirt, grabs a handful of it and throws it into the man's eyes. Then he explains himself while Quixote claws at his own face. He says dirty tactics do not exist when a man is fighting for his life. He tells him that is exactly why he loses. He cares more about his image than about the fight. He escalates from there. He opens skin stitching and feeds it an item called Armored Monkey Hide. A system window reads Combine. A monstrous purple silhouette unfolds off his own body, huge and horned and hunched over him. He tells Quixote that he started this and to hope he is ready for how it ends. Quixote takes one look and works out that a single hit from that thing kills him outright. He surrenders on the spot, screaming it through the purple blast. Standing over him and out of breath, our hero asks for the 5,000 gold. He mentions politely that Quixote probably does not want to be logged out for 2 days. Quixote does not just pay. He gushes. He tells the masked man he is crazy strong and calls it wonderful. Then he unslings the orc hero's sword and hands it over as a token of thanks. He describes it as plus 66 strength, plus 66 stamina and a 9% passive defense buff. The item card printed with the blade words that last line differently, saying it ignores 9% of monster defense. Either way, by Quixote's own estimate. The sword goes for at least 15,000 gold on the market. Then Quixote pushes his luck. He declares that the masked man is truly worthy of becoming family to Quixote. Our boy punches him in the face and orders the skeletons to get him. Dragged away by the ankles, the half-naked challenger shouts his full name at the sky. It is Don Quixote, spoken as Quixote. He swears he will come back worthy of that brotherhood. Alone with the new blade, our hero turns it in the light and quietly admits the man was kinda cool. He works out the practical consequence too. With this sword in hand, he has no reason left to hunt armored monkeys for their hide. The relief lasts about 1 panel. He says maybe he will hunt 10 more anyway because he has a feeling the gem will totally drop this time. His own skeletons take him by both arms and haul him off the field, while a caption notes that gambling addiction is a serious condition. Sometime later, our hero reports back to the ranger who hired him for the monster sweep. Mong reads the tally out loud from behind a shelf of dusty bottles. The list is long enough that he has to read it in 3 separate breaths. 950 armored monkeys, 104 tooth wolves, and 76 poison lizards. He tells our boy he has done very nicely. He adds that the investigation into the corrupted monsters is going much smoother because of him. The protagonist answers with a joke at the old man's expense, then mutters a flat little apology. The ranger spreads a map on the table and calls the next job extremely dangerous. Scouts have sighted a 4-meter bear warrior near one of the mountain peaks. He explains that the thing walks upright and is armed like a human soldier. He wants its gear because the equipment might identify the corrupt one behind all of this. Our boy leans over the map while the ranger marks the peak with a fingertip. The old man starts to suggest that he put a party together for this one. Our boy cuts the sentence in half and says no need, he already knows exactly how to beat that bear. Our hero tracks toward the peak with his skeleton squad trailing behind him. He mutters that the bear warrior should be somewhere around here and that he is getting close. Then he stops walking and opens the auction house on his wrist device. He announces it with the enthusiasm of a man about to ruin himself. He says out loud that it is time for him to burn some cash. He drops 37,896 gold on a full skull serpent set. The system window lists defense plus 70, magic plus 34 and stamina plus 34. The full set bonus cuts his mana cost by 10%. He spends another 17,593 gold on skill books. Corrosion Ghost, Blind, Muscle Overhaul, Fake Heart, Bone Bomb, and Harden all land in his inventory at once. 2 confirmations and more than 55,000 gold has left his account. Kitted out in new plate, he crows that this is what money finally feels like. His skeletons crowd around the shopping window and ask what they get out of it. He magnanimously tries to buy them gear too. The system answers with a small gray window reading insufficient funds. The shopping spree ends right there with the skeletons still empty-handed. He admits quietly that he might be a little short on money. The skeletons round on him with the energy of a mutiny, and a caption says they have gone rogue. So the whole group detours to hunt wild boars for quick gold before the bear. The detour is pure grind, boar after boar, and none of it looks glamorous. One skeleton drags out its kill for the fun of it and he snaps at it to finish the thing off. Just after another kill lands off panel, a voice behind him says, "Yo." 3 shirtless men are standing in the grass with their arms crossed. They inform our boy that this entire area belongs to the Apollo Guild. All 3 are bare-chested, strapped into harnesses and posing like a wrestling act. Then they introduce themselves in sequence and at full volume. The mighty Wang Jiang. Il Jiang, I Jiang, great brothers of the glorious Apollo Guild. Our hero cuts all 3 of them down with a single slash. He walks off with his skeletons complaining that more weirdos keep wasting his time. He wonders out loud where these freaks even come from. Behind him, one of the downed men presses a distress signal on his wristband. He swears the stranger will regret messing with their guild. Elsewhere, the signal reaches a room where something growls in the dark. A striped tiger face fills the panel while a hand heavy with rings strokes its fur. The voice asks whether the man really dared strike his people after hearing the name. In a throne room, a subordinate kneels before the figure his people address as Lord Apollo. The order is short and it does not include a price limit. Bring him here and spare no cost. A silhouette at the edge of the frame vows to make our boy pay for it. Back on the mountain, the squad reaches the bear warrior spawn ground. Our hero briefs his bickering skeletons like a man running a full raid team. The boss sits at level 70 and it fights across 3 separate phases. He tells them that killing it puts them way ahead of the big 30 guilds in the main quest. Right on cue, a system name card reads Bear Warrior level 70 as the ground shakes. He remarks that this is speaking of the devil or the bear. He taps his device and charges, declaring that this main quest is his. Elsewhere, a robed mage picks her way through the Vulca's mountains with a staff in her hand. She is grumbling about being sent out here at all. She says she left the moment that Armored Monkey video dropped. She complains that she is worth far more than chasing down some rookie in the woods. She asks nobody in particular whether she is supposed to force him if he refuses. Then she points out that forcing him would be kidnapping. A king wild boar at level 65 bursts out of the brush mid-sentence. She burns it to ash with a single flare and keeps walking. A closing caption names her as a mage of the Thunder Hunters Guild, currently ranked 5th in Warlord's mage rankings. Quietly, she asks Hahoe Mask to please show himself. The bear warrior towers over the whole squad, 4 meters of fur wrapped in soldier's plate. Gray armor covers its shoulders and chest, and its eyes burn red above the muzzle. Our hero remembers this thing from his past life where his old guild needed 6 attempts to put it down. He opens with his new passive muscle overhaul and immediately loses control of his own strength. The swing throws one of his skeleton warriors straight into the bear's path. A system window reports that his skeleton warrior has taken critical damage and been destroyed. He curses the skill, botches his landing on the bear's back and clings on anyway. On the way down, he tears one shoulder plate off its armor. From there, he stops improvising and fights like a necromancer. Bone Bomb creates a magic explosive that detonates against the bear's chest. He pours mana into the ground and restores his fallen skeleton warriors mid-fight. Then he raises a stone golem and thickens its body with harden so it can absorb the hits. Golem, skeletons, and a sword buried in the bear's side wear the boss down together. One stray blast from the golem nearly takes our boy's head off, and he demands to know if it is trying to kill him. The golem offers a single apologetic oops. The bear answers with a skill called Battle Cry that restores half of its health bar. At that point, he abandons strategy entirely and says that numbers always do the trick. Skeletons and magic go in together, and the bear warrior finally goes down. The loot windows stack up on screen one after another while he stands there catching his breath. He has slain a bear warrior. Experience is awarded. He has obtained 101,354 gold. Another window closes the job under the name Mong's Trial. Our hero celebrates soloing a boss that once cost his entire guild multiple wipes and tells himself he was not wrong. 2 of his own skeletons whisper to each other that the win was not fair and square. He snaps back that a proper raid party would have died there 6 times over. Meanwhile, at the Vulca's West Outpost Tavern, a woman in a blue and gold coat slumps over a table. She is the same mage who came up the mountain complaining about that armored monkey video. 2 drunk patrons laugh at the next table while she stares at nothing. Her name is Heichi, and she has spent days up here hunting for Hahoe Mask. Days of searching and she has nothing at all to hand in. She complains that she cannot find him anywhere. Because of the video he posted, the whole area is swarming with players, which makes the search harder. She dreads reporting back empty-handed to Miss Sil. Then Sil calls her directly and the hologram opens over the table. Instead of punishing her, Sil thanks her for the work. Sil even admits she might have pushed her too hard out there. Before Hahoe can ask to come home, Sil tells her she is sending Hahoe to help. The sentence is punctuated by an explosion tearing through the tavern wall. Thunder Princess Hahoe lands in the rubble with a name card confirming her guild. She has long light hair, cat ear-shaped clips and no interest in being here. She is furious about the assignment and snaps that now she is stuck out here too. A second card lists her nickname as Mad Dog and lists Hahoe under dislikes. Sil's order to the pair is 2 words long: work together. Sometime later, our hero stands on a cliff looking down at the town of Volkas growing below him. He tells himself he should hurry up and get to Mong. On the road, he is ambushed again by a pack of thugs with red markings on their foreheads. They scream at him to please spare them. He cuts them down anyway and walks out of it with blood spattered across his face. 2 thunder hunters are watching the whole thing from the tree line. Our boy recognizes exactly who they are before they open their mouths. One of them steps out and asks him point blank if he is Hahoe Mask. Captions formally introduce them both. Hahoe rank 2 of the Thunder Hunters, called the Thunder Princess and also Mad Dog. Hahoe rank 3, nicknamed Ballista, a mage who never misses once she locks onto a target. Our hero keeps his hood low and does the math on the 2 of them. He weighs their ranks against his own level and the comparison is not close. He would love to kill them both, but in his current state he does not stand a chance. He guesses they are here to recruit him rather than to fight, which buys him room, so he denies being Hahoe Mask at all. Hahoe calls him suspicious and points out that the man's channel has passed 20 million views between all of it. Then she calls him a liar to his face. He turns the whole thing around on her instead. He accuses her of wrecking an inn and killing people just because they look suspicious. Hahoe, thinking about the guild's reputation, forces her partner into an apology. The apology comes out insincere. Our boy mocks it and Hahoe punches him in the face. He takes the punch without flinching once. Then he calmly threatens to post a forum complaint about top guild members bullying a random player. Hahoe pays him 1,000 gold and bows to make it go away. The 2 of them leave bickering and Hahoe notes that his reaction was strange. She decides he is definitely suspicious. Sometime later, Mong settles up with our hero in a back room full of liquor bottles. A system window hands over a bear warrior's armor fragment as payment. Then the man slides a chest across the table, packed with hand-drawn treasure maps of the Volkas monster dens. He wants one more favor for it. Reports have come in about armored monsters in Perling Forest and he wants them checked. Our boy takes the deal but decides to grind level 75 demon goats at SRA Canyon first. He arrives at the canyon and finds Matador Chev already standing in it. The blonde is still in the red floral shirt he wore the first time they crossed paths. He greets our boy cheerfully like the 2 of them are old friends. Back at the palace, Hahoe and Hahoe report the failed manhunt to their leader. Sil hears the whole failure out and tells them to stop tracking Hahoe Mask entirely. She informs them that the Thunder Hunters are entering the main quest now instead. The pair leave relieved, and Sil stays behind on her couch with the interface glowing. Alone, she says she wants to see how long he can keep running. A demonic mountain goat at level 75 roars in a red-lit clearing and dies in one slash. Our boy and one of his skeletons stand over the corpse while the blood is still spreading. 2 system toasts fire back to back and announce that he has leveled up twice in a row. The counter settles at level 62, and he decides every free point goes into strength. His plan after that is simple: clear the last of these goats and move on to Perling Forest. Then a crowd on the canyon road spots him and starts shouting the name Hahoe Mask. Fans mob him with hearts in the air, hugging him and grabbing at the edge of his cloak. The reason is sitting on his own channel where his solo raid on the Bear Warrior went viral. That upload holds 3 million views and 1.2 million likes under the name Hahoe Mask. He cannot swing a sword anywhere in the open now without a dozen strangers filming him. So the protagonist gathers his skeletons and slips into SRA Canyon to get away from all of them. In the canyon, Chev greets him like an old friend from the beginner village and keeps talking. Chev explains that Red Bulls just claimed SRA Canyon as a base to push the main quest. Then he admits he has been hoping to run into Hahoe Mask somewhere on this mountain. He says it straight to the face of Hahoe Mask without a flicker of recognition. Our hero denies knowing anything about a player by that name and leaves the conversation fast. Walking away, he imagines the worst version of his own future in full color. In that imagined scene, Xiaoyun-che and Chev team up, take the main quest and kill him. He shakes the picture out of his head and calls it a nightmare he never asked for. Still, the math is the math, and there is no hunting ground this good anywhere nearby. Then he remembers the hand-drawn map Mong gave him and one mark on it sitting underwater. He wades into the canyon lake and a system timer gives him 20 seconds of oxygen. The counter burns down while he swims and the cave mouth appears with almost nothing left. He clears the entrance on the last second and surfaces inside a cavern lined with ice crystals. The game answers with 2 titles at once, Discoverer of Hidden Secret and Dungeon Explorer. Nobody has stood in this room before him, which is exactly what he wanted from that map. Deeper in the cave, a red flash spits out a small green slime onto the stone. He mocks it as a low-level mob and tells the skeletons not to waste a swing on it. The slime ignites instead, its whole body turning to fire, and an explainer names the type on screen. Spirit-type monsters are rare, and their drops are what crafters want for elemental gear. Hearing that the drop sells, he gleefully orders the entire squad to farm the thing for gold. The skeletons swing, and the noise pulls something much larger out of the dark behind them. A name card reads Salamander, level 70, fire-type, mid-tier spirit-type monster. The Salamander opens with a fireball that throws our boy and one skeleton across the chamber. He decides not to let this drag, and starts stacking his most expensive gear onto his summon. Madness Helm goes on first, then bone armor, then a skull upgraded with a black orc skull. The bones swell into red and black plate, horns rise, and 2 blades come out at once. The Salamander physically recoils from the thing standing in front of it now. The skeleton knight cuts through the Salamander and the burning slime in one stroke. Grinning, our hero points down the tunnel and sends the skeleton knight forward. A wild salamander horde ambushes them further in, and system captions mark him as locked in battle. He sends the skeleton knight in alone and the horde comes apart in a single pass. Toasts count the kills and hand him experience while he stands back with his hands free. He gloats that auto battle mode is the best thing in the game right now. The summon is upgraded enough to farm a high-level dungeon without him lifting a finger. Salamander cores are going for far more on the market than he expected. By his own count, he is already way past breaking even on the gear he stacked. He tells the squad to sweep the dungeon boss and then head straight for Pearling Forest. An hour later, he grabs his own head as a new prompt opens in front of him. A system window offers a newly discovered instance dungeon called the Chamber of Audience. He weighs it out loud because losing in there locks him out of the game for 2 days. 2 days is enough for the Thunder Hunters or Red Bulls to pull ahead on the main quest. He calls it all or nothing and walks in anyway. The map inside is a ruined temple lined with knight statues, every one of them scarred by swords. He reads the statues as a warning and tells the squad it is not a good sign. The corridor opens into a throne room lit green from the floor up. A name card tags the thing on the throne as Spirit Knight at level 80. The description adds that it is a monster equipped with high-level combat AI. He knows this boss from his past life and the memory is not a good one. Back then the entire Hahoe Mask Guild walked in here together and got wiped anyway. He tells himself this time has to be different and sends the skellies forward. It goes badly from the first exchange. A system window reports that a skeleton warrior took critical damage and was destroyed. The same window fires a second time a few seconds later. A stab straight to the chest refuses to register as a critical on the Spirit Knight. For a moment he is stumped, admitting that regular skellies and golems will not help here. At this rate, by his own read, he does not stand a chance. A memory cuts in, daylight, a forest, a companion in orange plate with a fur-trimmed collar. That man demands to know what he was thinking charging a massive red-eyed monster alone. Our boy shrugs and tells him the choice was kill it or go hungry. The companion calls him a barbaric bastard and the daylight drops away again. Back in the throne room, he stops hunting for critical hits entirely. He goes for raw damage instead and the clangs come one after another. He closes the pattern with a feint that the boss reads far too late. He tells the Spirit Knight that either it dies or he goes hungry. Meanwhile, in SRA Canyon Village, Chev tells a red-haired guildmate he hopes Hahoe Mask stops by. She calls him obsessed with a player who kills a handful of low-level mobs. Chev corrects her because those mobs sit far above the level Hahoe Mask is playing at. He says a player who hunts things stronger than himself is either a maniac or a born warrior. Then the Guildmaster of Red Bulls tells her that Hahoe Mask is both. Back in the Chamber of Audience, the fight is nowhere near finished. The flame-armored boss and the summon trade blows across the length of the throne room. Fire washes over the stone and explosions knock both of them off their feet. The Spirit Knight taunts him mid-swing, asking if losing an arm does not even faze him. Later it grumbles for a break as the incoming attacks keep getting heavier. Then the boss catches the summon clean, and a system window reports critical damage. A second window follows, and the summon is destroyed on the floor of the throne room. Furious, our hero starts throwing Bone Bomb at the armored boss with both hands. The Spirit Knight gloats that spirit-type monsters barely take magic damage at all. He answers that he packed a bone shard inside every single one of those bombs. He calls the skill out loud and a max summon horde erupts out of the scattered shards. The skeletons bury the boss and he sends it off with 2 flat words and no ceremony. A system window confirms that he has slain a spirit knight. The payout is 455,663 gold. With it come the title Chivalry, a spirit knight armor fragment and another level. In a panel set apart from the rest, 2 men argue about the same boss. One asks how they were ever supposed to beat a spirit knight in the first place. The other says they died because the first one insisted on fighting it. Our boy answers quietly that this time is different. He praises the squad for the work and starts checking the walls of the empty chamber. A hidden door gives way and behind it sits a random reward room. His skeletons sprint past him and throw themselves at the glowing chest, thanking every god at once. The chest holds a book. He flips it open and finds main quest lore he already read in his past life. He complains at full volume that a reward room should drop a sick weapon or cash. Instead, the game handed him a text he could recite from memory. Sometime later, a location card puts him in Perling Forest with the squad behind him. He says his level is about right now, and it is time to get the main quest moving. In his hand is a new skill card called Armament. The card lets him equip his summons with player gear, which should not be possible at all. He spends the next stretch dressing the whole skeleton squad in loud costume pieces. The squad marches through the mountains looking like a parade instead of an undead army. Out of nowhere, 3 strangers block the road and start applauding him. They tell him he is just like the rumors said and they call him Hahoe Mask. Then they introduce themselves as the romantic blades of the Altu family. One flexes bare-chested, one hangs back under an olive beret, one talks from behind dark sunglasses. Our hero looks at all 3 of them and says there are only perverts in this game. A caption puts him 3 seconds away from uninstalling. The 3 men refuse to let him walk away and trail him down the forest road. They beg him to slow down and hear them out for 1 minute. One of them unfurls a banner that reads, "Be our brother, Hahoe Mask." Our hero tells them to get lost and calls all 3 of them perverts. They keep pitching anyway, and he answers flatly that he would never join them. Their leader bites a rose, throws both fists up, and refuses to accept the refusal. The 3 explain they have been training in Perling Forest to reach level 100. Every group they approach for help has turned them down every single time. One of them grabs his arm and begs him to help keep their dreams alive. A few moments later, all 3 lie beaten and dazed in the dirt. Our boy stands over them and says that dreams or whatnot, he does not care. He tells them he does not team up with anyone and asks if they got that. Then he warns that following him again will get them killed for real next time. He goes back to working alone with his skeleton army and racking up monster kills. He counts the corpse in front of him out loud as the 55th one now. A system quest card from Volka's Ranger Mong's request entry 2 stays open on his display. It asks him to find traces of armed monsters appearing in Perling Forest and report back to Mong. The forest has given him nothing yet that counts as an actual lead. He starts worrying that the top 30 guilds are pulling ahead of him on the main quest. In his head he pictures Matador Chev and Syl moving through content he has not touched. He considers going back to ask the Altu weirdos whether they have seen anything. Then he dismisses the idea entirely, deciding that talking to them again is not worth it. At that moment, loud and reckless combat noise breaks out somewhere nearby. He follows the sound and finds the Altu leader fighting an armored monster horde by himself. The thing commanding the horde carries a nameplate that reads nothing but question marks. His 2 subordinates admit they underestimated this and that it is far out of their league. They report the allied Toon family has been nearly wiped out in the same forest. Both men urge their leader to retreat while the horde is still busy. The leader answers that he knows better than anyone how it feels to be ignored while asking for help. He orders the 2 of them to clear an escape route for the Toon family survivors. Then he plants himself in front of the horde alone and holds the line. The boss monster breaks through his guard and strikes him down in one motion. He coughs blood into the firelight and cannot lift his weapon again. His 2 men are still dragging wounded strangers out through the trees behind him. The monster steps in to finish him off and swings for the kill. A blue energy blade catches the weapon in midair before it lands. Standing over the wounded man, our hero says he is not there to help. He adds that he simply did not want the man stealing his kill. Then he sends the skeleton army straight into the armored horde. His red-plumed skeletons hit the line and take it apart in seconds. A black orc goes down under one enormous slash and a spray of blood. The survivors watching from the tree line ask how his summons can move like that. One of them says the name Hahoe Mask and wonders aloud just who this guy is. With the horde cleared, he turns and faces the unnamed boss monster alone. He taunts that it must be boring without its little army and tells it that it is next. The monster snarls back at him. He then tells the skellies that those guys over there are in the way and to get rid of them. the onlookers react with a startled noise. The fight that follows is against a corrupted Helm Ogre at level 80. The Toon family watches from a distance and worries aloud that even he might be in trouble. He identifies the monster by its black and red marbled iris as corrupted main quest content. Monsters like that run about 3 times stronger than the normal version of the same beast. He tells it to try blocking this one too, and cuts it down with a glowing blue technique. The ogre lands with a thud and the onlookers realize he actually killed it. System windows confirm the kill with gold, experience, a level up and a Helm Ogre's helmet fragment. Another window states that the requirements for Volka's Ranger Mong's request entry 2 are now met. He decides to split the haul from 20 black orcs and 1 Helm Ogre with the group. He also admits to himself that he waited on purpose until they were all dead first. He admits in the same breath that he knows how it feels to be ignored while asking for help. The Toon family crowds around thanking Hahoe Mask for saving their lives. One of them growls that they are not letting him off that easy. He intimidates his own companion into handing over the entire haul instead of splitting it. The man argues that rare monsters like these would sell for a fortune on the market. His companion starts to protest that the drops really are worth a fortune, then backs down. He adds that Hahoe saved all their lives and soloed the whole thing by himself. More players arrive and start crowding in for proof shots of the Hahoe raid. 2 of them argue about who is next for the photo and shout first come, first served. Privately, our boy calls them a bunch of goofs he might actually enjoy gaming with. Then he catches himself, thinking that if he did he would end up getting comfortable. He decides someone like him belongs running with cutthroats like the top 30 guilds instead. He walks off with his skeletons toward the next main quest lead. Elsewhere, Syl kills a monster in midair with one graceful strike as a callout names Queen Syl. Hahoe and Heichi praise the strike from behind her. A report arrives that 2 of the top 30 guilds have gone to war with each other. Burke of Big Smile picked a fight with a triple wing member during a raid. The fight snowballed into a massive war of attrition, with Big Smile taking heavy losses. Syl shrugs and says she would not mind if one of them simply vanished. Then the report mentions that Hahoe took down a Helm Ogre and is pulling ahead on the main quest. She smiles, and the smile visibly surprises the 2 officers behind her. She orders the group to hurry so the second stage of the main quest belongs to the Thunder Hunters alone. Back at Bant's castle, Ahembry greets him with a delighted tada and calls him his disciple. Ahembry relays word from Mong and produces a unique item called the Ring of the Secret Order. The item card lists all stats plus 77 and recovery speed for health and mana plus 20%. It also lists class-related stats plus 22, stacked on top of the ring and the necklace he already wears. Sometime earlier, at Mong's hut, the ranger had offered him membership in the Secret Order. Our boy agreed on the spot purely for the numbers printed on the ring. The ranger warned that joining means being ready to lay down his life against the corrupted. He brushed the warning off without slowing down. Told that his emblem has to come from his own master, he visibly dreaded the trip. Back in the warm study, the old man refuses to simply hand the ring over. He makes our hero say please master out loud and then makes him say it again. The protagonist bows fully before the seated grinning mage before the ring changes hands. The master declares him a member of the order at last. He announces that it is time for the next mission and names the destination the battlefield. The scene closes on a fire-red warzone packed with monstrous fighters outside a besieged castle. Sometime later, our hero reaches a fortified gate under a sky the color of rust. A system window tells him to eliminate the monsters beyond the turb wall. It adds that the reward scales with the number of kills and lists nothing else. Monsters spawn on this ground without stopping, which is the entire point of the place. He says quietly that so this is the battlefield and walks through masked as Hahoe Mask. Alone in the crowd, he admits he wanted to try this ground in his past life. His old guildmates were never up for it and he calls the trip exciting. At the market stalls he weighs whether to buy potions and regen clay before going in. The stalls are packed with adventurers loading up for a stay behind the wall. He prices the regen clay, mutters about the cost, and keeps browsing anyway. A figure in a wide straw hat stands nearby holding a book she is not reading. She watches him shop, then murmurs into a call that she thinks she has found Hahoe Mask. The name she reports to is Sir Heavybean. Elsewhere, a bloodied man kneels on a stone floor with his bare back torn open. He begs to be spared, calling the thing above him Lord Apollo while a huge orange tiger beast bares its fangs. The scene cuts to the human guildmaster Apollo, of the guild that carries his own name. He screams at his subordinates for coming back empty-handed after failing to kill one rookie. The men in front of him keep their heads down and say nothing useful. He says the rookie disgraced his name by never once apologizing after their duel. Apollo then opens a call to Sir Heavybean, an executive of the top 30 guild Big Smile. He asks Heavybean to take care of a player named Hahoe Mask. Heavybean refuses, citing the reputation Big Smile carries as one of the top 30. Apollo answers by threatening to cut off every coin of funding he sends the guild. He reminds Heavybean that Big Smile only made it to the top 30 thanks to his money. Cornered, Heavybean folds and takes the job. The moment the call ends, he drives his fist into the desk and curses. A probationary recruit has been standing in the room through all of it. She steps up and offers to handle the contract herself, saying all he wants is Hahoe mask gone. She promises she will make sure of it, betting that one corpse buys her a real place in the guild. Back at the Turb Wall, the garrison chief Vagel addresses the crowd of adventurers from the gate. He announces that the gate will stay shut for 144 hours. He adds that every kill will be ranked and that the ranking decides who gets paid. Nobody leaves early because the gate does not open again until the clock runs out. Then he pulls our boy aside for something the rest of the crowd never hears. He assigns him a secret mission to kill a mutant monster called the Blue Giant. The listed reward is a unique skill book, which is why the offer is not public. Our boy takes the job without asking a single question about the monster. It does not stay private for long. A trio of players with glowing red eyes reads the same reward in their own quest window. They whisper that they need that grimoire no matter what happens out here. One of them decides the smart move is to cut down the competition first. They circle in on the protagonist while he is still walking. He moves before they finish closing and puts two of them on the ground. The third gets a look at what happened to the other two. Meanwhile, the woman in the straw hat works the camp from player to player. She offers the unique skillbook to whoever follows her lead against Hahoe Mask. Most of them listen because the item is worth more than anything they will farm out here. The straw hat and the mask keep her face off every one of those conversations. One man refuses her outright and steps up to confront her about the pitch. She kills him with a single stroke in front of everyone else. Nobody argues after that, and the alliance forms around her within minutes. Watching from a distance, our boy counts the crowd assembling to hunt one player. He remarks that this world is full of bastards and that an alliance just to take him down is generous. Then he climbs a rock formation with a glowing blue device and his skeletons in tow. The summons come dressed in straw hats of their own, carrying drums and cymbals. Together they start hammering out a rhythm loud enough to carry across the whole field. The skeletons keep time while he works the cymbals from the top of the rock. Every monster in earshot turns toward the noise and then past it, straight into the alliance. He laughs and tells them to rot in hell as the stampede arrives. Down below, the woman in the straw hat screams that he just herded the monsters onto them. The line breaks fast. Allied soldiers are overrun by the wave, screaming as claws land. A knight shouts a name, Marco, as a green-haired man goes down bloodied. Another begs their commander, Miss Yurong Cho, saying they cannot hold out any longer. Yurong Cho orders them to hold the line for as long as they physically can. She reasons out loud that once the ringleader is gone, the wave will die down on its own. She announces that she will take down Hahoe Mask personally while the grunts keep the monsters busy. That is the entire plan, and the grunts are the bait in it. She finds our hero away from the fighting and formally challenges him to a duel. He answers that this is exactly how he meant to draw her out. The ambush was his. He asks whether she is the one running this so-called alliance and says her face means nothing to him. In her head, she refuses to give up her tie to Sir Heavybean. Out loud, she tells him she only wanted to clear out the competition for that unique skill book. They trade the first blows and the blades ring off each other. Then she raises the device on her wrist and calls out slot on. Green lightning wraps her whole body in the air around her cracks. Her strikes come faster than they did a second earlier, and one of them opens him up. He drops with a heavy thud and stops moving. She walks in to finish the job for real, telling him to die, cursing himself for crossing Sir Heavybean. Something cuts across the panel with a swoosh and two shapes come down out of the air. Two of his own summons broke the finishing blow before it landed. When the dust settles, the protagonist is standing, unharmed, and in control of the fight. He tells her he already knows who she is. He says she was Heavybean's most infamous underling in his past life and names her Yurong Cho. He confirms she works for Big Smile under Sir Heavybean and that neither fact surprises him. Then he restrains her and ties her to a rock. Bound and furious, she refuses to explain why Big Smile wants him dead, insisting she does not know. She tells him to just kill her already. He does not. He points out that killing her only means she respawns in 2 days, which does him no good. So he leaves her tied there to rot slowly through the rest of the event. His parting warning is that if she tries anything ridiculous again, he will kill her for real next time. Alone against the rock, Yurong Cho admits to herself that he outplayed her completely. A moment later she flusters and accuses him of trying to seduce her. A caption cuts in to state flatly that he absolutely did not. Elsewhere she reports the failure to Sir Heavybean over a hologram call. While he is still absorbing it, Apollo calls in to mock him about Big Smile losing publicly to Hahoe Mask. Heavybean takes the abuse from a man whose money he cannot afford to lose. He curses Hahoe Mask to burn in hell the second the call closes. Far away on the battlefield, our boy walks with his skeleton escorts and wonders why his ears are suddenly burning. He also wonders more seriously why a top 30 guild wants him dead at all. A memory answers part of it. In his past life, his own guild climbed the rankings fast enough to be noticed. The top 30 came down on it together to crush it, and Sealion Che's Thunder Hunters led that charge. He mutters that something about all of this reeks and swears that whoever gets in his way dies. 144 hours later, the gate opens. The protagonist stands over the corpse of the Blue Giant, a level 85 event boss killed solo after half an hour of fighting. He mocks the dummies who nearly stole the kill off him at the end. Then he says it is time to make some real money. The kill counter behind the wall has been running in his favor for 6 days. Two beaten mercenaries limp away, blaming each other for the whole disaster. One says the other talked him into following that Wurong girl and provoking Hahoe mask. Nearby, Wurong Cho watches them from behind a feathered turban and a mask covering her face. She taunts the pair while fanning herself with a thick stack of cash. Then, privately, she drifts into a daydream about making our hero hers. At the battlefield's award stage, a blonde official in a caped uniform calls the crowd to order. He announces the top performer of the event as Necromancer Hyrkan. Heads turn across the yard toward the hooded man standing at the back. He tells him to report to the office. Inside, the official commends him for putting down the Blue Giant alone. He warns that strange monsters have started coming down out of the snowy mountains. They have blue skin and carry a freezing aura, and nobody knows what they are yet. He asks our hero to keep the sighting in mind out in the field. He hands over the payment, a unique tier item listed only as a no-name skill book. The item card gives it no description at all beyond the tier. He also relays a message from our hero's master. The order is to travel to the Urgel Mountains and meet a smith called Blacksmith Alf. A system window opens the errand as a secret order quest. Our boy uses the skill book on the spot. The game answers by offering him a skill called Clay Play, and the sight of it visibly unsettles him. Elsewhere, Sealion Che stands with blood streaking down her face and erupts. High-level players she cannot identify ambushed her Thunder Hunters out in the field. They took the main quest monster her guild had been hunting and left. Her officers stand around her with nothing to report. She orders her people to capture the attackers' faces and slap a bounty on every one of them. She vows that if she catches them, they are dead. The culprits are already gone. They belong to a guild called the Hands Guild, whose stated mission is to secretly maintain the game's balance. Name cards introduce 5 of them in turn. Single wears glasses and a dark military blazer. Richard carries a long lance and armor marked with a star. Michael hides under a hooded cloak trimmed with spikes. Weaver's face is a full yellow moon-shaped mask, and his speech comes out as scrambled text. Momo stands apart in twin tails and a heart-shaped choker. None of the 5 looks remotely worried about the bounty coming for them. They argue among themselves about having stolen the Thunder Hunter's quarry so openly. They argue harder about Single's separate mission, which was to stop Hahoe Mask from ripping through the main quest, and which failed. One of them asks why they do not simply kill everyone involved and be done with it. Then the 5 of them walk out together toward the next job. Their parting line is that all of it is for the master. Sometime later, our boy sits in the Urgel Mountains reading the card for his newest skill. A system window explains that Clay Play sacrifices monster loot to transfer his golem into that monster. The proficiency reads F, and higher proficiency copies the target stats more closely. The materials vanish after a single use, whatever comes out. He feeds it a Blue Giant's fang and starts fantasizing out loud in front of his skeletons. He pictures riding a giant dragon, then flattening something with one giant fist. Pretty much anything goes, he tells them, already grinning behind the mask. The game answers with a window reading skill ranked too low, completion rate capped below 50%. The golem shrinks instead of growing, into a small gray tusked creature with glowing blue eyes. Our hero howls at the sky about this darn game while the little thing blinks at him. The next morning he walks into Urgel Village and shelves the skill for later. A system chime announces the start of the secret order and sends him into the Urgel Mountains to find the legendary blacksmith Alf. He remembers the name from his past life as a member of that same order. Alf once forged epic tier gear that only players running a main quest could ever see. Reaching the mountain smithy, he calls out a polite "excuse me" at the doorway. Something hits him from the blind side and sends him flying. 3 separate system messages count his health dropping while he is still in the air. A name card introduces the attacker as blacksmith NPC Alf, bald, white-bearded, and enormous. Alf scoffs that one hit put him down and that newbies these days have no grit. He explains the ambush was the newbie test and the bare minimum expected of the secret order. Our boy is furious for exactly as long as it takes the system to pay him. 2 titles land at once. First to speak with Alf grants class-specific abilities plus 25. First to survive Alf grants stamina plus 25%. Realizing the old smith's favor is worth real numbers, he switches to open flattery. He tells Ulf he loves him, calls him master, and offers to polish his boots with his tongue. Disturbed, Ulf slaps him across the room and tells him to get lost, weirdo. Then the smith throws a pouch at his head and orders him to drop it off in Valheim Forest. A quest window registers Ulf's errand: deliver the pouch to them in Valheim Forest. The reward line reads Ulf's recognition and nothing else. Our boy works out that them almost certainly means elves. Elves in this game are hostile NPCs who hide their settlements and relocate constantly. Worse, the route maps players eventually drew for that forest do not exist yet. In the village plaza, he swallows his pride and picks up a huge gong. He bangs it in public and shouts that he is buying information on Valheim Forest. He tells the square to name a price, up to 100,000 gold depending on the intel, an open bounty that loud, he figures, will reach even the top guilds. Bystanders start murmuring that the man with the gong is Hahoe Mask. At that moment, a bloodied man walks out of the tree line behind a freshly killed beast. Fanged and splattered to the collar, he asks whether this is Hahoe Mask. A name card identifies him as Pitbull Zing, and the crowd gasps that this is that top 100 ranker. Privately, our hero digs through his memories and finds the man there. He fought Zing once before the regression and eventually beat him. He also remembers being terrified, and his stats now are a fraction of what they were. Onlookers start handicapping the fight out loud where both men can hear. One says Hahoe Mask does not stand a chance, another that Pitbull Zing could crush him one-handed. Our boy snaps at the crowd asking who exactly they are calling weak. Zing cuts across all of it and says he came about the Valheim Forest intel. Asked for his price, the top 100 ranker pauses among falling cherry blossoms. Then he announces that he would like to confess his love. The plaza goes silent and our boy bonks him on the head in disbelief. Shortly after, a woman in the crowd screams that Pitbull Zing just confessed his love to Hahoe Mask. The two of them are running through the forest before the sentence finishes. Breathless between the trees, Zing snaps that all of this is our hero's fault. Then he denies flatly that he ever confessed to anybody. Our boy manages a stunned huh and nobody clears anything up. A few months back, Zing was hunting alone in the woods when he stopped dead. He had walked into an elf girl and he calls her the most beautiful being he had ever seen. She said excuse me and he panicked and ran and never found her again. He waited months in the same clearing hoping she would come back through. He worked NPC villagers for rumors until one of them told him that sounded like stalking. Then he saw a masked man in a plaza buying information about Valheim Forest and elves. Back in the present, our boy grumbles that Zing should have led with that instead of the love confession. He agrees to help anyway because Zing is the only lead he has toward his own delivery. The pair head for Bekong Falls, the spot with the most reported elf sightings on record. On the way, he proposes hunting monsters near the villages to flush the elves out. A system window tags a barkskin serpent at level 90 in the rocks ahead. Our boy insists on soloing it and announces to the serpent that he is Hahoe Mask. He lands one clean hit and gets flung into a boulder for it. He rolls around wailing that it hurts and that he is dying while the serpent stands very much alive behind him. It lunges again and he cuts it out of the air with a bright bladed strike, and an explosive follow-up finishes the job. Standing over it, he reasons that NPC villagers are nothing like players and would simply run. So the elves would show up wherever those villagers got cornered nearby. 3 elf women step out of the trees exactly where he said they would. He admits to Zing it was only a guess that might just as easily have failed. Then he introduces himself with a flourish as an emissary sent on behalf of Master Ulf. The elves call the bluff in one line, telling him that in other words he lied to them. They jab him with their bows while shouting that humans are pathetic, filthy, and greedy. One of them says Lord Ulf would never trust a fraud like him. Pinned at arrow point, he weighs fighting his way clear and rejects it because that could break the quest. At that moment, Zing steps past him and drops to one knee amid a storm of rose petals. He tells the elf with the green pendant that he saw her once in the forest and fell in love from that moment. He asks her for a chance to know her, almost word for word from his own memory. She answers that she would love to. The other 2 elves fold immediately, deciding that if it was because he liked her then there is no choice. They agree to lead the 2 humans to the village. Our hero laughs a single unbelievable and mutters something bitter about this game. A system banner closes it out, reading Hahoe Mask Hyrkan, encounter with the elves, quest complete. On the road afterward, Zing is still grinning like a fool because a girl said yes to him. Our boy warns him that the prettiest ones are always the most dangerous. Zing insists he does not like elves just because they are pretty. To him, elves are the symbol of fantasy itself. In his memory, he sits at a campfire in a world of magic with elf companions around him, and he says that has always been his dream. Our boy calls him a pervert, and Zing denies it, then gets asked whether his own dream is any less corny. Zing answers that he only wants to become the strongest. He wants it so he can crush every bastard who ever looked down on him. Our hero needles that this makes him the same as the people who look down on him. Xing explodes, saying dreams and happiness are crap only the privileged ever get to talk about. He remembers scraping by on almost nothing and the little he had being ripped away in an instant. He grabs our boy by the collar and shouts, asking what the hell he could possibly know. Elf voices cut the argument off, telling the humans to quiet down as the pair reach the elf village of Valheim. An escort leads them under an enormous tree and announces to Master Draw that she has brought a human on Lord Ulf's errand. A system window confirms the item was delivered to the Valheim tribe and closes Ulf's errand. The pouch turns out to hold the Circlet of Purification, an epic item that clears all status effects and debuffs. Draw hands it to him as the reward. He immediately asks for something more, saying he needs it to save someone. Draw refuses. She has nothing else for him and says he is simply too weak to be entrusted with anything at his level. A caption reads just like back then. He remembers being turned away the same way before an underleveled trip to Bovver Forest. What follows is him alone in blood-soaked fights, grinding monsters at his own pace. Over the montage, he worries the Thunder Hunters are already past the Helm Ogre and into the Urgle Mountains on the main quest. He calls what he has been doing slacking. Back in the village, an elf cradling a small white rabbit-eared pet finds Xing sulking. She tells him to go apologize to Hahoe Mask sincerely because that is what friends are. He sets off down the forest road to do it. He arrives at the exact moment a roaring monster ambushes our hero from the brush. His weapon swings in first and he says it looks like he showed up just in time. Our boy stares back at him without a word. The monster takes the swing across its flank and staggers back into the brush. The clearing behind them is already full of fighting. A whole hunting party is holding off a mass of dark beast monsters with burning red eyes. Our hero cuts one down, turns, and cuts down the next one behind it. He wipes his face and mutters that he is tired. More of them roar in from the tree line before he gets a breath. Xing plants himself at his shoulder and says he came to apologize. Our boy gives him a wary look and says nothing at all. The two of them work the line together with two masked players in matching armor. The monsters keep coming out of the trees in waves for a long time. When the last of them drops, our boy turns on the bearded man immediately. He accuses him of showing up late and then acting all smug about it. He warns that if Xing came here to pick a fight, he should get lost now. The flaming skeletal knight erupts out of the ground behind him while he says it. Xing insists he was only worried and apologizes again and then apologizes twice more. He admits the advice he handed out on the road was nothing but lecturing. Our boy lets him finish and then sets a price for forgiveness. If Xing is really sorry, then Xing helps him hunt. Delighted, the bearded man asks whether that means the apology is accepted. Our boy warns him not to regret it once he bleeds him dry. Under his breath, he grumbles that this is turning into an expensive apology. The hunt runs long. The party pushes deeper into the beast monster ground and clears wave after wave of them. Xing swings into every group first and the masked pair clean up whatever gets past him. System windows stack up in the corner of his vision, gained experience after gained experience. A level-up toast fires. Another one fires a few minutes after that. Then the window he has been waiting on Prince level 100 across his view. Our boy exhales and mutters that it finally happened. His status window opens. Hyrkan level 100, class Necromancer, 34 titles, strength 991, stamina 445, intelligence 658, magic 755. At level 100, the main quest opens back up to him. One of the masked hunters says out loud that without him the clear would have taken far longer. Xing tries to say thank you and stumbles halfway into the word. Our boy tells him he looks embarrassed and that it is honestly gross to watch. Then he leaves the party standing in the clearing and goes. Two elves are waiting for him in a study lined with books. The first one has long straight dark hair and a dark green high-collared robe. She tells him that with skills like his she can entrust him with finding that child. The second elf has pale silvery blonde hair and red markings on both cheeks. He warns that reasoning with a corrupted being is impossible and that our boy should not try. A system window opens a new quest called the Corrupted Elf. The Circlet of Purification is logged as the item tied to it. Our boy asks where exactly he is supposed to start looking. The advisor answers that if they knew they would have handled it themselves. He tells him to do his best. Our boy stares at both of them with that as his only lead. Outside the study, he swears at the game under his breath. Then he goes to work. He posts a public bounty offering to buy information on newly spawned monsters paid per sighting. His reasoning is simple. A corrupted elf raising an army of monsters leaves new spawns behind wherever she goes. Every guild with scouts in the field is now searching for her on his behalf for free. He gloats privately that he is Hahoe Mask and that he always has a way out. He also decides quietly that the circlet is staying in his own inventory. Keeping the quest item for himself is already part of the plan before the search even starts. Meanwhile, the bounty lands in front of the Red Bulls. Shev reads it twice, blonde hair, gold eyes, red and gold plate armor. His guild once received an anonymous tip pinpointing the corrupt count's location from a player they never identified. At the Red Bull's outpost, a captive is questioned at swordpoint about who is behind the posting. A red-haired woman in a black dress works out that the whole bounty is a smokescreen. Shev decides that scouting monsters is just an excuse and that the real prize is the poster. He says it is time to snatch up the golden goose. Somebody calls him and he answers by asking what it is, yell. Sometime later, our boy corners 2 low-level Red Bull scouts in the field for intel. He's working under the mask again, silver hair over a black-fanged half-mask and a long dark coat. His plan, in his own words, is to scam some intel and bail. His skeletons close in on the pair with weapons raised. At that moment, a much stronger Red Bull's fighter walks in and calls off the attack. The skeletons stop mid-swing. The fighter tells him that if those two had struck just now, he would already be dead. He looks him over and says he has the physique of a pro. He adds that the intel he just spat out is better than half the guilds out there. Then he demands to know exactly who he is. Our boy starts to answer, gets one syllable out and shuts his mouth hard. Instead of talking, he bursts into tears. He wails that he's just a clueless newbie being bullied by a big guild. Villagers nearby turn and start glaring at the Red Bull's fighter. Our boy slips out through the gap and gloats to himself that it worked. The fighter catches up with him one street later anyway. Then the offer comes, 50 billion won as a signing deposit, which the fighter converts out loud to about 35.1 million US dollars. That is the deposit alone paid before a single day of work. Salary and bonuses come on top of that. He calls it the best deal in the industry and he means it. Our boy plays along, nodding at every number with obvious mockery. Then he scoffs and asks whether the fighter really thinks people can be bought that easily. In the same breath, privately, he notes that 50 billion could buy so much beef, entire cows even. The fighter addresses him directly as Hahoe Mask and repeats the terms one more time. Our boy refuses flatly and says he is not interested. The fighter tells him that a rival who refuses can simply be killed here and now. Our boy refuses again with the blade already pointed at him. He says he will become the strongest without anyone's help, even if it means dying on this spot. He tells the fighter that when he gets there, the fighter will be the first one he comes for. The Red Bull's man shrugs the whole thing off and calls the solo act amusing. He hands over a piece of intel as a parting gift and walks back to his squad. Our boy needles him about being called childish by his own people. Then he works the gift over in his head. The hint was to avoid elf territory and push the dwarf route instead. From that alone, he deduces the guild's real target is Salt Mountain. A caption finally puts a name on the recruiter and the name is Shev. Back at the outpost, Shev calls Yell and reports that the recruitment failed. He describes the target as the golden goose who nearly gutted himself rather than sign. A red-haired woman with a strand of hair over one eye cracks her knuckles and laughs about it. Shortly after, Shev is on his knees begging forgiveness, having been chewed out badly for coming back empty-handed. Elsewhere, our boy arrives at a stretch of red-tinted water he calls the Crimson Lake. He recognizes it from before the regression and says so out loud. Nearby, a blue-haired Red Bull's warrior takes a creature's claws and comes away bleeding from the ear. Shev's squad squabbles about what is so special about a red lake until they are ordered into formation. From cover, our boy counts a party moving through the trees. 1 warrior, 2 mages, and a priest. He calls it an ambush maybe and signals his skeleton troops to strike on a 3 count. The trap closes and what it corners is a group of unarmed strangers. A heavy man among them bursts into tears, recognizes him, and begs Hahoe Mask to please help them. They turn out to be the B team of the Golden Brothers. Their leader has a brown bowl cut and a red and blue striped shirt under a travel pack. Behind him stand a young woman in a purple pointed witch hat and a boy in a blue-gold trimmed hood. The 4th is an older man, balding and gray with a weathered face. They are bullied inside their own guild and about to be thrown out of it entirely. What they want is the corrupted gray cicatrice hunted and they cannot do it alone. Our boy denies the request outright and tells them bye. They beg, then they put 20,000 gold up front on the table. On top of that, every single drop the monster leaves is his with no takebacks. He accepts on those terms for the price and nothing else. Elsewhere in a place a caption calls Apollo's slave camp, a mine is filled with people who failed to repay their debts. The bowl-cut leader and his 3 companions are chained inside it and whipped. They beg Lord Apollo for more time and swear they will pay back every coin. Apollo wears an orange and gold high collar and a gold ring set with a green gem. He tells them they get 1 chance. A red flash spells the order out across the panel, kill Hahoe Mask. He will lend them the finest gear in his vault for the job. He says he does not care whether they gang up on him or set a trap. If they fail, they rot in this mine for the rest of their lives. The four agree because they have nowhere left to run. Back on the hunt, the same four whisper the plan behind our boy's back. They wait until he drops his guard fighting the monster, then hit him all at once. A name card announces the corrupted gray cicatrice at level 120. It has a dark feathered bird head, a glowing red eye and heavy clawed talons. He walks in alone and asks whether chickens are always this loud. One sword strike tears straight through its armored plating. In midair he taunts it for being slow. He lines up the head and says rest in peace. Behind him, one of the B team repeats those exact words while raising a spear at his back. Our boy shouts at the chicken head to come at him now. The leader fires an explosive weapon into his back instead. A second strike lands. A third. A fourth. Smoke swallows the whole ridge. The four celebrate, calling themselves free of the dead at last, certain they killed him. Out of the smoke, a voice says that he knew it. Our boy walks out of the blast without a scratch on him. He tells them they were sketchy from the very start. They claimed to be broke while carrying top-tier gear. They wanted a necromancer on the front line, which no real party ever asks for, so he pre-activated everything before the fight even began. Skin stitching for 388 defense, fake heart for 120 extra health, hardened stacked on top of both. Every one of them was already running when the first blast landed. He tells the Trashy Brothers, or whatever they call themselves, to get ready. Then he tells them that they are all dead to him. His skeletal forces rise out of the ground around him. Sometime later, the survivors are working for him and he calls them the Junk Brothers. The cicatrice fight is still raging on the slope behind him, held off by the three of them and his entire skeleton horde. Our boy is running the other way through the forest because a system window told him the corrupted elf appeared nearby. A second window tells him the corrupted elf has begun to flee. A track corrupted elf countdown starts ticking down in the corner of his view. He calculates that catching her fast would shave a huge chunk off the quest timer. She runs, he runs harder, the counter drops to 3 seconds. He throws a skeleton bomb at the ground and rides the blast forward through the air. His hand closes on the fleeing elf in midair and he shouts that he got her. Then she bites off her own tongue rather than let herself be taken. He recoils and yells at her about what she just did to herself. He strikes her down while she coughs blood into the dirt. Then instead of letting her bleed out, he uses the circlet of purification on her. A system window confirms the item was used. She wakes gasping and confused, the red gone out of her eyes. Her eyes are brown now and she wears a green and gold ranger outfit with the jeweled circlet on her head. A window reads quest complete, corrupted elf, even though he chose to save her instead of killing her. Our boy mutters that the wording implied she was meant to die all along. He calls it an unsettling plot and leaves it there. The three mercenaries kneel in front of him and beg his forgiveness. One of them has dark, spiky hair and a striped, popped collar shirt. One wears a magenta pointed hood pulled low over his face. The third is the balding older man in the blue collared robe. They tell him they knew he would be kind enough to let it go. He is not looking at their faces. He is looking at their gear, and the gear is unique tier. It is priced above anything the Apollo Guild could obtain easily on its own. He works out that Apollo Guild ordered the hit and paid for the loadout. They admit it. They say they only did it for the debt money. He strips them of everything they are carrying, item by item, down to the loaned gear. Then he tells them to wire him 1 million gold every week from now on. If a payment misses, he will come and kill them himself. The three of them scream that he is even worse than Apollo. Meanwhile, at Big Smile Guild headquarters, Sir Heavybean is taking a spa break in a white robe. A towel is wrapped around his head when the aide comes through the door. The aide reports that Red Bulls have declared war on Big Smile. The stated reason is payback for messing with Hahoe mask. A second report arrives before he can react to the first. The unique items Big Smile loaned out to Apollo Guild have surfaced on the auction house. They are listed above market price. The seller traces back to Hahoe mask. Heavybean goes red from the neck up and curses Hahoe mask out loud. Far away from all of it, the skeletons are being told off for playing beach volleyball. Back at the elf village of Valheim, a hooded elf holds out her hand for the circlet. She tells our boy that the circlet of purification is village property and not a souvenir. He argues, points out that he is the one who used it and gets nowhere. The elf takes the jeweled circlet back and offers him a new job instead. A system window opens the quest, locate the site marked by the corrupted elf Anua's relic. The window adds that he must uncover its hidden secret and lists the reward as an unknown relic. He grumbles about the trade, since a jeweled relic he could sell has just become a promise. Then he unfolds a blood-stained note the elves hand him along with the job. The verse on the note says that where the eagle gazes and where the blue clouds unfold, there lies a hidden village. He reads it twice, turns the paper over and gets nothing out of it. Our boy complains out loud that these elves all write like literature majors. He is a player who reads item stats, not poetry, and the note is not an item. He decides he needs somebody who can actually read elf poetry for him. That somebody is the fanged, dark-haired player the elf girls in the village now address as Lord Zing. Our hero finds him lounging in the middle of a ring of admirers, feeding fruit to an elf named Aisha. A blonde elf girl sulks nearby and complains that Zing always plays favorites with Aisha. Zing looks up, recognizes the man in the hood, and greets him by his channel name. He says it has been a while. Zing explains that while our boy was grinding monsters to raise his standing with the village, he raised his by romance. Two very different players arrived at the same reputation number by completely different routes. Two elf archers step between them and draw their bows on our hero. They shout at him for daring to lay his dirty hands on Lord Zing and call him a filthy human. Our boy shoves the blood-stained note into Zing's face anyway. Zing reads it once and says it points to the forest of blue mist. Then he mocks our boy for playing games instead of reading books. The elf girls sigh over the line and Zing collects a punch to the head for it. Behind them, a squad of red-armored skeleton warriors turns to their master and gives him a thumbs up. The line over the panel says that it is okay to be single. Our hero does not find that funny at all. Suddenly the ground splits open under the group and something enormous comes up through it. A name card labels the thing a Smogrian at level 110. The monster is a blue-gray worm the size of a wagon with a ring of teeth for a face. Our boy jumps and drives his glowing blade straight into its open mouth. The Smogrian drops and a system toast gives him a level for the trouble. He complains that this forest spawns nothing but Smogrians over and over in every direction. Another one comes up out of the dirt while he is still complaining about the first. Zing warns him to be careful because the forest belongs to Sweepers, one of the top 30 guilds. Our boy notes that he has no guild and keeps walking into other people's property anyway. Deeper into the blue mist, a towering shadow separates itself from the trees. The figure blocks the path and demands to know his affiliation. He answers that he does not have one. The guardian tells him that in that case he must be an intruder. The air changes, the shadow swells, and a name card resolves out of the dark. It reads Corrupted Comrade Aven level ? Our boy reads the word corrupted on the card and understands what he is looking at. He tells himself the tag means this thing belongs to the main quest line. His skeleton knight moves first and catches the giant's strike on its blade with a clang. He follows with his whole squad of skeleton warriors and then summons a new one entirely. A floating metal skull with a red lens for an eye crackles into being as his skeleton mage. He sends all of them in at once and none of it works. A system window tells him that physical attacks are ineffective against this target. A second window tells him his skeleton warriors have been destroyed. A third tells him his skeleton mage has been destroyed. The mage lasted about as long as it took to summon it. Our hero stands alone in the clearing, battered, with one eye watering and a grin on his face. He asks himself how a person is supposed to kill something that neither steel nor magic can touch. Blue energy crawls up his arm for another attempt. He admits to himself that he never once saw this thing in his past life. That admission costs him because his memory has been his only real advantage since the day he came back. He summons a fresh line of skeleton warriors and stacks everything he owns onto them. He calls Bone Shard and Madness Helm, then layers Curse of Sloth and Corrosion Ghost onto the giant. The mask thing swings once. A system window reports that his skeleton warriors have been destroyed and he shouts that it took a single hit, so he stops delegating. Our boy says he will do it himself and goes in with the sword. He raises the stone golem in the middle of the fight to buy himself a window. Then he lands a burning finisher into the giant's chest and the clearing goes up in a fireball. When the smoke clears, he is still standing, barely, thinking that he is about to die. A system window reads Quest Complete for the elf's relic. A second window awards him the title Corruption Destroyer. He sits down in the rubble and drinks a health potion with shaking hands. Behind him, the masked giant stirs and somebody yells that it is not dead yet. He gets up and drives the blade in again. This time the enemy catches the sword with both hands and pulls it into his own chest. Our boy stares and says the thing just stabbed itself. Rain comes down on the two of them as the giant collapses in the mud. The dying man asks him to finish it. He says he was a member of the secret order, captured on a mission by the force behind the corruption. He says they tortured him until his mind broke and turned him into a monster. He says that monster took countless lives while wearing his face. He asks to be punished for all of it. Then he tells our boy that he is the strongest player he has ever fought. He adds that the real villain here is the source of the corruption, not the thing lying in front of him. Our hero offers to fix him with the circlet of purification, forgetting for a moment that the elves took it back. The dying man tells him not to bother and calls him a good guy. He says he is glad and our boy delivers the last blow. As he fades, he says he leaves the rest to the kid. A hidden system window reads quest complete for something called Succession. Our boy looks at that message and mutters that it was another quest all along. He says he really hates this game and there is no joke in his voice this time. Meanwhile, a woman in a white coat walks away from a scene she has just finished. Blood runs off the edge of her blade and off her gold heels as she moves. Syl is thinking about Hahoe Mask and about the fact that he met with Red Bulls. She asks herself why he would go to them when she is the one who can give him everything. She has just come out of a fight and it has not improved her mood at all. Two of her people follow her out over the rubble. One is a dark-haired man in blue and gold armor who addresses her as Miss Syl, then corrects himself to Thunder Queen. He worries privately that she has become obsessed with Hahoe Mask himself rather than with recruiting him. The other is a blonde woman with cat-ear hairclips walking a step behind. Out of nowhere a man is standing beside them and nobody heard him arrive. He wears white and silver high-collared armor and glasses and his face gives nothing away. The blonde woman blurts out that she did not even sense him. The stranger looks at Syl and asks whether he should eliminate Hahoe Mask for her. Her startled expression melts slowly into a smile. Sometime later our boy is handed a sword that belonged to the man who died in the rain. He holds it and says the name Avan quietly and calls him a good friend. Somebody tells him he should keep it. A system window identifies the weapon as Secret Order Avan's sword, a chronicle unique with brutal numbers on it. Our boy's face wobbles and then the panel fills with pink sparkles. In the sparkles, a vision of Avan in his pale mask gives him a thumbs up and says anything for his junior. Our hero snaps out of it and notes that he will not need to buy a new sword for a good while. Then a mob of armed players comes over the ridge at him, screaming for Hahoe Mask to die. There are 5 of them with axes and swords and no name cards between them. He puts them all down without much trouble and then stops, genuinely confused. He points out that he is not even wearing the mask right now. He asks how any of them could possibly have known who he was. A chat message from Romney answers the question for him. She tells him a bounty has been posted on him on the dark web and the number is 100 million gold. He repeats the figure back at his own screen because 100 million is not a normal number. Moments later he sees it himself, a wanted poster with his own face on it. The poster wants him dead and prices him at 100 million gold. Romney tells him that of course they found him because he is worth that much. She adds that he is basically a walking jackpot now. Elsewhere, in an office with a city skyline behind it, a man in a dress shirt gives orders without turning around. He calls the player an illegal mover and a rule breaker who needs to be eliminated. He mentions that a number of top 30 guilds have already signed on to the hunt. His pitch to the guilds is simple, that joining in makes taking the target down easy. The man taking those orders wears glasses and keeps his dark hair combed straight back. Shortly after, that same man fights a swordswoman in a white robe trimmed in blue and gold. He throws an armor of ice up around himself, and she slams another player into the ground beside him. He does not win the exchange. He reports afterward that he could not secure a deal with the Thunder Hunters. The figure receiving the report calls him one of his hidden cards and tells him to wait. He says he has already made a move of his own. Back in the field, our hero finds himself cornered by 2 women from the Thunder Hunters. Hachi stands under a pointed hood and states flatly that Hahoe Mask is hers. The blonde woman with the cat-ear hairclips answers her and the 2 of them start circling the claim. Neither of them is talking about recruiting him anymore, only about who gets him. A third voice cuts across both of them and warns that anyone who touches him dies. An order goes out from the same conversation, telling Hachi to send word to every top 30 guild. Our boy looks at the crowd forming around his own name and says he has a lot of competition. Privately he wonders whether Xiaolion Che posted the bounty herself, then talks himself out of it. He reasons that knowing her, she would come for him personally instead of paying strangers to do it. Romney messages him again, less amused than she was before. She complains that at this rate he cannot even log in and play the game. She tells him to fix it. Sometime later a caption block finally introduces her properly. Romney is Jaehyun's personal video editor, the one who reached out to him after his first solo clear. Since then she has taken over the Hahoe Mask channel, the Hahoe Mask email and the Hahoe Mask sponsors. A caption block lists all 3 of those under his name like a company org chart. The caption says that basically she has turned into his manager. She sits at her desk in pink pigtails and rabbit ear clips, counting the ad revenue from his uploads. She looks delighted about it, which is more than can be said for the man earning it. On his end there is nothing left to count. Our boy opens the auction house on his wrist and buys a wyvern bone with everything he has. He lists what that money was supposed to be as it goes: steak, then lobster, then sushi. Each item leaves the total and does not come back. A system window prints the result, and Jaehyun's balance reads 0-1. He feeds the wyvern bone into his clay play skill and pushes its rank up to A. The small gray creature swells until it is a dragon-shaped golem the size of a building. The bounty hunters are already coming up the slope behind him, a gray-haired man in a fur-collared coat among them. Our boy turns around with the dead man's sword in his hand and the golem at his back. He asks the bounty hunters which one of them wants to go first. The dark creature carries our boy through a dusk sky, wings beating over an open ridge. Down below, a line of players sprints along the tree line and screams at Hahoe Mask to get down here. One of them yells up that he cannot run forever, and the shout reaches him clearly. Our hero leans against the creature's neck and asks it whether these people are leeches. He has been shaking off hunting parties like this since the price went up on his head. Sometime later he decides that running is a waste of hours he does not have. He decides instead to deal with the root of the problem directly. He opens the in-game message window on his wrist and types a request for private meeting. The recipient is Syl, the Thunder Queen, Guild Master of the Thunder Hunters. The message goes out and she answers it. That night he waits for her alone in a forest clearing under a thin moon. She walks in wearing the cream and gold guild uniform, her long black hair loose, and stops in front of him. In his head he names her without saying it out loud, and the thought bubble reads Sialion Che. Every muscle in his hand tightens while he keeps his face flat. He tells her straight out that she is the one who put the bounty on him. She denies it flatly and says it was not her. Our boy admits privately that he would love nothing more than to kill her right here in this clearing. Instead he stands still and lets her talk. She tells him that someone came to her about him some time ago before any of this started. A nameless ranker with glasses approached the Thunder Hunters with a proposal about the guildless player wrecking the game. According to her, the man argued that this player was throwing off the balance of the whole world. His demand was that all 30 of the biggest guilds team up and force him out. A reddish panel dramatizes the threat as a smiling face promising to kick him out of this game. She says she turned the proposal down and sent the man away. Our boy works it through and concludes that a nameless ranker bold enough to approach the Thunder Hunters must be the same group hunting him now. Then she changes the subject to what she actually came for. She tells him that if he joins her guild she can protect him officially in the open, with the guild's name behind it. She adds a promise that she will not force him into anything he does not want. He does not answer, so she presses harder. She asks him whether he really thinks he can take on someone capable of putting 100 million gold on his head. Our boy tells her he is not joining any guild and that he will become the strongest on his own. He says that is the promise he made to himself, and he says it without raising his voice. Then he tells her plainly that he would rather die than join her guild. He calls the whole offer childish, and she jabs him in the forehead with one finger for it. Instead of getting angry, she smiles and tells him that from now on she considers herself his strongest rival. She turns and walks out of the clearing without waiting for a reply. Our hero stands there rattled by the tone more than by the words. He calls the golem over, climbs back onto his creature, and lifts off into the dark. Shortly after, a message icon blinks on his window with a pink-haired contact behind a face mask. She asks him how on earth he pulled off the new bounty poster. The poster itself fills the screen as a red silhouette over a single number. The text offers 100 million gold to whoever kills Hahoe Mask, listed as payable dead. The contact asks whether he landed himself a sponsor or something. Our boy brushes the question off and says the woman is just some weird woman he happened to meet. He closes the window and moves on because a marked man still has to earn. Sometime later he walks into the town of Castle Missandra in a completely different outfit. The armor is gone, the hood is plain and cream-colored, and a pair of round glasses sits on his nose. Nobody in the street looks at him twice, which is the entire point. In a bright stone corridor, 3 thugs have a blonde boy on his knees. The leader tells the boy to hand over the quest because he cannot clear it anyway. He calls him Loser Jit while a 4th boy watches from a doorway and does nothing. The bully cocks his fist back for another swing. A hand in a plain sleeve catches the punch in midair and holds it there. Our boy drops all 3 of them with 1 strike each, in the time it takes the watching boy to shout. The bystander stammers that the stranger took out all 3 of them in 1 hit. Our hero glances back over his shoulder with a smug grin. He shrugs the whole thing off and calls himself a kind-hearted passerby. In the alley afterward, the beaten boy bows so low his forehead nearly touches the stone. Through tears he tells the stranger that he saved him and thanks him over and over. He explains that the men would have taken his quest away if nobody had stepped in. That word catches our boy's attention immediately. He recognizes the quest as Ancient Ruins Dungeon Exploration, a hidden posting to clear the Missandra Ruins dungeon. The listed reward is the unlocking of a blocked field, and he knows exactly what that is worth. He puts out his hand and tells the boy to hand it over. The boy recoils and cries out that this man is just like all the others. What happens instead is a party invitation. A system window announces that they have entered the Misandra Ruins dungeon with a party of 2. The same window warns that if any party member dies or leaves the dungeon, the quest cancels outright. The boy is still sobbing as they walk in, and our boy snaps at him to shut it already. On the way down, the boy tells him how he got the posting in the first place. He explains that he always messed up raids and always died whenever he tried to play alone. Eventually he gave up on adventuring and started running errands for the town's own villagers. He carried things, fetched things, and did small jobs for a seated merchant woman and other players. Then one day a system window told him he had met the conditions for a hidden quest. He says it was the first time the game ever made him feel like even someone like him was worth something. He also admits that a group called the Swing Guild has been threatening to kill him over it. Crying, he says there is no way he could ever win against someone like our boy. Our hero drops him and turns away, telling him to keep crying his life away if that is his plan. Then he tells him that just because he has been weak until now does not mean he has to keep living that way. The boy wipes his face and says he is clearing this dungeon no matter what. Deeper in, a small horned creature drops onto the boy and clamps onto his head. He screams for help with both hands on the thing's shell. Our boy cuts it down instantly and it hits the floor in 2 pieces. Then he turns on the boy and accuses him of doing it on purpose. He warns him that if he messes anything up during the boss fight, he is dead. The corridor opens into a web-choked chamber that our hero calls the giant spider's nest. He explains that the room is notorious for being difficult, and not because of the boss alone. Small orange-bellied spiders respawn endlessly on the webbing and explode on contact. The boss itself carries a shell tougher than steel. The boy offers to help, and our boy tells him no, apologizes, and wishes him good luck. Then he crosses the entire web-covered floor without setting off a single strand. The giant spider drops from the ceiling on armored legs with its red eyes lit. Our hero meets it with a straight sword trailing blue energy and cuts at the joints. The 2 of them clash across the chamber while the boy watches from the wall. Watching the strikes land, the boy lets himself think that they actually have a chance. At that moment, his own foot comes down on a strand of web. One of the small spiders skitters onto his leg and detonates against it. He goes down bleeding while stacked system warnings print that it hurts 3 times over. More of the small spiders swarm toward the noise, beeping as they close in. Our boy breaks off the duel and drops in beside him. He orders him to shut up and run back to the entrance. Then he turns his back on the boy and faces the swarm alone. He tells the spiders he is going to kill them, and the chamber goes white with the blast. The boy ends up on the floor of a dark corridor, blood on his face, sobbing into his hands. He asks himself why he is so pathetic, since all he ever does is get in the way and then run away like a coward. Voices he has heard before layer over the panel and call him seriously useless. They tell him to quit the game already and to know his place, loser. The words keep coming until the silver-haired man's line cuts through them instead. He hears that being weak until now does not mean he has to keep living that way. Jit gets his feet under him and stands up in the falling ash. Back in the nest, he throws fire into the spider swarm and pulls every one of them onto himself. Our boy objects loudly to the entire idea. Jit shouts back that he will not die and that if the boss goes down they can call it even. Our hero needles him into standing and fighting instead of running for the wall. The 2 of them take the spider boss together, one drawing aggro and one cutting. Jit admits out loud that monsters still terrify him and that he is still weak. He says it anyway while his hands shake and calls it the first time shaking has ever felt this good. The boss crashes down with a thud that shakes the webbing. A system window confirms that they have cleared the Misandra Ruins dungeon. Jit laughs that he barely did anything, then decides that maybe he has grown a little. At that moment, a hand closes on him from behind and yanks him backward. A hooded gang has been waiting outside the boss room for exactly this. Their leader puts a knife against Jit's throat and demands that our boy hand over the field unlock title. Bloodied, Jit begs him not to give it up because he fought so hard for that quest. The leader mocks the boy by name and calls him loser Jit again. Our hero says he will hand the title over, but only if the man beats him for it. The gang leader charges at that, and the sword goes through him in one motion. He collapses in a spray of blood before the rest of the gang can move. A red and gold armored skeleton knight bursts into the corridor with a squad of skeleton troops behind it. The undead sweep over the remaining thugs while their prisoners stare at the summons. One captive says it has to be him, a solo player who summons skeletons. Another whispers that this is Hahoe Mask and that he is as strong as a whole guild on his own. A third asks what a ranker like him is even doing down here. Our boy ignores all of it and strips the surviving thugs of their gear. System window flags one dropped item as an ownerless war watch, and he pockets it. They walk out through the ruins together in the orange light. Jit bows again and thanks him for saving him both physically and mentally. He holds out the field unlocked title and tries to give it back to the man who earned the clear. Our hero refuses to take it and tells him to keep the thing. He says it will save the boy a few punches down the road. Then he asks whether Jit is planning to keep playing this game at all. Jit answers through tears that he will try his best. He insists that what is running down his face is just snot. The next morning our boy wakes up and changes back into his plain civilian clothes. He stretches on a sunlit stone ledge with a whole town spread out far below him. He admits he only kept a low profile because of the bounty, and decides that is pointless now. Still, he tells himself the whole detour under Castle Missandra was not a total waste. A magic circle spins open beside him, and the game pays out the last of the rewards. A system line introduces Jit the Questman, a named player who specializes in collecting rare quests. The boy himself is crying too hard to speak, blubbering thanks for the title in pure garble. Our hero mutters that he is not convinced that Guy will ever become a real Questman. With the blocked field finally open, he walks into the newly unlocked map called Ricky Town. It sits inside the region the game labels Cursed Territory, and the plaza is already packed. A dark-haired swordsman and his blonde companion stand in the crowd counting the competition out loud. They spot the 2nd Division of Ares, one of the top 30 guilds, working the far side. They spot the 1st Division of Triple Wing, another of the top 30 standing in tight formation. They spot hooded members of Hydra, a serious contender, moving through the square in a block. The pair tell each other that every one of them came because the main quest continues here. Our boy shoulders straight between the two of them and tells them flatly to move. They recognize the silver hair a second too late and blurt out that it is Hahoe mask. The gossip goes up around him like a dropped match in dry grass. One player says he solos everything and has never needed a party for any of it. Another claims he is Seolion Che's pet, and the rumor mutates on the spot. Someone swears the Thunder Queen threatened to kill anyone who so much as touches him. Someone else says 2 top guildmasters are fighting over him like a prize. The gossip panel draws Shev of the Red Bulls hanging off one of his arms. Our boy walks into the middle of the group and starts throwing punches. He shouts that he is nobody's pet and nobody's lover and that none of it is true. At that moment, a man in a black tricorn hat and a thick mustache breaks the fight up. A name card identifies him as Sarabo, an NPC member of the Secret Order. He tells them all not to cause a scene right before an important mission. Then he opens the briefing in front of the entire plaza. He explains that Cursed Territory is where the source of corruption once ran its experiments. The monsters there came out cursed, and so did the land itself under everyone's feet. That curse has to be lifted first before anything else in the region can move forward. Our hero listens with his arms crossed and quietly runs ahead of the old man in his head. He expects the target to be the Voodoo Chimera from what he heard before the regression. He tells himself he already knows its spawn point and the exact counter for it. Sarabo says instead that the real target is a monster called Evil Eye. The name lands on the plaza like a dropped anvil and the crowd goes loud. Players shout that Evil Eye sits at level 150. They shout that it carries a passive curse skill covering an entire area at once. Sarabo raises an open hand and says only 4 teams will be allowed to hunt it. Everyone outside those 4 teams is no longer part of the mission at all. A player protests that being cut means the main quest ends for him right there. Sarabo answers that they are free to leave and wishes them luck on the way out. The plaza turns into a shoving match as rivals trample each other to sign up first. Our boy does not move with them. His face goes dark and the panel fills with racing text as he asks how this happened. He tells himself this is not how it went before and that the target was never Evil Eye. He asks whether the future is going to keep sliding out from under him like this. Then he slaps himself hard across the face and forces his own breathing back down. He reasons that only 2 possibilities exist for what just happened in front of him. Either his regression is altering the future by itself, or his memory of it was wrong from the start. Elsewhere, a purple-haired agent in glasses reports to a superior nobody ever sees on the page. He says he has just arrived in Cursed Territory to begin the main quest. He promises that this time, for sure, he will take care of Hahoe mask. Sometime later, a full squad works a single Voodoo Chimera in a sunlit forest clearing. It takes every warrior they have plus repeated lightning volleys from the entire mage line. A system window finally confirms that they have defeated a Voodoo Chimera. A young dark-haired party member throws his hands up and begs to just go home. He calls the fight impossible and asks how they are supposed to beat the top 30 guilds. The blonde squad leader tells him to look over there before he keeps whining. In the distance, a lone player in black armor is cutting Voodoo Chimeras apart in sprays of blood. She says that man took 3 of them by himself while their squad struggled with one. He recognizes the figure as Hahoe mask and says he is on a whole different level. He admits out loud that he is jealous and wishes he could play this game that effortlessly. Under a ticking countdown window labeled Voodoo Chimera Hunt, our hero pushes himself to go faster and then faster still. He tears through more chimeras and through mounted skeletal riders wreathed in blue flame. Somebody offers him a potion in the middle of the fight and he refuses it flatly. He reminds himself that the other guilds hunt in packs of 5 or more players. When the timer hits all zeros, the Tricorn-Hatted Association NPC steps out of the trees. He tells him the kill count is impressive for that short a window. He adds that from the look of it, most of the work was done by one person. He says he will report the result to the association, then asks the man for his name. Before our boy can finish the answer, a silver-haired player skids into the clearing gasping for air. The NPC informs him that he came in second place. The ranker explodes and demands to know who could possibly have beaten him here. That night the bespectacled ranker in white plate armor sits down with 2 allies to piece the story together. A dark-haired woman with blue eyes stands with them while they piece the story together. They track him through the crowd and corner him in the open, addressing him as Hahoe Mask. The bespectacled ranker demands to know why he keeps getting in his way. He lands a green energy blow and takes one back hard enough to bleed from the mouth. Coughing, he straightens up and makes it formal. He names him out loud as Hyrkan, the Hahoe Mask, and challenges him to a duel. He sets the stake himself that if he wins, our boy drops out of the main quest entirely. The glowing green blade stops inches from our hero's face while he glares back at him. Our boy grits out that the terms are fine by him and calls the man a bastard. They agree to take it somewhere else, away from the crowd of watching players. Walking off into the trees, our hero narrates that he has swallowed humiliation after humiliation lately. A flashback flickers through bloodied hands and a bandaged chest under a caption blaming one punk. A jeering message drops over a downcast figure, saying word got around that Single failed. Single clenches his fist and swears that today he puts the man down and reclaims his dignity. He stops halfway through the sentence because his opponent has started taking his armor off. He asks what the hell the man thinks he is doing right now. Our boy answers that he is getting ready to fight and asks what else it would be. Then he explains the Watchman style to him like a rule everyone should already know. A Watchman style duel is fought wearing nothing but a watch and nothing else at all. Every piece of gear comes off, and with it every stat boost that gear was carrying. What is left is raw skill tested against raw skill with nothing padding either side. He calls it a declaration that a duelist is ready to die if he loses the fight. Then he needles the man about challenging him without having that kind of resolve. He asks whether the ranker is simply scared he cannot win without his equipment. Single strips down to his plaid boxer shorts and shouts that nobody said he was scared. Our boy grins and tells him that now they are talking. The two of them clash across a ruined rooftop wearing shorts and a wristwatch and nothing more. Our hero tells him he is slow, and Single answers that scared dogs bark the loudest. Mid-fight, Single privately notes that this stranger's combat instincts are frankly uncanny. He thinks that only 2 people ever pressured him like this in his whole career. His memory shows a blonde man in a red shirt wearing a confident smirk. Beside him stands a black-haired woman in a white blazer with her arms crossed. Single tears at his opponent's shorts and snarls at him to shut it. Our boy answers by grabbing him in a glowing purple grip and calling out his curse. Single shrugs the debuffs off and asks if he really thought a couple of them would be enough. He pins the bloodied, coughing silver-haired man down by the hair. He raises his sword over him and says this ends now. Our hero catches the naked blade with his bare hand and says he is not done yet. He ignites a glowing purple skull charm and the rooftop disappears in a purple explosion. Single walks out of the smoke unbothered and names the trick a skeleton bomb. He says it was meant to blind him for a cheap sneak attack from behind. He starts hunting through the rubble and asks aloud where the man is hiding. He spots a distant figure, leaps in shouting that he found him and slashes it down. The thing that takes the hit is a red armored skeleton in a horned helmet. It bursts into smoke with a poof and the silver-haired man is nowhere on the field. Then Single's wristwatch beeps at him. He answers it and a voice asks what in the world he is doing right now. He says he is in the middle of dueling Hahoe Mask. The caller tells him he got played and tells him to go check the man's WTube channel. A thumbnail loads with Single's own flexing pose stamped with the words big muscles and zero thoughts. A live stream overlay shows the entire duel going out live on the Hahoe Mask channel. The title reads Teaching Underwear Guy a Lesson, with 3.42 million people watching. The channel counter beside it reads 17,000, and the stream started 2 hours ago. A pink caption over Single reads flexing in his underwear while he poses with his sword. The host's own commentary says he is straight up looting the man and the guy has no clue. Chat floods with mockery of a ranker fighting a duel in his boxer shorts. Far behind him, small figures are carrying his abandoned gear away piece by piece. Confronted with all of it, our hero laughs that the fair, honorable Watchman-style duel was fake from the start. He asked whether the man really thought he would take on a ranker head-on. He tells the man it was obviously fake and marvels that he bought it anyway. Then he says peace, waves lazily, and lifts off into the sky. Single is left standing in his shorts with nothing, screaming that he is going to kill Hahoe Mask. The next morning, a reaction clip is playing on a screen for a pink-haired girl in headphones. The clip is titled Despair Underwear Guys, and it holds on the bespectacled ranker screaming inside a burst of fire. She cackles at the freeze frame and asks what is wrong with that guy. She asks out loud who falls for trick that obvious. Hooded off to the side, our boy admits the win only came from a last-ditch trick. He says that without it, he would be the one in despair. Then he turns to the pile of gear his skeleton stripped off the loser. He works out that nobody in the market will want to buy any of it. Anyone who takes it would be worried the underwear guy comes after them next. So he decides to move the whole load through a private trade instead. A profile card flips over on that trade and names the buyer as Matador Chev of the Red Bulls. Elsewhere, a system window closes out for Chev reading quest complete, Salt Mountain Hunt. Sunlight blazes off his red and gold armor as the Red Bulls celebrate behind him. Shortly after, he reports the finished business to Yell. He tells her he completed the trade with Hahoe Mask exactly as she asked him to. She presses him on whether all that gear means he is getting mixed up in a fight. He brushes the question off with a grin and does not answer it. Out of nowhere, a blade comes down across his guard with a crash. Thunder Queen lands out of the jump and their swords ring overhead. She demands the traded gear and tells him to hand it over if he is challenging her guild. Her reasoning is that Hahoe Mask never contacted her, so it has to be him. Chev refuses and tells her Hahoe Mask contacted the Red Bulls first. He needles her that the man plainly hates her. He adds that the man would not even let her help with the bounty on his own head. She tells him she will kill him for that, and the standoff dissolves into shared laughter. Denied the trade, she offers to help Chev another way instead. Sometime later, a system window tells our boy that Chev has sent him a gift, a skeleton armor set. The gift is framed to him as coming from an anonymous benefactor. A voice call opens and the sender asks him on that benefactor's behalf what his type is. He answers that he has honestly never thought about it once. Pressed, he guesses somebody who likes him, he supposes. Chev says that in that case they might actually stand a chance and hangs up on him. A caption then reads that it is time for the main quest. A host in a wide-brimmed hat and a thin mustache announces that they finally have 4 teams. He presents the first banner, the Noopy family. He presents the second, Hahoe Mask, entered alone. The third belongs to Hydra's main quest team, fronted by a masked leader with glowing red eyes. The fourth is Triple Wing's first division under a blonde leader with a companion in glasses and a beanie. The host then sets the mission for all of them. They are to defeat Evil Eye, a mutation of the Voodoo Chimera. The prize is an amulet that can undo curses. It also opens any part of the cursed territory to whoever holds it. Privately, our boy vows to reach the wider quest area before anyone else does. He also admits to himself that he cannot outrace raid specialists to first place. The host shouts for the contest to begin. 2 figures trade projectile bursts across the arena floor. One of them mutters a curse as the exchange goes against him. Elsewhere, a struggling field team sits beaten on the ground. A blonde hooded man and his companion Noopy admit they only caught their chimeras thanks to Single. They say out loud that they may have to give up on the Evil Eye entirely. A hand drops onto his shoulder and tells them it is too soon to give up. Our boy stands over them grinning, thumbs up, asking whether they could spare him some of their time. Meanwhile, a masked figure with glowing red eyes rallies a hooded group in the dark. A caption over them reads Hydra's main quest team. He warns them not to let some bastard steal the win the way it was stolen in the first stage of the main quest. He vows that this one will be theirs no matter what it takes. Elsewhere, a panicked player begs for help and screams that he cannot do this anymore. An armored figure grabs him in the open and hauls him off. Onlookers wonder whether a monster is chasing him and decide it does not matter. Sometime later, on the ground, a swordsman asks Noopy how they ended up with a guy like that. She answers only that he tricked them. Behind her, a battlefield banner reading Hydra hangs over a field of fallen figures. A caption marked earlier drops back to our boy on his knees in front of Noopy's 4-person team. He lays the deal out plainly for them. He can solo the Evil Eye, but he cannot handle the rival competitors on his own. If they clear the competition off the board, he kills the Evil Eye for them. Noopy presses him on why they would ever trust him. He asks her whether she has a better plan than his. The group shakes on it reluctantly with a mutual promise that neither side betrays the other. When they ask how 4 weak players are supposed to remove anybody, he tells them not to worry about it. He says they will just be bait. Then he grabs one of them by the collar while the rest react in shock. A system window announces that they have entered the cursed altar. A horned demon with a glowing ring of a red eye looms out of the mist. Sometime later, he remarks that the fight went faster than he expected. He finds Noopy's team trembling in a heap nearby. They accuse him of knocking them out cold to start with. They say he dropped them into a deadly game, then chased them with bombs from the top of a golem. The chase dragged every rival team across the map behind them. Asked what any of that had to do with removing competitors, he admits it was not much, he guesses. Noopy fumes that he had his fun and that the others did get cleared out along the way. She says out loud that she wants to kill him. Told that no competitors are left, the group settles in to wait for Hahoe Mask to finish the evil eye. Then a huge clawed shape crashes down into the middle of them. Injured, Noopy demands he hold up his end of the deal and he only grins back at her. The group finds their own bodies moving before anyone gives an order. One of them says it is like his body just moved on its own. It is the muscle memory drilled into them through the ordeal he put them through. Noopy orders everyone to follow her toward the monster instead of away from it. In the fight, he coaches her through the dodge and then the counter. He calls the timing out to her while the demon is still swinging. She leaps with her blade raised and lands the finishing slash. The demon staggers back with blood spraying from the fresh wound. Only afterward does the group piece together that he had been training them for this exact fight. He admits flatly that he did not actually think they would win it. In tears, Noopy accuses him of caring about nothing except his promise to beat the evil eye. He answers that he still fully intends to keep that promise. The answer confuses her because she believed the thing was already dead. A system window reads that the scent of the blood sacrifice spreads far and wide. The altar splits and a tangle of blood-red roots climbs into the sky behind them. A glowing red eye crowns the mass. He tells the stunned group that the demon they just killed was never his opponent. A name card resolves beside the horror reading Evil Eye level ? The party watches the boss rise out of a glowing tome. System toasts fire one after another. Fear activated, sloth activated, corrosion ghost activated. The orange-haired woman on the team locks in place and says they have to run and that she cannot move. Our boy walks straight through the curse without breaking stride. He looks up at the boss and says that all of it is boring. He tells it that its curse skill is too low to work on him. The debuff toasts bounce off him and land back onto the evil eye itself. He says it is his turn now and calls out Slot on. His hooded skeleton armor ignites in blue energy and his twin blade comes up. He says here he goes, ducks a dark tentacle and opens with a run of slashes. He tells it to shut up and taunts it for thinking basic attacks can stop him. The evil eye halts him mid-swing. A petrification circle it had laid on the ground beforehand snaps shut around him. He notes the trap out loud and breaks straight out of it. He mocks the plan to tie him down and finish him with one big attack. He calls it clever enough that he will have to fight for real now. What follows is an all-out clash of roaring energy blasts across the altar. A giant beam meets his blade and the whole chamber goes white. His 3 party members watch from cover and manage only that there is no way. A system window confirms he has defeated the master of the altar, the evil eye. It pays experience, prints a level up and closes the quest Defeat the Evil Eye. He turns his attention straight to the armor set instead. Its full set bonuses read class-related stats plus 132, all stats plus 150, skill cooldown minus 10%. Skill mana cost minus 10%. He calls the set the sports car of his dreams. He declares that the rest of the main quest will be a cakewalk from here. His party rushes over and mobs him. They gush that he dodged every attack gracefully and then blew the evil eye apart with a sword he infused with magic. One of them says it was like something out of a movie. The orange-haired woman ends up hugging him, then shoves him back and shouts at him to get off her, calling him a weirdo. One teammate begs to be trained some more while they are all standing there. Our boy hurls the man off him and calls him a pervert. Meanwhile, in a control room, a light-haired man reclines in front of a wall of monitors. Every screen on it carries the feed of a different player. He notes to himself that Hahoe Mask defeated the evil eye. Then he turns on a subordinate standing beside a chess piece and addresses him as Single. He disciplines him for failing to prioritize interfering with the main quest. Single grovels that he apologizes and begs for anything but that. He asks for one more chance. A subordinate with pink hair asks the overseer what they should do about Hahoe Mask. An older advisor hunched over the board says that what they are looking at is impossible. The overseer confirms that it is. Between them they put it into words. The man is clearing the main quest as if he already knows exactly how the quest line goes. The overseer then explains why that cannot happen. Warlord's main quest is not written in advance by anybody. A super artificial intelligence named MIA generates it in real time. It builds every step out of the activity data of every player in the game. On the board, a glowing purple pawn advances along a lit path without one wrong step. The overseer smirks and says he's going to dig deeper. He wants to know exactly how this man is doing it. Booms roll through a shattered stone chamber, and something heavy crashes into the far wall. In silhouette, our hero and a squad of skeleton warriors trade blows with armored figures nobody has named. He coughs through the cloud and grumbles about why anyone would build a dungeon down here. 2 system windows answer him instead of person, awarding the titles Catacombs Visitor and the one who awakened the Catacombs. A location card names the place the Catacombs. Earlier that day, the mustached man in the tricorn hat had handed him an item card reading Sarabo's ward against evil. Sarabo thanks him for putting down the evil eye, then warns that the real danger in the cursed territory is still present. He explains that the ruin above them is where the corrupt one conducted various experiments, and that the traces left there could finally identify him. A quest card opens titled Investigate Hyrkan Castle in the Cursed Territory with a reward line reading Sarabo's trust. Our boy murmurs that he finally has it. Instead of entering the castle the way any other player would, he heads underground, saying the clue he needs is in the catacombs beneath it. Back in the present, the skeleton knight leads the charge, flanked by skeleton wolves that tear into everything the dark throws at them. A system toast confirms that he has defeated a skeleton wolf. He cheers on his amazing little skellies, then tells them they have to do even better since they are his pupils. A fresh wave of monsters pours out of a side tunnel and the whole group turns and runs. Title cards print 30 minutes later, then 1 hour later, then 3 hours later. The catacombs are a maze and the squad is hopelessly lost inside it. Our boy punches a wall and screams one word at a time about why he cannot find the way. Privately, he admits he maybe should have brought those guys along, remembering a group who begged to come with him. Then he decides against it because he cannot give a location like this away for free. A moment later, he is scolding 2 of his own skeletons for dropping pieces of their gear on the floor as trail markers. He demands to know if they have any idea how much that gear costs. He tells them he skipped meals to buy it, calling them ungrateful bastards. At that moment, a towering armored skeleton rises out of the dark ahead of them. Its plate is black-gray, its skull helm oversized, its eyes burning red above a purple glowing lantern. It introduces itself only as a commander in its lifetime and demands the respect the rank is owed. Our boy cuts the speech off with 2 flat words and a punch, then does it a second time. He accuses the thing of being the one who designed this terrible map. The commander gives up on manners. It lifts the lantern over its head and bellows at him to behold its army. Purple light floods the chamber and dead warriors climb out of the floor at its order to arise. Unimpressed, our hero says it just summoned a bunch of lackeys. Then he raises his own legion, a wall of blue-lit skeletons surging up the tunnel behind him, and gives the order to mow them down. The 2 undead armies slam into each other across the chamber. The armored boss stands frozen as his own army of the dead collapses against skeletons that fight like nothing he has seen. Every single one of the skellies copies our hero's own movements. Each of them learned the attack style of a warrior who once fought at ranker level. That puts them on a completely different level than mindless numbers. The boss snarls at the arrogance of it. He does not notice that skeletons from both armies are already climbing his legs. Skeleton Aggro simply follows whatever enemy stands closest, so he stuck his own summons to the guard's legs alongside the guard's own troops. Now the guard shakes off ally and enemy alike, and our boy calls the whole army brainless. Sometime later, a clip titled Skeletons vs. Skeletons sits on the Hahoe Mask channel at 100,000 views. Beneath it, a counter reads 12,390 comments. One viewer promises to marry him if the comment gets pinned. Another asks whether anyone is sure the Necromancer class is balanced and requests that it be deleted. A third asks how many international fans are there to support him. Elsewhere, a blonde guildmaster watches the same clip in bed with a red-haired woman. He grins that he was right about the man after all and that Hahoe Mask will make it big. He admits that as a guildmaster he should be more concerned about a rival, but personally he is thrilled. The woman notices the player on the screen is wearing the skeleton armor and asks why he sounds so proud of a rival. He brushes the question off. Privately, he thinks about somebody who is even more excited to see Hahoe Mask succeed. Meanwhile, Syl is lounging with her phone held over her face. She grumbles that he should wear the armor no matter how much he despises her, since it is not like she asked for anything in return. Then she gnashes her teeth and says she did not think Matador Chev was so incompetent. The man still has no idea the gift came from her. At that moment, Hahoe calls her in a panic. She reports that the Hydra Guild wants to collaborate on the main quest. They claim they know how to beat the final part of the second stage, which is not even officially open yet, and that the top 30 guilds will all have to come together to clear it. Syl orders her to arrange a meeting with Hydra immediately. Hahoe confirms out loud that the Thunder Queen has agreed to meet with them. Back at one of the Hydra Guild's in-game hideouts, an orange-haired member gloats about it. He says the usually aloof Thunder Queen agreed to meet, and calls it payback for the humiliation of losing the main quest to her guild before. A light-haired figure in black armor thanks him for the tip, and says she is glad she chose his guild. Another member says they should sit back and watch this revenge unfold. Back in the catacombs, our boy shows Sarabo an emblem he pulled off a monster, and the old man panics the instant he sees it. He orders him not to tell anyone about the emblem, then explains what it is. It belongs to Prince Bayandine on Northland, third prince of the Hyrkan kingdom. Sarabo describes him as gentle, honorable, and an active supporter of the Monster Hunting Association. He concludes that such an emblem on a corrupted monster very likely marks the source of the corruption. Our boy keeps his face still and works through it privately. Prince Dean really is the final boss of this stage of the main quest. He is relieved that the story still matches what he remembers from his past life. He tells himself to keep the streak going, clear the final part himself, and become the strongest. Sarabo cuts the thought in half and tells him to go see his master. A quest window opens titled Visit Ahembry. The system tells him to take Sarabo's letter and meet up with the master whom he respects and loves. The reward line reads Master Ahembry's love. Our boy explodes and screams that he does not want to see that bastard again. Sometime later he is standing in a book-lined study anyway. The bespectacled elder turns the catacombs emblem over and says it implicates Prince Dean in the corruption spreading through the kingdom. He warns that if the prince truly is behind all of this, they could be turning the whole kingdom against themselves. Then he changes the subject entirely. A glowing system window opens reading Skillbook Life Vessel, allows the player to acquire it. The old man reveals he secured the ultra-rare Necromancer skill on his behalf. Stunned, our boy notes it is quintessential for necromancers, and so rare it is not even available on the market. A golden splash panel puts him on a throne in a shower of coins, imagining himself as the hero who saves the kingdom. He reaches for the book and the elder snatches it back, demanding 10 million gold for it. The two start shouting at each other across the desk. Our boy calls the price a scam. The old man calls him an ungrateful bastard. He storms out, refusing to pay, boasting on the way that the skill would let him crush Prince Dean's entire army by himself. A moment later he is back inside and his entire savings of 10 million gold change hands. He walks out, drops to his knees and sobs that he was not scammed, insisting it was a necessary purchase and an investment for the future. Behind him the elder laughs and tells him to please come again. Shortly after, a voice comm window rings. The fanged player Xing asks for help defeating something called a black tree, dangling a rare circlet of purification as the reward. Our boy is hooked instantly and says he will be right there. The scene cuts to him reclining beside a pool surrounded by elf women. Xing calls again, furious, accusing him of having some summer fun with the elves and demands he come explain the quest in person. Some time ago an elf village had asked Xing to kill the black tree and he beat it in a dark forest. Then a member of Big Smile, one of the top 30 guilds, claimed the forest as guild territory. The man threatened to burn the whole forest down. He added that he would take some of the cuter elves with him, sneering that he heard Xing likes elves. Xing had to run. Afterward he was denied official permission to hunt there at all, and by now he is convinced they simply enjoy watching him struggle. Back in the present, Xing reveals what he has done about it. He has captured a Big Smile member and bound him, hooded, with a knife near his throat. He says that now he finally has an excuse and asks our boy, given his reputation, to help him strike back. Our boy agrees eagerly and says it will be great. Elsewhere, 3 Big Smile members march through the forest under warm sunlight. They gloat about how much they enjoy bullying Xing. One of them says the best part is having someone beg on their knees. Our hero sucker punches him without a word and a brawl erupts on the spot. 2 more guild members round on him and demand to know who he is. He is still stung over the 10 million gold he handed the old man. He cuts them off, gives them 10 seconds to hand over all their money, and cracks his knuckles. The brawl ends fast, and it ends badly for the guild that started it. One Big Smile fighter lies face down in the dirt with blood drying on his cheek. A voice off to the side tells him he did not only pick a fight with Big Smile, he took their war watches too. Another member is still breathing barely and drags his wrist up to the device strapped to it. Choking on the words, he requests reinforcements, gives the location as per forest and says Hahoe mask is here. Moments before any of it began, one of the 2 allies had asked the other whether he was really sure about this. Our boy had answered that the question was coming a little late, and the other one conceded that he had a point. Sometime later the 2 of them stand over a fallen monster the game labels a black tree. A system window confirms they have defeated it. A second window pays out experience and a third hands over gold. Our hero remarks that the thing was not much of a monster after all. The fanged swordsman agrees without much interest and shakes the last of the fight out of his arm. A wounded captive with pointed ears and messy reddish-brown hair lies nearby and calls them filthy humans. Irritated, one of them throws a rare item at the captive anyway, and a system window prints circlet of purification, super expensive. The instruction that comes with it is short, take the thing and go. An elf woman with light brown hair and braids showers the swordsman with praise for putting the black tree down so easily. She tells him she loves him and that he is the best. Lord Xing answers dryly that she really is easy to please. The rescued captive stops on the way out and thanks our hero without saying a word. Xing needles him about the sentimental moment, pointing out that he was told before that he does not like that sort of thing. Our boy deflects, saying that if the guy is that grateful he can just send more money. Xing and the elf woman then argue about whether they are friends, and he insists flatly that they are not. A second later he admits that he is also glad they made up. Our hero walks off alone and counts the new haul, several war watches and a circlet of purification. Every watch in that stack forces its former owner to drop items at random when it is sold. He turns them over in his hand one at a time and adds up what the pile is worth. He notes with satisfaction that he will not have to worry about money for a while. Then his wrist communicator rings and the caller identifier reads Pitbull Xing. Xing's voice comes through mid-joke about money and is cut off by a scream. A distorted message forces its way through the line telling Hahoe Mask not to come back. A second voice tells the speaker to shut up and says they will not let him live unless he calls for Hahoe Mask. The line cuts to the man himself, held down and beaten by Big Smile members in a clearing. He refuses to beg for a rescue, tells them not to do anything to Hahoe Mask and says he is the one to blame in the first place. He tells them to keep their promise. Our boy is already running. A voice greets him over the line, calls him Hahoe Mask and tells him he had better hurry if he wants to save his friend. He arrives and locks weapons with the captors on the spot. Bloodied on the ground, the swordsman insists it is nothing and that he can take care of it himself. 3 of his guild members in matching green cloaks with a leaf emblem are cut down in the same ambush. The man who was doing the beating steps forward and introduces himself. It is Apollo, the guildmaster whose 3 wrestlers our boy cut down in the grass. He announces that he is now a top executive at Big Smile. He explains that the swordsman volunteered to take the guild's punishment alone because he had asked our boy for a favor. Then he lays out his offer with a wide smile. Let the guild beat him up and they will let the hostage go. The scene closes on a face nobody has named yet, dark violet hair, a mouth open on a single mark of surprise. Apollo's own story runs back from there in a caption over his face. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and he had money, power and fame. That meant everyone feared him. Then a Hahoe Mask upload titled Teaching the Apollo Guild a Lesson passed 4,320,000 views. The comment section calls his guild full of losers. Another comment calls his name a ridiculous name and laughs at it. Humiliated in front of the whole player base, Apollo vowed to make the man pay for that humiliation. The guild he owned turned into a punchline he could not buy his way out of. His group builds the ambush around the beating itself, working the hostage over where our boy can watch. Our boy watches in silence and weighs whether stepping in would only raise the captive's value as a hostage. The captive is stabbed off panel and blood sprays across our boy's face. A taunting voice tells him he is just like them and asks whether he really has the right to call anyone a traitor. Apollo raises his own channel next and threatens 2 uploads, both tagged exclusive, both titled The Real Hahoe Mask. One shows him running away. The other shows him taking the beating. Either way, Apollo says his reputation is ruined and he tells him to make his choice. Our boy makes a third one. He decides he can simply kill all of them. He goes through the entire ambush party by himself and none of the orange armored fighters lasts long enough to matter. Standing over the wreckage, he gives the reason. He says it is because he never wanted to bow down to trash like them. The freed hostage is addressed by his own arriving guild members as Lord Xing. He is not grateful for long. He warns that the top 30 guilds were already wary of our boy and that this just handed them an excuse to target him. Then he apologizes for dragging him into it. Our boy brushes the apology off with 2 flat words. He insists he was not trying to save anybody and tells the swordsman not to get the wrong idea. Xing throws him a pouch of gold and says it is all the money he has. It is the payment our boy once told him to thank him with. Our boy catches it with a look of genuine surprise, then laughs dryly. He tells him he would have to give a whole lot more than this. Elsewhere in a Big Smile hall, an executive in a cream and white formal long coat is shouting about Apollo. He rages that the man messed up badly. He admits out loud that he regrets being threatened into handing Apollo a leadership position at all. He orders a blonde aide to keep everyone quiet and cover the whole thing up. His reason is that Hahoe Mask now has both Red Bulls and Thunder Hunters on his side. The aide questions the order and says she is worried about what the cover-up does to the guild's reputation. In a room where the faces stay in shadow, other guild figures fret that they are already fighting triple wing. A seated, cloaked figure whose face never appears tells them not to bother. Thanks to the intel the Hydra Guild gave them about the future, he says, they will not have to do anything at all. He declares over a blood-drenched panel that Hahoe mask will definitely be eliminated in the next main quest. Sometime before all of that, in a forest, a rugged companion with long, messy dark hair made a pitch of his own. He told our boy to join one of the top 30 and called him Hahoe mask while doing it. He argued that the money would be enormous and that the leveling would come much quicker. Our boy answered with one word, and the word was no. He thought it through privately. Fighting alone, he only has to think about himself. The moment other people come into play, he is no longer fully in control. A system window cuts the conversation off. It carries Sarabo's message, telling him to return at once because Prince Dean has started a rebellion, and instructing him to go see Sarabo. He storms off cursing whichever bastard kicked off the next stage of the main quest ahead of him. At Hyrkan Castle he finds Sarabo waiting under the tricorn hat and thin mustache. The old man explains that an unknown army has seized the royal palace. He believes Prince Dean is trying to take the throne by force. Privately, our boy recognizes the opening of the main quest's second stage. He also wonders with real irritation who managed to trigger it before he did. He had been counting on being the one to set that clock running himself. The palace itself comes back in flashback. Prince Dean stands over a kneeling man, blonde hair, blue eyes, gold epaulets, and a cape on his shoulders. The man on the ground is Vagel, blonde as well, armor trimmed with gold at the shoulder, loyal to the crown and pleading with him. Dean gloats that he will make everyone sorely regret not choosing him. He says he has ordered his monster armies to attack every castle on the map. The whole kingdom, he promises, will be in flames. Vagel grabs the prince's hand and begs him to reconsider. Behind them a silhouette looms in heavy dark armor with a glowing red visor, and the narration names him Sir Agardo, the greatest knight of the kingdom. Sarabo hauls Vagel away from the throne room while he is still reaching for the prince. The retreat has one reason. While Agardo stands with Dean, they cannot possibly win. Back in the present, our boy cuts a corrupted knight down in the middle of a red-lit field. A woman with long red hair in a high ponytail and a dark guild uniform steps out to watch. An on-page caption names her Sawhank, second in command of the Hydra Guild. She calls the kill impressive and says he really is as skilled as people claim. She adds that she would love to duel him sometime. A comrade snaps at her that she cannot and asks whether she has forgotten their priority. Sawhank answers the question nobody asked instead. Hydra will not be joining the fight against Prince Dean. In fact, she says none of the top 30 guilds will be participating. Hydra warned all of them that this battle ends in a huge loss for the users. Our boy loses his composure completely and shouts at her, asking whether that is true, asking whether the top 30 really are staying out of the battle. Elsewhere, a blonde guild leader lies stretched across a couch, while a small golden-scaled creature wags its tail beside him. His attendant, dark blue hair and a white vest uniform, explains that this fight is only a precursor. The Prince Dean final boss raid, she says, only starts after it. His officers bicker over whether those snakes could simply be lying to them. In another hall, a black-haired leader in a white and blue dress uniform turns the same problem over. A hooded figure in a white grinning mask and black gloves has offered her more information on future main quests in exchange for cooperation. She reasons that the offer is too strange to be a simple betrayal. She decides it is better to watch them from up close. For now, she says, they will play along and pretend to be on their side. Two officers are squabbling in front of her while she says it. One is Hahoe, blonde, ear-shaped clips in her hair, pink eyes. The other is Heichi, dark green black hair, blue cape trimmed in gold, a glowing blue-white sword at her side. She silences them both with one word. She tells an aide to have every member of the guild assemble. Then she names the target, and it is not the main quest raid at all. She calls it snake hunting, and the snake is the Hydra Guild. A system explainer lays the event out before a single monster shows up. Waves of monsters attack every castle on the continent at the same time. If more than half of those castles are still standing when the clock runs out, the final boss raid begins. A caption admits that this might sound like a fun event for everyone, then it adds that there is a catch. Each wave comes back stronger than the one before it. By the fourth wave, the caption says, most users cannot handle them at all. Another caption explains how these events were ever won before. The top 30 guilds always participated, all of them every single time. Then a news broadcast fills the panel under an important announcement banner. The headline reads that the top 30 guild alliance will not participate in the siege battle. A representative of Triple Wing states that they also will not be taking part. A black-haired woman speaking for the Thunder Hunters answers with two words about noblesse oblige. Three silhouetted members of Big Smile say they will be focusing on other things. Meanwhile, in a clearing far from any castle, our boy is sparring for fun. His opponent is a red-haired woman who pulls lightning straight out of her open palm. They trade a flashy multi-hit exchange across the page, bam boom wham kapow. An orange-haired man cuts in shouting that they are seriously late and have to go now. She sighs that she is coming just when things were getting interesting. Before she goes, she tells Hahoe Mask that next time they fight for real. She adds that some prophet guy told her the future will not change anyway. That is why she is not the least bit worried about the siege battle. Elsewhere, at a beginner area castle, a player named Shane is having the best day of his life. A name card introduces him as the Siege Battle Tsuryu Castle Branch Alliance representative. He boasts to a cheering crowd that he rushed here the moment the top 30 announced they were sitting out. He expected easy money and easy experience with the big guilds staying home. The early waves go down smoothly and the crowd hoists him into the air. He gloats out loud that he wants to thank the monsters for the easy win. Then the tide turns on him. A horde of boss monsters pours over the walls, black lamias and tailless dragons. Panicked defenders beg him for orders while the last standing gate buckles. Before he can answer, a dragon closes its jaws on his raised arm with a crunch. He screams and calls for a logout and the logout does not come. At that moment, a blinding blue beam crashes down between the dragon and the fallen defenders. The newcomer asks Shane whether he is the alliance representative of this castle. Then he tells him to hand that title over. Shane screams that he can have it, that he can have anything please. A system window answers with 2 words, good choice. The newcomer's summoned Skeleton Knight slices the dragon apart in a rapid combo of glowing strikes. A defender recognizes the skeleton summons and gasps that this can only be Hahoe Mask. A system toast confirms that command of the Tsuryu Castle Siege Battle Alliance has been transferred from Shane to Hyrkan. Our hero turns to leave the ruined gate and tells Shane he can come along if he wants. He is told that 3 of the 4 gates have already been breached. Someone says that continuing from here seems impossible. He goes quiet for a panel. Then he states that this siege battle has to be won no matter what. Privately, he reasons that a win here is the only future scenario the prophet ever spoke of. Losing it would make every piece of information he carries worthless, so he decides he is going to do whatever it takes. Shortly after, the castle's other 3 gates get ready in turn. At the southern gate, Jit the questman banters with a challenger in dark red and black plate. The man strikes a raised fist pose and names himself Donquijot, and Jit tells him to trust him. The armored man answers that Jit is not very reassuring. At the eastern gate, members of the Altu family and the Nupi family brace against the wall, one of them muttering that he wants to go home. At the western gate, Xing reassures a worried member of his elven unit. He tells her that any of them getting hurt would pain him more than his own wounds. A system ding announces that they are basically ready. Hooded beside his glowing-eyed skeleton knight, our boy grins and says it is time to go. Sometime later he is shouting across a battlefield, asking whether the area spells are ready yet. Onlookers marvel that the man famous for soloing everything is commanding a full raid party. He counts the assault down and crossed golden slashes tier into a huge armored boss. On the last count, robed casters unleash a colossal roaring fire blast that swallows the thing whole. The exhausted party celebrates and is told it is over, and that they rest until the next wave. That night the raiders sit around a camp swapping stories and griping about difficult players. The hooded protagonist sits apart from the group with his back to the fire. A black-haired man in gray plate comes over to thank him for splitting the gold and experience equally. Then he asks how one player intends to defend every castle in the siege at once. Our boy grins that he will just have to get other people to do it for him. Meanwhile, in a hall of gold, a blond man in a red floral shirt lounges across an ornate gilded chair. He is talking with a black-haired woman in a white and blue uniform whom he addresses as Your Majesty. Their subject is a high-tier ranker nobody at the top can identify, nicknamed the Prophet. He wears brown hair, an earring and a green scarf, and gear that says he should be famous. He has been meeting with executives of the Hydra Guild very frequently. A bespectacled man in a formal collar recounts that the Prophet came to him with an offer. The offer was to eliminate Hahoe Mask for him. Both listeners say that the pitch sounds familiar to them. She reasons that Warlord's main quest is generated in real time by an artificial intelligence. Only the person controlling that scenario could possibly predict the future of the game. Then she names him Toby Gwyn, the operator. The blond man laughs that this is a ridiculous theory, then agrees that caution costs nothing. Elsewhere, Heichi frets aloud that a friend of hers will get dragged into this mess because of Hahoe Mask. A notification cuts her off, telling her that Hahoe Mask just uploaded a video. Someone teases her for keeping an alert set for that and calls her adorable. On screen, the masked man says he is recruiting volunteers unpaid. The siege has left security thin, and griefers and potion price gougers are working the castles. He wants people to go police them, then he goads the audience that they will help him anyway. They will help, he says, even if it is only because they are worried he will finish all the main quests first. Hahoe objects that this whole thing could still be the operator's doing. The black-haired woman and the blonde man both leap out of their seats and declare they are volunteering. Volunteering is not participating, so the promise to sit the siege out technically stands. The group files out while Hahoe wails that she knew this would happen. Elsewhere, word spreads that the Red Bulls and the Thunder Hunters have withdrawn from the siege. Others are said to be considering the same. A brown-haired man in dark green trimmed armor frets that at this rate they will never manage to kill Hahoe Mask. In a real-world office, a man in a white dress shirt reclines in a dim chair. An unseen subordinate remarks that Hahoe Mask has his own faction now, an unexpected turn of events, and calls him boss. He tells the tablet device linked to the game not to alert Hydra yet. Their real goal was never the raid, he says, only slowing the main quest's exhaustion rate. Nobody will be able to clear that raid anyway. Somewhere else, a silhouette stands before a wall of screens replaying old battle highlights. Every tile shows the same silver-haired player winning. The panel closes on one eye green under light blonde hair. A distant shot shows the man himself standing on the corpse of a colossal monster at dusk. The watcher murmurs that he wants to see whether that winning streak continues. At Hyrkan Castle, word tears through the gathered players that Hydra's raid force has been wiped out. The rumor says one single enemy did all of it and nobody standing in that courtyard believes it. They repeat the number back to each other outside the gate and keep getting the same answer. Hydra sent its elite for this and Hydra sent all of them at once. The horror on the faces outside the hall spreads faster than any of the details do. Inside the hall, a skull-faced armored figure looms over the fallen, who lie in spreading pools of blood. One downed Hydra fighter drags herself onto an elbow and accuses the attacker of hiding a weapon's ridiculous ability. She says the thing he swung should not have been able to do what it did. She reminds him of a promise he made to the guild before any of this started. The deal was cooperation, and cooperation was supposed to buy Hydra the main quest first. The sentence never reaches its end because a blade goes through her mid-word. The panel fills with one wide blood-red eye. The attacker apologizes flatly and remarks that prophecies always leave out the important parts. More Hydra fighters drop one after another across the smoking floor. A smirking figure gloats that he has been having some fun with all of them. He adds that his master is a pretty merciful person, and the massacre closes on that line. Elsewhere, the players who survived the siege waves are lining up outside the Thunder Hunter's court. The line runs the length of the courtyard, and none of them show any sign of leaving it. They survived because the guild handed out free potions and free gear while the walls were coming down. Nobody was charged a copper for any of it, and nobody was asked to sign anything first. Some of them came straight off the walls in borrowed gear and are still wearing it. One of them asks the officers whether somebody like him could join, and is told that of course he can. The officer points him toward a table where applications are already being taken. The officers work through the names as fast as the line keeps feeding them. Standing beside Syl, an ally gloats that the whole arrangement is working out really well for them. He says the giveaway makes the guild look great in front of the entire server. Syl tells him he is standing too close and he steps back. She wonders aloud whether Hydra will retaliate now that they have been cut out. At that moment, a level-up chime cuts across her sentence. A glowing blue system window opens with a new quest, Hyrkan Castle Assault, the White-Eyed Knight. The window tells them the final phase of the siege requires defeating Sir Agardo. Secondhand word reaches Syl and Hahoe a moment later. Hydra already launched its own raid on the night, early in secret ahead of the phase opening. They told nobody in the Alliance, nobody in the castle, and nobody at the gates. They went in expecting the phase to belong to them before anyone else could reach it. The entire party was destroyed. One single enemy defeated all of them, and that is the massacre the castle has been whispering about since morning. Somebody in the court asks how that is even possible. Somebody else insists that Hydra must have been prepared because Hydra is always prepared. The exchange collapses into slapstick, a shout of Queen Syl, a thwack, an accusation of doing that on purpose. Nobody in the room has an answer for the question. All anybody has is the number of bodies. Shortly after, a hooded figure walks into the court and the strangers nearest the door recognize him on sight. The name they say out loud is Hahoe Mask. He tells Syl he has something to propose to her and to Shev regarding the assault on Sir Agardo. While he is talking, a system toast slides across the field for everyone to read. The Triple Wing Guild failed to defeat Sir Agardo. The same toast says the field will now be reset. A reset puts the knight back at full and turns every attempt so far into nothing. Triple Wing spent an entire raid group on him and walked away with one line of system text. Word spreads through Hyrkan Castle within the hour that Thunder Hunters, Red Bulls and Hahoe Mask are advancing together. Bystanders press against the barricades to watch the three of them step through a glowing gateway side by side. They say out loud that nobody has ever seen an alliance shaped like this one. 2 guilds out of the biggest 30 in the game, walking in step with a man who has no guild at all. At the planning stage, he refuses the backup before anyone finishes offering it. He states that he is taking Sir Agardo alone. Around him, the briefing lays out what the knight actually is. Sir Agardo is Prince Dean's personal guard and the strongest swordsman in the kingdom. Hahoe protests that neither physical attacks nor magic nor divine powers work on the man. She lists the 3 of them again for him, and none of the 3 have ever landed. She points out that the whole of Hydra already threw itself at him and got nothing but a body count. He answers with terms instead of arguments. If he wins, the reward gets split with them. If he fails, they get his entire strategy for free. He asks whether they have anything at all to lose on a deal like that. He does not tell the room what he actually intends to do, and nobody asks him twice. The panel closes on his scarred, silver-haired face, and nobody talks him out of it. The fight opens with him rocketing airborne into a downward slash. The blade catches Sir Agardo on the shoulder in the middle of a dodge, in a streak of blinding light. Total physical resistance should have swallowed that hit and left nothing behind at all. Instead, the wound stays open and smokes, and the armored giant droops where he stands. The allied guilds watching from the line say that it worked, and none of them can say how. One of them shouts across the group, asking Heichi whether that attack really landed. Blood runs down the ornate plate in thin lines. The crowd starts to work out that the man in the hood is soloing the raid. Word runs down the barricade that the hooded player walked in there without a party. He closes in for the finish and tells the knight he has had his fun with that body of his. He says that it ends now. He raises a blade already burning white along its whole edge. He warns him that it is going to sting a bit before the swing goes out. The slash crosses the entire hall as a moving wall of light. 607,048 people are watching the fight live on WTube. His own allies stand at the edge of the floor murmuring that it worked while the counter keeps climbing. Between a system window and the spectators reading it out, the shape of the problem finally becomes public. Sir Agardo is immune to every source of damage in the game except one. Only the legendary Sword of Oath can hurt him, because the Sword of Oath deals fixed damage. Fixed damage does not care about defense, resistance, immunity, or any other number on the sheet. It subtracts what it subtracts, and the target has no line in its stats to stop it. Our boy never had that sword and never went looking for it. Before the fight, he coated his own blade with black sap, harvested from a black tree. The black tree is the monster he and the Fanged Ranker put down together in the elf forest. Black sap carries the same fixed damage property the legendary weapon carries. It is a trash item that nobody prices, nobody sells, and nobody bothers to carry. Nobody hunting the answer thought to look inside the pile of loot everybody discards. He had it in his bag the whole time the biggest guilds in the game were hunting a sword. He kept the trick to himself so that no rival could copy it and take the kill ahead of him. He tells himself he will be the one to defeat Sir Agardo first. The knight stops attacking. He folds his whole body behind the greatsword into a pure defensive stance. The blade comes up flat and the enormous silhouette shrinks in behind it. On the sideline, the onlookers read that as fear and start telling each other they can win this. Our boy reads it the other way around and keeps it to himself. The stance closes the only opening he had left to exploit. A guard that never swings is a guard that never leaves a gap. He calls up every summon he has, and a full army of skeleton soldiers rises around him in blue light. The undead ranks slam into Sir Agardo's own troops, and the floor becomes a general melee. Bone and corrupted steel grind against each other across the whole width of the hall. With the corrupted soldiers busy, nobody is left to guard the knight's flanks. Sir Agardo ends up standing alone in the middle of his own collapsing formation. He says flatly that he is going to win anyway. Mid-fight, the knight does something no attack pattern predicted. He drops his own greatsword and it hits the stone and bounces once. He takes hold of the black sap blade with both hands instead. He turns the weapon around and drives it straight through the smaller man's chest. The boss picks up the only weapon in the room capable of hurting him. Blood sprays across the panel and the watching guild members go quiet all at once. Spectators say the words out loud. That Hahoe mask lost. The impaled man is grinning behind the mask. He tells the knight he has been waiting for exactly this moment the entire time. He activates the skill skin stitching using the item black tree bark. The skill turns his own blood into fixed damage the moment it leaves his body. The blade is buried in him, which means the wound is open, which means the blood has somewhere to go. Blood sprays out of the chest wound and lands across the silver plate. Sir Agardo sizzles where every drop touches and shrieks for the first time in the fight. Bystanders marvel that the man actually pulled it off. Others point out that he took a sword through the chest to do it and may not get up. He is badly wounded, standing in his own blood with a hole through him. Wrapped in green light, he uses the skill life vessel and his health refills to full. That is the ultra-rare purchase the old man in the study squeezed out of him. It cost 10 million gold, which was every coin he had, and he cried in the doorway over it. He follows it with the circlet of purification. and every status ailment on him clears at once. The hole through his chest closes and the fight resets to a man standing on both feet. Across from him the corruption finishes what it started. Sir Agardo is consumed by it and swells into a hulking red shape that roars. Our boy tells himself that this is all he has prepared. From here the plan is nothing more than lasting until the thing in front of him perishes. Elsewhere, Thunder Queen watches the same fight from a distance with a blonde commander in red and gold armor. He calls her by her title, and the two of them talk about the way the solo player fights. They agree that he throws everything in on every single exchange. They agree that he does it because he behaves like a man with nothing left to lose. At that moment, a line of armored figures marches through the doorway behind them. The corrupted Knight Order of Hyrkan Castle has come to reinforce its commander. The two of them draw their weapons and move to intercept, exactly as he asked them to. Back on the red-lit floor, the two of them trade blow after blow with nothing in between. Slash, clang, boom, crash. He taunts the monster that its subordinates are busy somewhere else. He asks it what it plans to do about that now. Privately, he notes that this is already the final attack pattern in the rotation. Once he gets past this, the quest is over. Meanwhile, in a room lined wall to wall with monitor screens, a man in a white dress shirt watches the same feed. One tile out of hundreds carries the raid, and that is the tile he is standing in front of. He murmurs that Hahoe Mask actually made it this far. He says the Sir Agardo raid was designed to be impossible without the Sword of Oath. The raid was built as a wall, and the sword was supposed to be the only door through it. He adds that this one keeps bending the rules of the game in the most unbelievable ways. His phone rings and he asks the caller whether she has checked. A hooded agent with dark red hair confirms that the black liquid is indeed black tree sap. The man on the monitors works out what that sentence actually means. A worthless item nobody bothers to pick up has been turned into a substitute for a legendary weapon. Every gate he built around that sword was built for people who would want the sword. He calls him a rule breaker and an irregular without a doubt. He orders the obstacles around the Sword of Oath removed, because the sword does not matter anymore. He resolves to get rid of the man for the sake of the future, no matter what it takes. Elsewhere, the knight placed in charge of the siege battle is doing arithmetic on his own future. A win for Hahoe Mask puts him in trouble with the people standing above him. He decides that nobody will notice if he does something about it. He waits until both fighters are locked together and nobody on the line is looking his way. He hurls a sneak attack into the duel from outside the ring. He apologizes to Hahoe Mask while the strike is still in the air. He says Sir Agardo cannot die just yet. He tells him it is time for him to exit stage right. Our boy sees it coming with no time left on the clock and knows he cannot dodge. A swordswoman drops between the two of them and blocks the strike on her own blade. The name that comes out of his mouth is not the game name, it is Sialion. The ambusher recoils and calls her Thunder Queen instead. An ally lands beside her a heartbeat later with a tap. She tells him she said they would have his back and asks what he is waiting for. Syl orders him to hurry up and put an end to this. Grinning under the mask, he says she does not have to tell him twice. The last strike is one named Swing, and the name he says while landing it is Agardo. The armor cracks open along its whole length in a burst of light. A human face appears underneath the helm for the first time in the fight. The knight goes down onto his knees in the wreckage of his own plate. He begs the man who just killed him to stop Prince Dean and to save this kingdom. Our boy tells him to leave it to him. Around them, the summoned guardian knights dissolve into light and blow away. Onlookers ask each other whether the knights disappearing means it is finally over. One of them lets out a long breath and starts on the reason people call him what they call him. The floor holds nothing now except cracked plate and the man still standing on it. He throws his arms up and roars once over the emptied hall. The system windows stack in front of him one after another. Quest complete, the White-Eyed Knight. A title lands hero of the siege battle. The last window says that the siege battle has ended. Some days later, Jae-hyun is stretched out on a lounge chair beside a pool in sunglasses. A news headline on his phone says Hahoe Mask opened a new age of Warlord by clearing the Sir Agardo raid. The upload of that fight sits at 385,135,484 views. A system window floats beside it with the title hero of the siege battle, plus 5% to all stats. He gloats to himself that it was the first time he ever sold live tickets. He sold over 3 million of them. White shirt, black shorts, sunglasses, and none of it costing him a thing. Every one of those numbers used to be a month of grinding and a bank balance in the hundreds of one. Then something bites him. He goes off the chair sideways with a crunch and lands flat. Two schoolkids in tracksuits stand at the fence asking him to throw their ball back. He does not hear a word of it. He is back inside the raid instead, on the moment somebody attacked him out of nowhere. What actually galls him is that he let Seolyeon Chae step in and help. He mutters that there is definitely someone out there trying to get in his way. Then he plants a flying kick into the kid's ball and sends it out of the frame with a bang. The two of them freeze where they stand. Walking off, he swears he is going to get stronger so fast that none of them can keep up. His phone rings. He listens, says nothing for a beat, then asks what the hell. Back at Hyrkan Castle, in a moment nobody had explained yet, Seolyeon Chae had been watching Hahoe mask fight and could not look away. A spear came out of the dark, clearly aimed at him, and she got her blade in front of it. By the time she turned to find the thrower, the attacker and the spear had both disappeared. Her people bring her what little intel exists afterward. The one the Hydra Guild has been chasing, the one they call the Prophet, is a spearman. He is very likely the man who attacked Hahoe mask. He also betrayed Hydra, and he is suspected of stealing monsters other guilds were hunting. He is suspected of feeding false information into the field to stall every guild's progress on the main quest. That is the whole file. No face, no name, no guild, just a weapon type and a pattern of sabotage. She asks what reason a person could possibly have for that, and nobody answers her. An officer calls out that everyone is assembled and that the live stream is ready to go. Seolyeon Chae tells herself she will not keep lagging behind Hahoe mask any longer. Her goal now is to surpass him. She leads the Thunder Hunters out fresh off the win against Sir Agardo, going for the first kill on the boss that closes the second stage of the main quest. The banner over the field reads Mount Patagonia Castle, the final battle. The guild files along a cliff path in formation under blue standards with her at the front. She tells them it is time to show everyone once again that the Thunder Hunters are the greatest. Inside the castle they move down a torch-lit corridor, Seolyeon walking ahead with a copper-haired mage on one side and a blonde officer on the other. The corridor opens out and the torchlight stops working. 5 of her people go still in the red glow coming off the thing at the far end of the hall. A system card names the thing waiting for them as the Prince of Depravity, final boss of the main quest's second stage. He welcomes the rebels and asks whether they have come to stop him. He tells them he will found the Kingdom of Ruin on their graves. One of her party members asks out loud whether that is really Prince Dean. She tells them to focus. Elsewhere, Jaehyun watches the whole thing on his phone and cannot believe the timing. He points out that it takes a full week just to travel to that raid. He curses Seolyeon for not even stopping to rest after the last battle. He is already moving toward his pod when he stops mid-step and says something is off. On the screen, the Golem Guardians the Thunder Hunters have been carving down start closing their wounds again. A horn shape-lit purple rears up at the edge of the hall and a beam of energy comes off it. Seolyeon reacts a half-second late. An explosion throws her backward across the chamber and her people scream her name. She shouts at the party to focus on the golems and says she is taking the prince herself. The rule of the fight gets laid out plainly. The prince draws his immortality from 3 relics of the Kingdom of Ruin and each relic sits with a guardian. Only 2 guardians are in the room. She asks why there are 2 guardians present when there should be 3 relics. Meanwhile, in a chained and ruined chamber somewhere else, an armored man stands over a fallen giant. He taps a slumped head with 2 fingers and a red eye opens under the chains. He says that now then, let us see what happens. He has a long red and gold spear on his shoulder and copper hair falling into his eyes. The terms of the raid get spelled out for anybody watching the stream. 3 guardians show up alongside the Prince of Depravity. The prince is fueled continuously by the power of corruption running through the relics. To beat him, all 3 relic guardians have to be destroyed first. That is the whole rule, and it is why 2 guardians is a problem and not a mercy. Back in the boss room, the fight has stopped going anywhere. A spear fighter in dark armor with a green scarf holds 1 guardian off the line by himself. Guardians drop and the prince's immortality does not let up. Hahoe screams for Queen Sil across the wreckage. Seolyeon is down on one knee, breathing hard, and a caption over the panel says this raid will be impossible to clear. Somewhere far from the castle, a brown-haired man in a green jacket watches her on a floating holographic screen and grins at it. He tells her she should have let Hahoe mask die during the Agardo raid. He calls this her punishment for failing to know her place, Thunder Queen. He tells her to keep cluelessly struggling until she dies. In another room entirely, a brown-haired woman in a white and gold military coat watches the same feed and says only that somebody should hurry up and put an end to this. In the real world, Jaehyun has the stream up on his phone and is working the problem out loud. He wonders whether the missing 3rd guardian is some kind of bug in the game. 2 viewers on another feed are cheering the collapse. One calls it a live Seolyeon Chae humiliation show. The other says the Prince of Depravity raid is his now. Jaehyun's mind goes back to the surprise attack that hit him in the closing stretch of the second stage. He starts to suspect the same person is behind all of it. He complains that this is annoying and asks why he has to agonize over anything because of her. Then he says he guesses he has no choice and walks to his gaming pod. Inside the castle, the prince stamps a foot down on one of the relics and calls them fools. Xiaolion swears that as long as he holds the relics of the ruined kingdom, she will never lose. She keeps swinging anyway while he asks whether she cannot see that nothing she does will work. A guildmate roars at the line to stop waiting and attack. Hahoe comes through the doorway at a run shouting that they are here to help Queen Sil. Reinforcements pour in behind her and the party lands a flurry of hits. An ally grabs Xiaolion's shoulder and asks whether she is all right. She works the puzzle out loud between swings. The relics of the ruined kingdom have to be the key, and yet destroying the golems changed nothing at all. A dark-haired officer in blue and gold armor steps up beside her and says they have to consider retreating. He tells her the guild is sustaining too much damage. She refuses him flatly and says there is no reason to back out until they have tried everything. Then she stops mid-sentence, staring at the boss, and gasps the name Hahoe Mask. The raid falls apart around her anyway. Guild members lie bloodied across the stone floor. Hahoe kneels holding a fallen ally against her chest. A red-eyed face fills the panel and tells them it is time for them to disappear. The livestream chat scrolls past mocking the whole thing, saying the Thunder Hunters got destroyed because they were reckless. One comment in the crowd of them just asks the queen not to die. The killing blow comes down at the kneeling Xiaolion and stops in midair against another blade. A hooded man with silver hair is standing over her holding it there. He tells her he is not there because he likes her. He tells her he owes her one and that he cannot stand having unpaid debts. Startled, she asks what Hahoe Mask is doing here at all. He says he was watching the livestream. It looked like she was in trouble, so he came running. A horned, red-eyed winged creature comes at them and the two of them take it together. He raises a hand, calls up his golem, and the chamber shakes with it. Purple beams come down through the broken ceiling all around him, and he does not move out of any of them. When she brings up the threat that had been hanging over the fight, he waves it off and says he already took care of it. They fall into the rhythm of two people who have agreed out loud to be rivals. He tells her to trust him and follow his lead and says he will carry her through the raid. She says nobody has ever offered to carry the guildmaster of the Thunder Hunters before. The chat under the stream loses its mind. Viewers write that Hahoe Mask has entered the fray, that he is the god of raids, that there he is, the goat, and somebody asks where he even came from. Somewhere below the boss chamber, two skeletons in red hooded robes stand over a map in the dark. Both of them wear red-crowned helms that mark them as commanders. A creature card sits on the table between them and they are arguing about it like officers. Nobody in the raid above has any idea that meeting is happening. Elsewhere in the same castle, the man who hid the third relic guardian is gloating over the gate he has been standing guard on. He announces he has it secured. He says he intends to get rid of all of them to make up for the last time he messed up. Then the gate blows inward behind him. A wave of skeletons in red hooded robes comes through the smoke. At the head of it walks a skeleton knight in looted plate, and the guard recognizes the armor before he recognizes the wearer and shouts the name Sir Agardo. The onlookers work it out first, saying out loud that it is a skeleton knight and that the man put Sir Agardo's armor on one of his summons. Somebody asks who would invest that much in a mere summon. The skeleton horde ignores him entirely and goes straight at the hidden relic guardian. He screams at them to stop, calling them skeleton bastards, and they do not stop. Back in the boss chamber, our boy tells Xiaolion what he did before he ever walked in. He ordered his skellies to find the remaining relic guardian inside this castle and kill it. The prince, now unfolded into a tentacled black shape with one burning eye, notices something wrong with his own body. He asks why his wounds are not healing. The relic's power is gone and the immortality goes with it. Our hero tells Xiaolion that now is her chance and that she can kill him. The prince refuses to yield, even stripped of the relics, and roars that he will be king. She opens with a huge golden slash across the chamber. The two of them come in crossed from opposite sides and cut him down together. He goes down gasping about his kingdom. A system window tells them they have defeated the Prince of Depravity, and that this concludes the second stage of the main quest, the Prince of Depravity. The two of them settle the debt on the spot. He reminds her he was only ever there to square accounts. They agree they go back to being enemies in the third stage, the Ruined Kingdom. He walks off in the pink evening light, telling her he will see her around Xiaolion. The last thing the castle sees is the skeleton knight standing on a rock in its stolen armor, striking a pose under a burst of gold light while the rest of the skeletons applaud below it. A banner over the panel says the gear paid off. Sometime later, Tobitsoft calls a sudden press conference. Reporters crowd a red carpet under camera flashes and note how rare it is for this man to appear in person. A caption names him Toby Gwynn, the operator of Warlord, in a black suit and vest, hair combed back. He apologizes on behalf of the company for a bug during the Prince of Depravity raid. He says one of the relic guardians did not spawn into the dungeon. He promises stricter inspections going forward. Then he praises the Thunder Hunters and Hahoe mask Hyrkan by name for managing to defeat the boss despite the bug. Xiaolion Che watches the broadcast on a tablet and calls it a terribly flimsy excuse. She points out that Tobbitsoft's stock has been falling dramatically for days because of the incident. She suspects the company staged the bug itself. She tells Suji to drop the search for the prophet who vanished without a trace and to look into Toby Gwynn and Tobbitsoft instead. She says it is worth checking out. Suji stands there in a black suit with a notebook against her chest and writes it down without arguing. Toby Gwynn loosens his tie and walks into a private capsule alone, still in the suit from the press conference. A login window reads username first one welcome. He comes up inside the game in dark armor with a black fur collar, blue eyes gone cold. A knight in silver plate salutes him and welcomes him back, master. Elsewhere, the copper-haired spearman sits stripped to the waist and tied on the floor, begging for the boss. The player of the Hydra Guild spent a whole arc chasing as the prophet is a Hands Guild man named Richard. A figure walks in and calls him a disappointment. He asks whether this is what Richard has to show for himself after boasting he could do better than Single. A red-eyed woman with a cat ear earring stands over him smoking and accuses him of an intervention nobody authorized. She says that kind of thing only breeds distrust in Warlord. Richard protests that he did all of it for her sake and that he was trying to stop those bastards. Then he admits the truth of it, that Hahoe mask ruined his plan. He is told that Hydra, the Red Bulls, and the Thunder Hunters are all hunting him now because he was careless. He begs for one more chance. The master refuses him. He tells Richard he is stripping him of his position and that starting tomorrow he will be returning to reality. Then he gives one word: delete. Static tears across the panel, a burst goes off, and the screen behind Richard drops to black and reads no signal. A girl with silver hair and twin tails has been watching the whole thing from the side of the room like it is entertainment. She says that was amazing and asks why they do not just delete Hahoe mask the same way. The master explains that deleting an account that popular would be even worse for Warlord. Behind him, a figure in a dark suit and a gold face plate says nothing at all. The red-eyed woman says Richard was not wrong about one thing. The old methods cannot stop Hahoe mask anymore. She announces that the Hands Guild is coming out of the shadows. Over a clenched armored fist, she declares that their new name will be Checkmate. She says their first mission is to annihilate Hahoe mask for the sake of their future. A caption underneath notes that everything inside the game is up to MIA, their super artificial intelligence. Far from any of that, our boy is lying by a river digging at his ear and wondering out loud whether somebody is talking about him again. He runs back through his own week and cannot quite account for it. All he meant to do was repay Xiaolion for helping him. Instead, he took down Sir Agardo and the Prince of Depravity, which means he basically soloed the end of the second stage by himself. He remembers Mong's face when the prince died. The ranger told him he seemed so insignificant at first, but that he managed to delay the downfall of this world a little bit. Then the old man added that this is not the end of it. Mong does not think Prince Dean started out that way at all. Something corrupted him and Mong wants to know what. So the ranger hands him the next job. He is to investigate the ruined kingdom the prince named in his final moments. A quest card opens, clue to the ruined kingdom, reward dawn of a new era. The place sits on the dark continent, out past the Urgel Mountains, and it is swarming with monsters over level 200. That is the third stage and it is waiting for him. He pulls up his status window to see where he stands. Level 179, Class Necromancer, Titles 144. Strength 2192, Stamina 1132, Intelligence 1327, Magic 1601. His full battle form flares blue around the numbers. He decides levels are not the thing holding him back anymore. Skills are, because there is no necromancer above him anywhere in the world to learn a single thing from, so he cracks open 5 random unique tier no-name skillbooks he has been saving. The first one gives him Dark Heart, which is genuinely useful, and he grins at it. The second one is a Cursed Doll scroll, so is the third. He stops smiling somewhere around there. So is the fourth, so is the fifth. 4 copies of the same scroll out of 5 and every one of them useless to him. He screams that this game is the worst and starts pounding the ground with both fists while his knight in silver plate and his little skeleton stand a safe distance back, trembling. When he finally stops beating the ground with his fists, 2 more system windows are still waiting on him. The first one hands him a skill called Curse Expertise. The second one hands him a skill called Commander. Both of those are worth having, so the tantrum ends right about there. He checks what is left of his money after the skillbook spree and finds almost nothing. Every coin he owned went into those scrolls, and 4 of them turned out to be the same useless doll. He tells himself that the plan has not changed at all. He needs levels, and he needs them fast because the Dark Continent is sitting out past the Urgel Mountains. So he goes looking for a quiet field to grind in. Quiet is the one thing he cannot buy anymore. A crowd spots him in the forest within minutes of him showing up. They shout that it is Hahoe Mask. One of them shouts that he is a god. They circle him, they ask for photos, and they follow him between the trees while he tries to pull monsters. Grinding is impossible with 100 people narrating every swing he takes. He complains out loud that this game sucks, and he leaves the whole crowd behind him. He pulls up the map device on his wrist and starts hunting for somewhere empty. Clearing the second stage of the main quest unlocked a whole set of fields that used to be sealed. One of them is the Frozen Kingdom. It is not main quest territory, which is exactly why nobody is fighting over it. It is packed with high-level monsters, which is exactly what his experience bar needs. There is a frost dragon in it too, a boss the Thunder Queen once put down for rewards he remembers as particularly nice. Then he remembers the rest of it. In his past life, the Thunder Hunters owned the Frozen Kingdom outright. They owned it because he handed them the Prince of Depravity on a plate, and the territory came free with him. He decides that this time around the place is going to be his. Sometime before that, he sits across a desk from a blonde knight in white and gold plate. The knight has a letter in front of him and candles burning at his elbow. He grants the request for permit to investigate the northern lands without much argument at all. He calls the adventurer in front of him admirable for going that far north alone. Then he mentions offhand that a few others have already headed up there ahead of him. Our boy files that away and takes the permit anyway. Elsewhere in the Frozen Kingdom, a Hydra party is already in the snow and already in trouble. A crystal fox at level 180 bursts out of a drift with a red horn and red eyes. A Yeti at level 190 comes up out of the white right behind it. Sawhank drops both of them barehanded, with an ice-blue aura burning around her fists. A teammate tells her that she really is the best striker in all of Warlord. She does not take the compliment. She is still sulking because she could not land a single hit on Sir Agardo. That failure cost the Hydra Guild the race for the second stage of the main quest. She lost that race to the player she keeps calling that prophet. Nadal tells her they can still be first to the next one. Every field that just unlocked is a place a clue could be hiding, so they search all of them. Another member digs loot out of the snow and cheers that they got some gems. The narration is blunt about where the guild stands. Things are not great for the Hydra Guild right now. At that moment, a third monster comes out of the white at them. It is an ice horn thing with a crystalline hide and no system card of its own. A hooded masked figure drops out of the sky and kills it in a single strike before anyone else moves. Sawhank looks up and says that it was him all along. He lands with a huge red aura still burning off his shoulders. He tells the losers in front of him that they are trying to take away his Frozen Kingdom. Nadal, being practical about it, invites him to go ahead and apply to join their guild instead. Our boy wants a territory duel. Somebody points out that a territory duel is something only guilds do, and he does not have a guild. He asks whether it looks like he needs one. His skeleton warrior comes up through the snow beside him with blue fire in its skull. He offers the whole party one deal that whoever wins gets to take over this place. Sawhank grins and says that sounds like fun. The blizzard picks up while the Hydra players work out what just happened to their afternoon. One of them says the name Hahoe Mask out loud like he is checking that he heard it right. The orange-haired one admits he never expected one man to challenge an entire guild alone. They talk the problem through in front of him, which is a mistake. Beating one solo player would look terrible for them. Losing to one solo player would look far worse. The sensible move is to settle the whole thing without a fight at all. Then one of them remembers that they happen to be traveling with somebody who loves to duel. Sawhank reminds him that the two of them already agreed to have a real fight one day. She is calling that debt in right now. A guildmate protests that they cannot authorize a guild war without clearing it with their superiors first. Our boy tells him that it is fine and that he will handle the superiors himself. Privately, he knows the entire guild is on the back foot because of him. He also knows he has to face the top 30 eventually, so there is no reason to back down here. The duel opens with blue energy slamming into orange across the snow. They trade through the storm with the wind screaming between them. Sawhank lands a run of punches that puts him back on his heels. She tells him he took down Sir Agardo and the Prince of Depravity without a single cheap trick, and that this is exactly why she wants the fight. She explains what a striker actually does, which is get faster and stronger the longer a fight runs. He admits out loud that even with his skeleton knight, a ranker is a tricky opponent. Then he reminds her that she has forgotten something fairly important about him. He is a necromancer. The skeleton knight steps into the fight in full plate with blue fire in its sockets. One of the Hydra watchers asks whether that thing is an Agardo skeleton knight. The knight gets its head taken clean off a moment later. It does not matter much because a swarm of fresh skeletons is already standing behind him. A Hydra player says he had heard the skeletons were formidable, but that this is ridiculous. Then the weather turns on the field itself. Snow comes down hard enough to swallow the far side of the clearing. The orange-haired Hydra player panics and says the mask could not possibly have known about this. A system window tells everyone that the curse of the frost dragon envelops the field. Sawhank's health starts draining on its own with nobody touching her. Her movement slows down while his stays exactly where it was. He explains it to her since she is going to lose anyway. The curse fires every 6 hours inside the Frozen Kingdom on a clock that anybody could have read. He used skin stitching with a blue giant skin to graft cold resistance onto his own body before walking in. His skeletons need nothing at all because skeletons do not get cold. Weakened and slowed and out of options, she takes a 4/ combination and goes down in the snow. He tells her that he wins. She concedes with a battered smile and complains that he is making use of the environment too. She calls him a cool guy while he walks off with his back to her. Before he is out of earshot, she tells him how a guild war actually works. It continues until one side admits defeat and all of Hydra is after him now. He tells her he does not care about that. He says he is reaching for the skies and that in the end it will not just be Hydra coming for him. Nadal finds her sitting hurt in the snow a while after he leaves. He wants to send a Hydra pursuit team out after the man immediately. She refuses to allow it. She says they lost fair and square and that she will take the blame for all of it herself. Out of nowhere, a stranger with a scythe steps in behind them and cuts Nadal down in one slash. The stranger says only that they were right about it. Sawhank is still on the ground when two more of them arrive. One is a masked man in a suit and tie with a red spiral painted across the face of the mask. The other is a bored girl in a black gothic dress with silver pigtails and tall boots. A spiraling red attack goes off into Sawhank at close range and puts her flat. The masked man says he really hopes Hahoe mask is not as brittle as these toys. The girl complains that all of this is boring and tells the masked man that they are leaving. They walk away through the snow and leave the two Hydra players where they fell. Back in the present, our boy is alone, having already cleared out the players he calls pests. He walks up on the ice fortress with nobody left in the region to interfere with him. Soloing the boss inside is the fastest leveling he can get without anyone watching over his shoulder. He decides out loud that he is not letting anyone else have this one. Inside the fortress, a system card names the thing waiting for him in the hall. Frost Dragon level 200 boss monster. It opens with a breath attack that shreds the skin stitching he came in wearing. The blue giant skin that carried him through the duel comes off him in pieces. System windows start reporting cold damage and slowed movement, which is the combination that kills people here. He knows how this fight is supposed to be done because he watched somebody else do it. In his past life, Xiaolion Che stacked cold resistance and then used a rare item called Ifrit's Essence. 5 full minutes of immunity to cold, which is more than enough time to put a dragon down. He opens a shop prompt to buy one of those for himself right now. The game answers him that he does not have enough money. He remembers, out loud and far too late, that he is broke. All of it went to skill books and he rushed in here anyway because of those Hydra chumps. So he does it the poor way and calls his skeletons up out of the floor. He shouts for the skellies and a wall of bone forms between him and the dragon's mouth. They tank the breath attacks for him and get flattened doing it. He takes heavy hits himself while a narration card sums the whole situation up. Everyone starts out with a plausible plan until they get crushed. At that moment, something on the far side of the hall moves that should not be moving at all. A giant frozen figure on a throne opens its eyes and speaks for the first time in centuries. He names himself Nirduo, the last heir to this kingdom where only nightmares remain. He says he has waited many years to be rewarded for enduring that evil dragon's curse. Our boy stops fighting long enough to stare across the hall at him. There were no NPCs in the Frozen Kingdom. He is certain of that because he ran this place in his past life more than once. This exact figure was never found, not by him and not by anybody else. The dragon lunges again while he is still working through it and his skeletons sniffle behind him. He works out why nobody ever found the throne room. The Thunder Hunters always came in with cold resistance items stacked to the ceiling. They killed the dragon fast, took the reward, and never explored the rest of the castle. A caption points out that Warlord does not restrict players in how they defeat a given monster, so he does the one thing none of them ever did and he talks to it. He introduces himself as Hyrkan, an adventurer fighting to bring peace to this world. He asks the figure on the throne to tell him his story if he does not mind. Niruo tells it at length, and it turns out to be the history of the entire kingdom. The land was warm once and it flourished under its kings for generations. Then a frost dragon claimed it and the king sent his army out to take it back. The army was destroyed to the last man. The dragon cursed the kingdom with frost that never breaks as an example to anyone else who tried. Everyone froze where they stood. Only Niruo stayed conscious inside the ice century after century, waiting for a hero to walk in. Then the old king gives him something for the trouble. A system window reads that the transcendent power of frost is temporarily unlocked for Hyrkan. Captions explain what that sentence actually means inside this game. Transcendent powers are a permanent 5-element system: frost, fire, thunder, darkness, and light. Only 5 players in all of Warlord can ever hold one of them. In his past life, only 3 of the 5 were ever discovered at all. Niruo warns him that the power is borrowed from the dragon and that it is temporary. Killing the dragon is the thing that makes it permanently his. Then the old king asks him whether he will avenge the kingdom for him. A quest card opens, titled Proxy of Vengeance: Defeat the Frost Dragon at the request of Niruo. The reward line reads Permanent Unlock of the Transcendent Power of Frost. He says he would happily slay a dozen frost dragons for a permanent power-up like that. He turns back into the hall and calls his frost skeleton army forward. A system window confirms that frost attacks are nullified by the effect of the transcendent power of frost. The dragon breathes on him and nothing happens to him at all. What follows is a long grind of sword strikes, dragon roars, and explosions through the frozen castle. Pillars come down, the ice sheeting the walls comes off in slabs. The dragon finally goes up in a blast that fills the entire chamber with light. System windows stack on top of each other faster than he can read them. He has defeated the frost dragon, experience gained, level up, quest complete, Proxy of Vengeance. Hyrkan has unlocked the transcendent power of frost. He asks the empty hall whether he actually did it. Then he answers himself, screaming that he really did it and that he has a transcendent power. Niruo does not celebrate any of it with him. The old king murmurs from the throne that it is a bitter end. He says that if the Kingdom of Ruin returns, only his army of frost would have stood a chance against it. At that moment, the dragon's severed head reignites on the floor and starts talking. Our boy shouts that he thought the thing was dead and asks whether it can talk. The dragon tells him that he cannot handle the catastrophe lurking in the dark continent. It tells him he will regret this, and then the light in its eyes goes out. A quest window closes on top of all of that. Quest complete, clue to the ruined kingdom. A new era has dawned. Hyrkan has unlocked the dawn of a new era. He looks at the stack and works out that he cleared a hidden quest by accident on the way through. He wonders aloud how many birds he just killed with one stone. Then he says the thing that has been sitting underneath all of it. The fact that everything has gone so well for him is starting to scare him. Behind him, in the doorway of the ruined hall, an armed silhouette is standing perfectly still. An explosion tears through the chamber and washes the whole room white. A blade wrapped in cracked frost comes down at his spine from behind. He gets his sword up on instinct and the edge slides off at a hand's width from his neck. He turns around breathing hard and the stranger is already there with the weapon raised again. The stranger grins at him over the blade and says, "You've got good reflexes. I was going to finish you in one go." And that's where this recap ends. What did you think? Let me know your rating from 0 to 10 in the comments.